a couple of days ago, and he's just not feeling well. So we are going to do without Mayor Brand tonight. So the first thing I like to do is call a meeting to order. And let's do a flag salute. Do we have a flag available? Perfect.
You need to do the roll call first.
Oh, roll call. Sorry. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obagi.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Here.
And Mayor Brand is absent. Thank you.
Cool. And do we need to roll? We don't need commissioner members, obviously, right? Okay. Not yet. All right. Flag salute. Let's just go ahead and give our good old flag. Salute the flag. All right. On three. 1, 2, 3. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America,
to the
republic
for which it
stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Staff posting on the agenda. Announcements. Joe, I believe we have an announcement from staff before we get going for council member announcements.
Yes, we wanted to tonight, just as we did last week with kind of a highlights of the opening at the library. We this week had the kind of phased reopening of City Hall for limited services, planning and building in particular. So Brandy Forbes was going to kind of share with us the procedures that we have in place and kind of how individuals can access the planning and building counters now that we're in the yellow phase. So Brandy, if you're ready to go.
Sure. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with some images of, of what we have going on here at City Hall.
Fantastic.
So, as Joe mentioned, parts of City Hall have reopened. They reopened yesterday on a modified basis. It's appointment only, and it's through the appointee scheduling software. You don't have to memorize that. It's appointments can be scheduled for planning, building, engineering, and business licensing at this time. We have signage all over the municipal campus with the QR code for appointees, so you can just open your camera and go ahead and zoom in on that QR code, and it'll take you right to the page to schedule an appointment. It allows you to pick which service, so it'll go to the right department for scheduling your service. All of those different types of appointment can be found on the one link. So if you see in the bottom left of this image, that's like our page of what we had scheduled for today. So it's gradual. We're starting to build up getting appointments, but each of these is a different department. Each of the colors is a different department. We have that signage, but we also have on each of the pages for those different divisions, we have the link to the appointment scheduling as well. People can still get their information and get services through the email contacts that we've been utilizing over the last year. So we still have a lot of people who are doing things online. We do have modified staffing levels that are in line with LA County's office protocols. And so staggered schedules, when employees are not scheduled to be at the counter, they are carrying out their work duties as they did previously at home. We have the office is set up where we have plexiglass in between. It's maybe a little difficult to see here, but plexiglass that's separating the employees and the public. We have the different locations for them to stand at different stations. Here you can see planning and then animal control, and then there's also engineering and building, and then of course the business licensing is through in the clerk's office entryway. And there's plenty of sanitization materials as well as the Purell stations throughout the city offices. To call an appointment, we set up a a system with a microphone and speaker so that we can let them know when their appointment's being called. So people aren't just like lingering and piling up in the actual lobby, but rather they can wait outside until their appointment's called. We have discovered that just by screening these, by having the appointments where they're plugging in what they're going to do, what they're going to come in for, we're able to contact them a little bit in advance and say, hey, I see that you're, for example, we had a planning appointment today where they were talking about lot line adjustments, and the planner called and said, by the way, you're going to want to bring in a survey so that we can more thoroughly go over your information, your application. And, you know, that wouldn't necessarily have happened in the past. The person would have just come straight in and just, waited in line and not known what they should bring. We've had some, actually, we had a couple that were City of Torrance properties. So we were able to call them. They didn't have to come in and there was no waiting around to find out that they're in the wrong location. So I think that over time, we're going to see maybe with having this appointment system, that we might be able to have better customer service and really get people to bring in what they need so we can more efficiently and effectively provide the service to them. So, it might be in the long run that we have discovered a hybrid that we can utilize. So right now, everything seems to be working okay. Feel free to find those links or point people to the city website, and we are open for business.
What is the link again? You had the QR code there, but
yeah, there's the QR code. If you go on the city's website, it's also.
I'm on the city's website, but I don't see it on the front page here anywhere. Oh, over the counter resumes by appointment. There you go.
Yeah. So, and the signage, it's booking.appointee, which is appointy.com, and then /appointments Redondo.
Fantastic. Great. And you can get Plan Division, Building Safety, Engineering Services, and Business License Division.
Correct.
Great. Good. I mean, we might be able to move this forward in the future as well so that we can get, like you said, even better customer service.
Yes.
Great. Awesome. Thank you very much, Brandy. Appreciate that update. That's huge. Joe, anything else from staff?
No, that was it. We just kind of, as we kind of move forward with our phased reopening, we'll continue to do this at the beginning of the meetings. So thought that would be of interest to all of you and the viewing public.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, District 2, for Todd, for any announcements or updates that you want to let us know about?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim, thank you. I participated in the opening day of Port Royal Yacht Club a week and a half ago. That was a blast. That was a lot of fun. They did it socially distanced from a big boat to the other boats that were moored out in the harbor. And that was a lot of fun. So I want to wish them a good boating season. It's great to see some normalcy back in our city. And then District 2 will have its community meeting. It'll be Thursday, May the 13th, 6 to 7:30 on Zoom. You can find the link to register on my council page on the city website, redondo.org. And our special guest that evening will be City Attorney Mike Webb, and he'll be talking about homelessness and what the city has done and will be doing to fight it over the next few years. We'll be talking about the pallet shelter program, homeless court, the other things, the housing advocate. So I look forward to that. Come with your questions, and thank you very much. That's it.
Fantastic. All right, Christian, you got anything?
Yeah, thank you. Just a few things. One, South Bay COG, myself and a handful of my colleagues from around the South Bay, we've been meeting with legislators over the past week and a half from around the LA Basin, and actually some that are on housing committees up north as well, related to the bills that we're all fighting against. So just letting people know out there that keep asking, the city is fighting against this housing package that is out there, and we will continue to do so. Two, I've got a town hall on Wednesday May 19th with two local physicians. We're going to be discussing vaccine hesitancy for those people out there who may be a little nervous about getting the COVID-19 vaccine. And then my regular community meeting will be the following day on the 20th, Thursday the 20th, and we will be discussing the upcoming budget. And that's it. Thank you.
Perfect. District 4, Zane.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We had a great community meeting last Thursday night, about 65 attendees at the beginning, and about 2.5 hours later, we had still about 45 people there. So I really appreciate people coming out, participating. Everybody got to have their voices heard, and I took to heart what folks said, and we'll be doing those every month. In addition, I'd like to say thank you to Ted Simon, because here in District 4, on the right-of-way, we've had a rampant gopher problem, and it's, I think, just getting started as we head into the summer. But he's been very responsive, communicating the history of what the strategy as a city has attempted, as well as what we're going to do in the future. And we've just discussed possible solutions. So to the residents out there who are struggling with gophers, I'm with you, and I'll say that there's two things that I've heard that are effective but not toxic. One is castor oil. You put that on your lawn, it should just keep them away. It's not going to kill them, but they're not attracted to it. There's some also electronic vibration mechanisms that sit on the lawn and can ward them off. And then there's traps, and there are YouTube videos on how to set the traps if it's really a problem. So thank you, Ted Simon, though, for being on top of that and giving me such thorough responses to my questions.
Fantastic. Thank you. District 5, Laura.
I just want to say thank you to the COG and to Christian for doing all those visits for the legislative housing and all that you guys are doing, because I think that's really a lot of great work that's being done on the COG level. And thank you for COG supporting the ACA 7 Mount Marsucci's bill. Just wanted to say, of course, you know, happy Star Wars Day, May the 4th, and tomorrow, happy Cinco de Mayo. And so I hope all of you enjoy responsibly and as we all get back to normal. So thank you.
Great. I've got two little announcements. One is my in-person community meeting will be this Saturday at Alta Vista, the back parking lot, right where the racquetball courts are at. It'll be outside. We had a great little outside meeting with a bunch of people there, 9:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. And then we'll have an online meeting as well, where we'll discuss the budget and a couple other items as well on May 17th. And the registration for that is on the website, ready to go. So you can just click on that and you can register and you'll get a message. The other thing I wanted to talk about, two other things actually, is I'm on the LA County Sanitation District as the alternate when Mayor Brand doesn't go. And they always have a report on COVID and testing. So they test the effluent of COVID in the water that they pump out to the ocean. And for a couple of days there, random days, they had no testable amounts of COVID. So, you know, numbers are going in the right direction, but there was always a forewarning there. I got a message just the other day, reminder everyone, if you got your first shot, you still need to get the second shot. So only 50% of the people who've gotten their first shot have gotten their second shot. So go out there and get your second shot. It's definitely worth it. And on the beaches, if you guys were down at the beach last week, Thursday, and you didn't hear anything, that's because the test system they had for the emergency alert system on the beaches, it was a test, and the lights flashed and the cameras were there, but the music didn't, the sound didn't really flow. So they are doing 3 or 4 more tests, I think, up until the Thursday before Memorial Day. They had those planned anyways. If you go down to the beaches in that area, you'll see a bunch of signs everywhere. It says emergency testing from 3 to 5 p.m. So do expect them to be testing for the next couple of weeks on that. So it should be interesting to see what happens with that. So with that said, if there's nothing else, we can continue on. Announcements, oral community. Okay, so actually, did we get a motion to approve the order of the agenda? Actually, we haven't done that yet. We need to do that right now. Do we want to move anything? Are we good?
Motion to approve the agenda.
I'm sorry, Todd.
Motion to approve the agenda.
Okay. Motion by Councilman Lowenstein.
Is there any way that we can move N5 up at all? Because I think there's a lot of people that were wanting to speak on that, even if it's just to after N2 or something like that.
May 3rd. What else do we have here? May after N2.
Well, I'm flexible. I could be after N2 or even after N3. That's fine. Just bring it up a little. It's just that there's a lot of people that want to speak to that.
I'll second that with an amendment, though, if you're willing to accept it. That
After N, so move N5 after N3.
Well, Mr. Abaji was saying something.
What were you saying, Zane?
If we move referrals to staff to after public comment on non-agenda matters, just because I don't feel like staff should really have to stick around the entire night to get to the very end when we're super tired to make a bunch of referrals to them.
I like that idea, but I'm pretty sure staff stays around no matter what.
Yeah, but at least they don't have to pay super close attention.
So, is there a motion to move the item N5 to where? What did you guys say? What did you, Laura?
Let's see, N1. You know what? Let's move it after N1 because I think the others. I think N1's fast.
As long as we can get to the other items, because if it's delayed, that's going to be a big issue, right?
Brandy, how long is N5 going to take?
Remember, we're going to be carrying it again to next Tuesday. So if you wanted to say that it had to end by a certain time, so the other items, you could certainly do that.
Okay, yeah. I mean, and next Tuesday we'll be able to listen to it one more time. I mean, do you have a big presentation tonight for N5?
No, not a big presentation. This is going to start the discussion next week. This is like the only item on the agenda, but we do want to start the conversation. I think want to hear from the public on this. So you could say, we're going to, we'll let it go till a certain time and then move on to the next item.
So, maybe in hours of doing public comment and
5 minutes each council member.
5 minutes for each council member.
Well, that would be tough.
I mean, it's up to us on how we manage the agenda's time on each topic. So let's just go ahead and move it past and be right behind N2, and then that way we can control whether or not we make this longer or not at the time. So I'd like to make a motion, and I'll accept Mr. Abaji that we move the referrals to staff after public comment. Just to warn you, though, usually stuff happens, and then we do referrals to staff afterwards. So just kind of let you know about that, and then we'll do N5 we'll move N5 to after N1. That's fine.
Okay, so the motion is to move N5 to after N1. And we will limit it to as we see fit because we're going to be hearing again next week. And then moving referrals to staff to after public participation on non-agenda items. Is that
Correct.
All right,
okay? So motion by Laura, seconded by Zane. Todd.
Aye.
Christian.
Aye.
Zane.
Aye.
Laura.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well, so unanimous vote. So we have moved the agenda around. Okay. Agency recess. We have, next item is F1, regular meeting Community Financing Authority. Are we ready for that one? Who's on?
We're ready for that one. We just need to have a call to order.
Oh, we have a call to, we need a call to order, agency recess, call to order for the meeting. So
Yeah.
We haven't had a call to order yet for the meeting?
Well, no, this is another meeting, so I'm going to call I need to do a roll.
Oh, got it. I see what you're saying. Yes.
Financing Authority.
Yeah.
Okay, so Member Lowenstein,
Here.
Member Horvath,
Here.
Member Obaji,
Here.
Member MD,
Here.
Chairman Brand is absent, and Vice Chair Nierenheim.
Here. Okay. Let's see here. What's on the agenda? Roll call approval of order agenda. You guys good with the order agenda? Can we get a motion for the agenda?
So move.
Second.
Okay. Roll call vote. Councilman Lowenstein?
Aye.
Christian?
Aye.
Zane?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
And myself, aye as well. All right, blue folder items. Any blue folder items?
Not for
approval-
this. Not
Nope,
for-
nothing. Okay, consent calendar. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 items on the consent calendar.
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, so motion by Councilmember MD to approve consent calendar, seconded by Councilman Lowenstein. Councilman Lowenstein, vote.
Aye.
Well, is there any public comment before you
Oh, yeah.
vote?
Oh,
Call.
that's right. So let's see. I see no. I don't know if anybody would like to speak on the Community Financing Authority. If you are on a phone, please *9 to raise your hand. And I believe we have no e-comments. Vicki, is that confirmed?
Confirming no e-comment for the F1.
Perfect. C items, the consent calendar. Okay. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Rabaji.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
And I for me as well. All right. Public participation on non-agenda items. For the Community Financing Authorities, is there anyone that wants to speak on any items not pertaining to what's on the agenda? Community financing, Vicki or Eleanor?
None. None for both.
Okay. And we have no public hearings, no old business, no new business. Are there any referrals to staff for this particular item or district meeting? As I see none. All right. Adjournment. Do we need a motion? Do we need a motion for adjournment on this?
Yes.
Okay. Motion for adjournment. Anyone?
Second.
I did it and Laura seconded.
Oh, perfect. Okay. More efficient. All right. Anyone saying no to that? All right. Hearing none. We are back to our regular meeting. Can we call the order for a regular meeting?
Yes. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Here.
And Mayor Brand absent. Thank you.
Okay,
Miss
thank
them
you.
already.
All right. Blue folder items for our regular meeting. I see we got an email with a bunch of items in there. Can we get a motion for that? And are there any other items that we need to add and admit to the record?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Horvath, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein.
Are these
Anyone saying no?
are these
Just for the
evidence?
record,
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, can I just sort of read them, just the highlights?
Yeah, absolutely.
So for H3, we have, it's the minutes, we corrected minutes for the January 19, 2021. For J1, we have some public comments for non-agenda items. And N4, which is adoption of a mobile parking payment system, we have an RFP response letters from the King Harbor and RVA and public comments. And then N5 related to the GPAC recommended land use plan and public comments, just for the record. Thank you.
All right.
Okay,
I'd like to
perfect.
pull. Is this where I can pull something?
This is for the blue folder items. So
Okay,
you're adding
all right.
things to the record for all the items that we're talking and that came in after the addition of the agenda, when the agenda came out. All right, so roll call vote. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
All right, aye for me as well. Okay, next up is Consent calendar. So this is, well, items on the consent calendar will be heard all at once and approved all at once unless one of us on the council decides to pull something or someone in the public wants to speak to any of the items. So we will start off with Councilmember Lowenstein. Do you want to pull any of the items on the consent calendar?
No, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
H8, please.
H8, okay. Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Is there any public comment on any of these items except for item H8?
Okay, I have none on Zoom. And let's see. And none on e-comment.
Okay. So can I get a motion to approve all items on the consent calendar except for items H8?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so moved by Councilmember Obaji, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein. And roll call vote, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, Eleanor, is there anything you need to read on these?
Yes, so H6, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2105-039, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, declaring its intention to order the maintenance and improvements of certain street lighting fixtures, appurtenances, and landscaped areas for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2021, and ending June 30th, 2022, and setting a time and place for the public protest hearing. And we have H9, adopt by 4/5 vote by title only, resolution number CC-2105-040, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a 2020-2021 fiscal year budget modification appropriating $2,790 in 2018 State Homeland Security Program SHSP grant funds. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. All right, item H8. This is an approval of the Fifth Amendment to an agreement with Leslie Scott Consulting for transit consulting professional services for an additional amount of $100,000 starting on July 1st, 2021 through end of next year. And clicking on the item here, this has been in effect since 2016. And we are continuing a contract that was, we voted on in 2016. So and who has this on this?
Mr. Baji.
Zane, do you want to say something, or staff?
Sure,
Joe, do you want to talk to this for a second?
I pulled it just because it's something that hasn't gone out to RFP. I realize that the city staff likes this vendor, but it's one of these contracts that's been renewed over and over for a significant value of $100,000. I appreciate the fact that it hasn't gone up actually with inflation, but I see a recurring pattern of us not going to RFP, and I think that we should be going to RFP. And now I realize it's May 4th, and this is for a period starting July 1st, so we may be close to getting, to where we can actually issue an RFP and get responses and the like. And even if it's Leslie Scott who ends up winning the RFP, I'm fine with that as long as we follow the process to make sure that everybody's getting an opportunity to bid on this and the like. And you can vet them by qualifications and other reviews that the other cities leave for them. So that's why I wanted to pull it.
So Joe, do we know, you were around 2016, did this go to an original RFP in the beginning when this contract was awarded in 2016?
I would have to kind of double check on that. I know we have Joyce Rooney, the transit manager, along with Lori Koike, who's overseeing the department on an interim basis. So I don't know if Joyce, if you can sort of power up and address that issue.
Hi, good evening. No, we did not go out to bid. This is a professional service that we hire a transportation consultant who has specific experience and expertise handling a wide variety of transit related projects for us. Leslie has over 30 years of transit consulting experience in marketing and transit operations, transit administration, She's helped us with a wide range of projects over the years, including implementation of a real-time information system. We rely on her for our DBE program management. In particular, for the transit center, we have to go out to bid for every single type of contract, and she helps us prepare our mailing list to identify all the DBE projects. So going out to bid in the future will be hard to find someone to fill the same need that she is performing for us. It's likely that it would end up being a team of experts versus just one person. And for the most part, Leslie does act more of as an extension of our staff team rather than a consultant that is typically hired for one specific type of project.
So is it not possible that we issue a RFP to which Leslie responds and then nobody else is able to essentially compete with her since she provides such a wide array of services for that rate, and she ends up winning?
Yes, it's possible that was the likely scenario, that we would get fewer bids, and anyone who would be bidding on it would charge, in a higher rate of pay.
Yeah, the one thing the one thing I would offer is that, I mean, we have a lot going on in the transit world right now. We're in the final stages of construction for the transit center. We're going to be opening that. There's security services. There's a number of things that Leslie's involved with. We have a new director coming on board. If the council could kind of find a way to approve this amendment, we're pretty late in the process in order to do an RFP, given the transit center being under construction. We have got a new director coming on board in a month. Have him take a look at and work with Joyce to do an RFP. As you know, as after this extension, that's what we would ask. Certainly up to the council.
So I will move to approve this, but I hope the message is getting across from every one of these meetings that we are very interested in having as much public competition for these opportunities and public funding opportunities as possible, and transparency, if nothing else. So so we can just drop this whole idea that Redondo is this town where this crony politics and the like. So I'll move to approve this additional amendment to the contract for an additional year.
Yeah, I mean, I would add to this, Joe. This has been for 6 years now. It started off as, 1 year, 2 year contract for, I don't know if it even says in here, maybe when the original amendment said in here, but this is now ballooned to $600,000. And
that's a cumulative effect. It's $100,000 a year.
Right, but the point here is when we first signed the contract for $100,000, it wasn't meant to be continual updates. I think what you're seeing now is, an RFP is definitely, we don't want to rework ourselves in a situation where we can't get rid of a vendor or can't get rid of a contractor. It's very important that we keep our eyes open, and what we're doing is getting the best services, because we don't know right now, and they could be the best services, probably are, but we got to do our due diligence. So if the new director of community services could look at that, I think it's going to be definitely helpful moving forward, because next year will be the 7th year. That's $700,000. So, okay, are there any public comments on this? Oh, Christian, did you put your hand up?
Yeah, I just want to point out the funding for this position comes from transit funds. It's not out of the general fund. Just make that.
They're public funds regardless.
Yeah.
Let's be diligent stewards over.
I didn't ask for your comment. I'm saying.
Actually, Councilman Horvath, you don't need to make a slide comment on there. The tax dollars are tax dollars. It comes from public. No private individual is paying for this unless it's a donation. So our job up here is to make sure we're spending tax dollars wisely and we're getting the best contracting services for the money that we're getting. So, all right. Are there any public comments on this?
We have no public comments on this, Mayor Pro.
All right. So we have a motion by Councilmember Obaji, and a second by Councilmember Horvath, with direction, and we'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Abaji. No, excuse me. Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Abaji.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
And I will say yes too. So, all right, that one is passed. Eleanor, is there anything you need to read for this?
No, Mayor Pro Tem, none of this one.
All right, thank you. All right, so public participation on non-agenda items. So this section, we're going to limit to 30 minutes. Anyone can raise their hands from the public, come on down and speak about items that are not on the agenda. So if it's on the agenda tonight, you can wait until we talk about it. It has to be about something that's not being discussed tonight. And it can come in via e-comment, email, or getting a Zoom link. So I don't see any hands up. I see one hand up, two hands up.
Yeah, we have a couple. I have a list of.
Okay.
So we'll go with Wayne Craig.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. This is Wayne Craig. I wanted to call a little bit about transparency in our local government. Last year, when there was a recall effort, we noticed that one of the council members was using his city-issued email address for correspondence involving a political activity, which was not legal. We reported this to the city attorney, and nothing was done about it. Subsequent, we now see that I know Councilmember Horvath, you're continuing to use a non-city issued email address to communicate with the public. I got an email back from you the other day saying, please respond to horvath.rbd3@gmail.com because I may not get email at my city address due to technical reasons. You've been using that for, I think, well over a year, and I think it's inappropriate. You are issued a publicly provided email address for correspondence with the public. And I'm just wondering what other correspondence has been taking place that may not be provided through public records request. I noticed that some have been asked for, and I've never gotten any email back saying from correspondence to that email address. I'm wondering, are you providing those? And are those being hidden perhaps from the public? Now, if you want another example, on item N5 tonight, I'm not going to talk about it because it's an agendized item, but look at page number 23. There's an email address that says to horvath.rbd3@gmail.com. I think there's something odd going on. I think you need to cease using that email address. And if there's something wrong with your city-issued email address, perhaps you should talk to our technical people to make sure it works. I'm sure Councilmember Narenheim, Horvath, and Abaji have no problem with theirs. So please make a correction to that. You are supposedly a technical person. I think that would be good to make that happen for public transparency. Thank you.
Okay, the next person is Ron Maruco.
Thank you very much, Council, for letting me speak tonight. I'm Ron Marocco. I'm Chair of the Historical Commission, and I wanted to share some things that we're doing just so you'd be aware of it. So the first thing, back in 2018, the council funded $8,000 for a museum, historical museum innovation. It's called the Clara Report. Up until this point in time, it hasn't been made available to the council, and only recently have we made it available to the public. So if you do want to see this report that money was spent on, it's available at the Historical Commission agenda packet from February 17th. It's on pages 32 to 65. Also recommend to review the Eller report from 2018, which is also a good report of what we're looking at with regards to the museum. I did want to preview a couple items that are not on the agenda that will be coming up, hopefully in the near future. One is that we're excited to have an opportunity to name a park from the Historical Commission. We passed a resolution to name a park at Ripley and Flagler as the Ito family open space. We presented to the Recs and Parks. They also agreed to it. So hopefully it'll be coming up for resolution to the City Council soon so that it can be done and have an opportunity to have that there. We are rebooting our Path of History project. For those who don't recall, over a decade ago, we had our last sign go up we are trying different things this time around. Our goal is to bifurcate the design work and the fabrication project so that we can actually put on the city's website design work for future signs so that they can actually then be funded by donations through people seeing what the signs will say. And we also would have a virtual presence, so we'd be able to bring to the public the path of history a little bit quicker. We have 2 signs that are in process. We'll be requesting SIP funds from you all pretty soon that have been already raised. One is with regards to Vincent Park. The other is to the old City Hall, but we're also looking at 4 different new sites that have physical locations and are spread out throughout the district so that some of the other districts can have a path within them. We're open to any suggestions in districts 3, 4, and 5. If you have any suggestions for locations, we're going to be considering those at our next meeting. In addition, we are doing an oral history project still, and I would encourage all of you to think about people in your districts that you would like to have oral histories. We've done a number of them at this point, and it's a good opportunity. There's 70,000 people, there's 70,000 stories, great opportunity. So I'll be following up with each of you, probably your council at your council meetings to deal with that. And then, what?
I'm sorry.
Motion to extend 1 minute.
I'll second. A second. All right, go ahead.
And then we are trying to do a project to bring the museum outdoors. You may know that our historical museum has been shut down for well over a year. We actually recognized the city's birthday at the last week. There's a sign outside the museum which has QR codes so that people can actually put their cameras up to it, and it links into his city historical information. So that's one of the things we're doing. So we have a lot of stuff going on, and we encourage you to come to our meeting and give us the thoughts. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, next one.
Person is Andrew Lesser.
There we go. You should be able to hear me. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah. I'm going to wear 2 hats tonight. The first is as a licensed medical professional, ER physician. I want to give a shout out and thank Councilmember Horvath for the upcoming event that he's going to have with physicians regarding vaccine hesitancy. I had a phone call from a coworker who's an ER nurse, and he adamantly doesn't want to get it. He says he wears the PPE, and I couldn't convince him. So I want to take this opportunity to encourage everybody, just as I did, get your vaccination. If it's a 2-shot deal, get the 2nd shot. You know, some people are reporting some side effects, a little low-grade fever sometimes, maybe some fatigue, a sore arm. Many people don't get any symptoms at all, but I can guarantee you that any symptoms that one experiences after a 1st or 2nd vaccination is minimal, short-lived, and absolutely nothing compared with the suffering one would experience by getting COVID-19, winding up in the hospital, winding up in an ICU, winding up on a ventilator. So, I just heard that President Biden is going to be shifting the allocation of vaccines around the country based on demand. So if there's a significant number of people that say, hey, I don't want it, I don't want to schedule an appointment, those doses are going to go somewhere else. And then somebody changes their mind, or their family member or somebody says, hey, I want to get the vaccine. It might not be available here. So that's a genuine concern. And my last statement as an ER physician is, even if you're fully vaccinated, if you're going to go someplace indoors with strangers, especially if their vaccination status is unknown, please continue to wear a mask, face covering both your mouth and your nose. The second thing I'd like to briefly mention is I'd like to thank Joe Salcido and everyone else In code enforcement, they were out today posting red letter notices on so-called clothing donation or collection boxes. I've spotted a couple of them. I know I've sent you all an email, but I wanted the residents to know that from time to time, private companies, for-profit companies, will deposit with or without permission of a business owner a clothing collection box in the parking lot. And I was rather stunned to see a couple of boxes in South Redondo in parking lots with the American Red Cross logo and name emblazoned upon them. They have nothing to do with these clothing boxes. They are not liable for them. The business is liable for anything that happens, any dumped clothing, trash, any accidents or injuries related to them. So if you see a clothing collection box in a parking lot of a business, especially if it's in North Redondo on Artesia Boulevard or Aviation perhaps, notify Norma Cook in code enforcement. And if it's in South Redondo, south of 190th, get in touch with Joe Salcido. These are a blight. They are a hazard and they need to be removed. And the last item I want to mention is tomorrow is coffee.
Time, Hillary. Sorry. Andy, 5 seconds.
Okay. Civic Center tomorrow, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Coffee with a Cop, Redondo Beach Civic Center.
There you go.
ED is buying, so
Thank you.
come.
Free coffee. Got it.
Right.
All right. Anyone else on?
That's it on Zoom. We have one comment. Vicki, if you could please read this.
Yes, submitted by Michelle Cohens. You must be out of your minds if you think adding anything further to Kingsdale is acceptable. You have burdened our area with enough from the transit center pallet shelter. Enough is enough. The most horrific leadership I have seen from council in the past few months, and how shameful of you to never listen to the very people who got you elected. This is for you, Obaji, being quick to approve extension of Kingsdale for pallet, not even considering other options like Brand so graciously did, like a true respectful leader. Enough with saying you haven't heard of anyone complaining about the location. Have you tried to reach out to the actual impacted residents there? Have you asked for input from the horrible stories people in that area have dealt with firsthand? Reach out to Kingsdale and Fermona and get input from people who live on those streets and have a direct impact, not you or others who approve of it, who are miles away where it doesn't seem to bother them. Act like a leader, not a yes man to everything Naren and Lowen say. District 4, this is who you elected. Do not forget the blatant disregard he showed us he has for his own district. That completes the comments under non-agenda items.
Thank you, Vicki. Thank you, Eleanor. Appreciate it. So that concludes this non-agenda participation. So our next item is public hearings, and we have one public hearing tonight on a CBG block, community development block grant funds, which is public federal funding. But before we do that, do we have any ex parte communications? I'll start off with Councilmember.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, you had moved up council referrals.
Oh, that's right.
That was part of the motion earlier.
Good catch, Joe. Thank you. So let's see here. Actually, I have one, but I'll let Councilmember Lowenstein. Do you have anything, council referrals to staff?
I do not tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Horvath, do you have anything for staff tonight?
Nothing at this time.
Okay. Councilmember Obaji, do you have anything for staff tonight?
Just a couple. First is a direction to the city attorney's office to look at the agreements that we have with Spectrum and Frontier, because the power lines in District 4 and potentially even District 5, or not power lines, the utility lines are just so blighted. The cords are curled all over. It's like they come and they extend a cord to a new residence and they don't care how they do it. And there's got to be something in our utility agreements that require them to not blight or else to maintain them with ordinary care, because they're not doing that. And if there's nothing in our agreements that we can rely on, then there's just got to be a regular nuisance doctrine, because these people with the blight that they're creating, these utilities are creating a nuisance, and it's devaluing properties here and frankly upsetting residents. I could take a picture of these poles right here that are behind me. If you could see the top of them, and you'd just be, you'd be astounded.
Well, we can't, yeah, I don't know if that's an agenda item. We haven't talked about that. Code enforcement looks into those, and this is an area that is heavily regulated by state law, as well as city law. That's changed tremendously over the past, at least during my time in office. And so I would respectfully request that you make a complaint to code enforcement, maybe offline, before we agendize that. Because
how about I make a referral to code enforcement to take action on that?
You can't. So that would be improper for a legislature to tell code enforcement to take action on something that you argue is a criminal case. So this is like, so you've brought it to code enforcement's attention, I believe, by making this referral. If you want to have a discussion and the council votes for it, we can have that discussion. But you know, I haven't seen it. I don't know if it's something that code enforcement would believe will investigate and then can bring to our office if you think it's a criminal matter, but it's not a matter of contract review.
All right, so how about we agendize discussion on our options to clean up the utility cords in North Redondo? Can we do that?
Well, what I would add to that is I've had this exact issue in South Redondo a couple of times, and I've also have an issue. I don't know if it's city property, but the conduits in like the harbor area and some other places. So I would rather have maybe amend this to maybe have a broader discussion with the utility providers as to the services that they're providing to us and residents and issues and complaints surrounding that. Would that sound better to you, Mr. Webb?
It does, and I also think you'll get more better results in terms of their quasi public areas. So I think those photos, having them down here, like you did with the post office, having them down here and explain to you, and you can cover the whole city, and we leave the sticky area of you trying to direct code enforcement to take criminal action and the overlay of state control of utilities. I think it would be great to have, if the council wants to have Spectrum and Frontier come give a presentation about concerns about at least, if nothing else, the aesthetic impact, if not blight, that they're having on the community. I think that would be a good discussion, and you may get more with that.
That sounds good, and I guess while we're at it, maybe let's throw SCE in there in case some of these lines belong to them. I just don't want somebody to point to like, oh, but that's not our line. Yep. That's their line.
That's a good call because the power poles are probably owned by them. The yellow tickets. So, okay, right. I'll second that, or unless someone else would second that. Is that clear, Joe? Is that clear direction for you? Did you understand that motion?
Yeah, I understand the issue, and we would basically create a report. We would invite the utilities in, share some information with them in advance, and kind of enter into a public dialogue about what can be done to work with the utilities to kind of improve conditions. So just the question would be sort of how quickly do you want this to happen?
I know you guys are busy with the budget. I mean, this isn't something that we expect to disappear right away. So let's give you guys adequate time. I don't want
so maybe bring it back in July. Would that be all right?
Yeah, I feel like we've done a lot in July. So maybe let's say August, just to spread things out.
July and August. Okay.
Perfect. Any?
Thank you, Joe.
Motion a second. Anyone opposed to that idea? No. Okay. So it is ordered. Mr. Baji, anything else?
Yes, I would like to, unless I'm jumping over something else that we planned on doing relative to the dog parks, but I'd like to ask staff to investigate areas where we could have a dog run, like in this area on Perry Park, in this area of Andrews Park right here, and actually apply to SCE for not a whole dog park covering this whole area, but just like a little run here on the side, and use as a model for that the Live Oak Park in Manhattan Beach. It's not an area that requires a whole lot of square footage. It's long and thin. It's fenced in by about 4 feet, and it keeps the dogs away from children. And I think that everybody's in favor of that, at least from the research I've done and talking to folks. And I'm not even a dog owner, but it seems.
Can I?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could we make it a budget response report? Because I also you reminded me that I wanted to do a BRR for the dog park, for the improvements in the dog park. And I'm wondering if maybe we do a BRR between that and what you're talking about as well, too, in terms of improvements.
Yeah, you guys would know better what form this should take. So
yeah, I have a location at Alta Vista by the racquetball courts. That's kind of a dry and barren. Would be a small little dog run for small dogs. I think would be as well. So yeah, I'd rather do a budget response report on that. That way we know what the costing is on that, and then potentially fund it. That would work for me. Joe, do you understand that?
Yeah, it would be, if you could go over again the locations. I mean, we can give you some kind of general per linear foot costs, but if there are specific locations, I didn't write them down when we shared them.
Hey, Councilmember Albashi, do you want to reach out to Joe after or during the meeting, or send him an email? And anyone that has, any other customer that has locations they want to add to this potential report, we can add that, and then they have it in writing, they know where to go.
Sounds good.
Okay, let's do that. Anything else, Councilmember Baji?
For now, that's it. Thank you. Thank you for indulgence.
Okay. Councilmember MD?
I was going to bring this up at N5, but since this might be my only chance, I'll do a referral to bring back to closed session possible litigation regarding housing. And it would have to be by next Tuesday.
I'll second that.
Okay. Anyone opposed? All right. It is done. I have two things. Mr. Webb, I had it written down, and of course, I don't know where I wrote it down at. We were tonight supposed to have the Reed's agenda item tonight, and we've talked about it, and I'm glad we don't, because it's a packed night. But I'd like to re-agendize the conversation regarding the Reed's Drive apron.
Right.
And
so I would say the motion that you made that the council approved was to bring back the same title. And as we discussed, the same title would cause a great deal of confusion and angst, because it was actually, the last title was reconsideration of the blue zone. And you can imagine how that would have been received if that shown up on the agenda. So I think we talked about, we're going to meet with staff, you and I, tomorrow at 3. And you, I think, want to agendize discussion of the Reed property and other potential discussion and other potential items. We're meeting late tomorrow and we're closed Friday, so it will come without a staff report. I'll try blue folder one once we have our discussion and get that, by 3 o'clock Tuesday, so you can all have it when you're going through it.
Okay. Anyone opposed to that discussion? Updated discussion?
We may want to just offer to include the minutes from when this was previously discussed. There's been multiple times where it's been on the agenda. That may be helpful from a background standpoint.
Yeah, that'd be good. Absolutely. Okay. No one's opposed. It'll be it for next week. I have question referral update. So lots of skateboarders in District 1 all over the place right now. The kids at Riviera Village, while it's skateboarding is not a crime, they're doing some other stuff that's just causing havoc. What is the update on the design build or design contract? Do we have a contract in hand? Is it signed? Is it design build? Did we award someone with it? What's the status on that?
There's an issue that has arose in whether there's a conflict of interest, because the people that you worked with want to bid on the contract. And so we're trying to resolve that issue. So it's being worked on.
Okay.
It probably won't be, with the budget being due by the 16th and the housing now and next week, I'm thinking, early to mid-June.
Okay.
Why can't we let them bid if it's an open competition?
We want to know if there's a conflict, if it would be a crime to award the contract to them. So.
Okay.
It's a close call, and we'll talk about it when it's agendized. Either whatever my office's determination is.
Okay, perfect. Good to know. All right. So no other referrals. Onward ho. Next item. So this is public hearing on CDBG funds, and these are federal grant funds. And before we get going for a public hearing, we need to tell the public and the world, as council members and voting members have talked about, if we've talked about to anyone. And some of the members of the public love hearing some of the more detail other than we talked to someone. So I'll go first, and I'll say that I believe I had a conversation with Councilmember Lowenstein on this, and we talked briefly about the item. I looked at the agenda since then in more detail. I have not talked to staff or anyone else in the public. So Councilmember Lowenstein, you are next.
I talked to Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim and the public.
Councilmember Horvath.
No one.
Councilmember Obaji.
Nobody.
Councilmember MD.
No one.
All right, perfect. Moving right along. So do you have a motion to open up the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Anyone against? All right. So moved. All right, moving along. Okay, Lori, take it away.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Lori Koike, Interim Community Services Director. Tonight we are holding the second public hearing to consider the Community Development Block Grants 2021 to 2022 Annual Action Plan. Before I begin the presentation, I do want to introduce Damian Delaney from Michael Baker International. Damian is our invaluable CDBG consultant and will help us walk through the process tonight and also provide some historical background as necessary. So on that note, I will start sharing my screen. Again, tonight is the second public hearing. The first public hearing was on, I forgot.
Last week, 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago. My memory. CDBG program receives annual allocation for eligible programs and projects. This year, our funding is $290,479, of which we'll see look at the allocation in a few slides. The next step is for the city to complete an annual action plan before HUD funds the appropriation. Purpose of the annual action plan is to identify the city's housing, community development needs, strategies, and goals to determine how CDBG funds will be allocated for fiscal year 2021 to 2022. As you can see from the chart, the funding for 2021 to 2022 is slightly higher than the 2020 to 2021 funding. The city started receiving funding in 1986, and year to date has received $16 million. You saw this pie chart during the last presentation. This shows the allocation per HUD requirements. The two different accounts or allocations that are capped are the 20% for administration and fair housing, and the 15% for public service agency funding. Another note for the 20% is that you'll see that it's noted as administration and fair housing. The city contracts with HRC as Housing Rights Center for $20,000, and that amount is removed automatically from the $58,000. The rest remaining for administration. Public service agencies are listed here. In March of this year, Michael Baker International sent letters to various public service agencies. The list of this list represents those that responded to the letter. The representatives from these organizations will have an opportunity to speak to you just later on in the presentation. Again, it's the 1736 Family Crisis Center regarding relating to women and youth who are victims of domestic violence. Redondo Beach Salvation Army Meals on Wheels, hot meals for the elderly and disabled. South Bay Family Health Care Center, free and low-cost dental services to low-income residents of Redondo Beach. St. Paul's United Methodist Church Project Needs, meals for those experiencing homelessness. This is their activity is coordinated with the city homeless services for coordinated entry system processing. The next is Disability Community Resource Center. Again, a support organization for people with disabilities and seniors. CityNet provides navigation assistance for people experiencing homelessness. And Exodus Recovery, which provides resources and skills provides resources for those to help maintain permanent housing. The proposed CDBG project activities also includes what you see here. Home repairs could be plumbing, electrical, heating emergencies. The ADA accessibility can also include chair lifts, modifications to plumbing, fixtures, items such as grab bars. And the way this works is that for those who can apply to this program, it's a grant up to $5,000. The application comes to community services. This is another item that we coordinate with Damien, our consultant. Again, the actual annual action plan schedule started in April 6th, and there has been a 30-day review period for the public to comment on the plan. Today is the second public hearing in which we will adopt the annual action plan. And then May 15th, the document is submitted to HUD through CDBG or through Michael Baker International. And again, we'll hold a public hearing and solicit input from residents and interested parties regarding the priorities for the upcoming year. Consider public service grant recommendations and adopt the fiscal year 2021 to 2022 annual action plan. And there we have the presentation.
All right, thank you.
Would you like me sharing the screen, and then we can always come back to any of the charts?
Perfect, perfect. So I noticed here right off the top of the bat, you don't have, what's the cheat, St. Andrews in South Redondo on here. Did they receive funds last year? St. Vincent, St. Andrews? I
will ask Damien to share information. Damien has been working with the city and is very knowledgeable about the history of.
Yeah, I remember St. Paul's United Methodist Church up there in North Redondo, but I thought I saw two other ones. Damien?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem. Last year, they did not receive funding. If I recall correctly, they were approved, and then when their contract came before council, the contract was not approved at that time.
That was
Two years ago.
2 years ago. That was a
And
different.
they did not apply for funding last year.
Yeah, that was a different church. I thought St. Andrew's on PCH and Avenue D received funding.
First United Methodist, I think, on Broadway as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Councilman
First
Lowenstein,
United.
you're correct. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Okay. Okay. And let's see, another question I had. Citywide curb ramps. These are what curb ramps are we doing? Do we have a list of projects or targeted for public works? Is this the ones that we're doing where we're doing resurfacing?
So after approval tonight, the Public Works Director usually sends us a list and a map showing the locations. I haven't received anything yet, but I see that he's on, so I will let him speak to that.
Okay.
Thank you, Damien. Yeah, we typically wait until we confirm the value or the allocation that's available for us, and then we will identify the list of locations. They can be incorporated into other CIPs, but we try to trigger and identify projects that are standalone, and that's what these funds will be used for as well.
Okay, perfect. Excess recovery, is that, I didn't get the address on that. Is that the one on Catalina and Avenue A?
Avenue C.
Avenue C? Okay, that is. Okay. No one even knows they're there. It's kind of cool, actually. So, important resource. All right. Any hands up? I don't see any hands up from the council. Anyone from the public?
Okay, so I have some, I don't know if any of the panelists would like to speak for L1. You can, I can pick them or I can have them if you can raise your hand.
You mean attendees, not panelists?
No, panelists, because there's panelists that are here for
the
meeting. And then, and to make sure they were able to come and speak. And then attendees, we do have, I think, one in the attendees here. Okay, so we have one person. So Yuki, there you go. Oh, you can, let's see. I don't know where the video plays.
I tried to be video out.
Yeah, I don't see your
video. No video.
No video.
Oh, here we go. There we go. Now you can start. Yeah, because she's a panelist. She can.
Okay.
Not sure why it's not.
Hi.
There we go.
I think the voice is coming, but I don't.
Yeah, I don't see the video part. I'm not sure why.
I try.
Okay.
No worries.
Okay. So we are the excess recovery. So our office is on the Catalina and Avenue C. We've been serving for the clients who has a mental illness. And we are funded by Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health, and we call it FSP services, which is Full Services Partnership. This is the philosophy is whatever it takes. So whatever it takes, helping the clients, we do whatever. So we providing the transportations, we are sometimes cleaning to the clients. We do, again, do whatever. And 3 years ago, because of this homelessness is very severe in Los Angeles County, so Los Angeles DMH starting to providing specializing services for FSP homeless. And this is my program. So since 3 years ago, we are starting to providing services specializing for homeless project. We get help from Harbor Interface and PASS and all like church and community support
to be engaging with homeless individual, to be helping them to be moving out from street and going to be transitional housing. While they are in a transitional housing, we are educating themselves to be giving to like life skill, how to cook, how to clean, and we are helping to them to be going to permanent housing. And this funding we requested for is after the people who get the permanent housing. So current budget from the Los Angeles County, after they get the permanent housing, they get the minimum needs, which is bed and sofa and plates. And the homeless individual all of a sudden get the good amount of the like 1 bedroom, and only there's a bed and a sofa. And that is actually get the more social isolations, and they are more try to be feeling comfortable to back to the street. So we are always working for housing, the detentions for housing to stay in the permanent housing. So this funding we like to be utilizing to buy the TV, buy the internet services, buy some computer device, so they can be stay at the house, and they've been connecting to entertain with themselves, and they can continue to maintain their permanent services.
Time.
Perfect. Thank you, Yuki, for doing this service. Like I said earlier a minute ago, as a council member of this district, I driven by a few times. I've never gotten a single complaint about your organization, your group. No one even knows you're there. You do a great job. So thank you for doing what you're doing over there. And to hear that you're working with Harbor Interfaith and all these other organizations, that's fantastic. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's see, we have Juliano Santos.
Yes. Good evening. Thanks so much for this opportunity. So I'm Demetrio Santos. I work at the Salvation Army in Redondo Beach. We have here three different programs. So, but just about the Meals on Wheels, the last year we delivered more than 34,000 meals in beach cities. And in Redondo Beach, we delivered almost 10,000 meals. So, as I think is a good program exactly in this time when we talk about the pandemic. So, and thank you so much for your help too. And it's a pleasure for us to be partners.
No, thank you. I've heard nothing but great stories. A lot of volunteers to help you guys out down there, and I've heard fantastic things. And I wish we could give you guys more money. I mean, you guys do a fantastic job. So your Meals on Wheels program is very, very, very beneficial and very popular. So thank you for all that you guys do. I worked with Salvation Army exactly a year ago at the Project Room Key in Sunrise Hotel. You guys, great group of people, great command staff. I learned a lot about your group, so thank you for everything you guys do. Learned a lot. So, all right, next up.
Wait, can we also thank him for the work he's done with the pallet shelters, and also to say goodbye, because I think this is the last CDBG that we're going to see him. He's been transferred out, so we'll be seeing a new captain. So thank you for all you've done for Redondo, and appreciate you and your leadership.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure for me working here in this community. Thank you.
Awesome. Wow. Congrats on serving well done.
Anyone
else? Todd?
No, nothing. Just wanted to thank him.
All right. Any other public comment?
Yes, Michelle Nadeau. Okay.
Can you hear me? Let me see. Am I there?
Yes.
Yep. You're seeing you and hear you.
How are you guys? It's good to see you guys again. Nice to meet you, Councilman Obaji. And I am sorry that Mr. Brand is not here this evening. My phone is doing weird things, so hopefully it'll keep going during this thing. But I just wanted to say, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Michelle Nadeau. I am the outreach coordinator for 1736 Family Crisis Center. Just want to thank you for your continued support with community development block grant funding for our domestic violence and services program. I think when I was here remotely last year, I think we're about a couple of months in to the pandemic. And I think I remember saying that we were in a challenging time, and that was a complete understatement as we faced many unforeseen challenges in those subsequent months. For like our Redondo Beach shelter staff, they shop for 25 residents. And during the height of the hoarding, we're having, we struggled just to find groceries, just enough milk, meat, diapers, and eggs for our residents in shelter. And that was something that just kind of caught us off guard, for them to go into the stores and find nothing on the shelves. And it was really just a concerted effort to get them through the weekend with enough food for all of our residents. But also we had to quickly develop modifications to our processes to continue to help those in need while complying with the safety protocols of the pandemic. And probably most of all within our shelter, an immediate increase to our technology capabilities there was crucial to transition our children to remote school instruction and all of our other clients to remote sessions with their case managers. So, I'd like to say that we did it. I mean, our staff did it, but we all did it. We couldn't do it without the help of and support of outside agencies, in particular, the city of Redondo Beach. And so with your help, we're able to meet every single challenge. And I'm really proud to say that we continue our shelter services for individuals and families fleeing domestic violence and trafficking. And although our services are remote, we continue to provide therapy and counseling, legal services, and housing assistance. And we value your support now more than ever. And thank you for, we've been partners for a long time, and we are very grateful that you share our mission in our efforts to bring safety and healing to the residents of Redondo Beach who are in crisis. And I do want to mention in the slideshow, in the presentation, it did mention domestic violence support for women and children, but we have served men. We do have men who are in crisis and who suffer from domestic abuse as well. So we serve everyone who is in need, regardless of gender identification. But we thank you for your continued support with CDBG funding.
Thank you. Thank you for all that you do, and we're more than happy to help out. This community does a lot, and I'm very grateful, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I also have Faye Norman. Let me just move her to let's see here. Where'd she go? Okay.
Hello.
There we go.
Hi, Faye. We hear you.
Hi. Was that on? Oh.
Yep.
There you go.
I have to do things on my end. Hello. Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. I'm just grateful to be here this year to see you all. I think we skipped last year because we were right in the midst of everything going on with COVID-19. So I'm just very happy to give you all some updates. Yearly, you support our dental clinic, and due to COVID-19, we were closed for 6 months. So we opened back up in October of this year, and we've served 317 patients since we've opened. We suffered a 42% decrease in patient care. What we have noticed, though, is our homeless care has gone up. So although we suffered a decrease, I think our homeless patients have almost doubled. We served 488 homeless patients. I think that I want to say my numbers were right before COVID hit, but that was something that stood out to me when we were putting together our application this year. So another thing and we're fully telehealth now. So we've been very busy. Like I can hear from everyone else, it was hard when we first started, just having to close the clinic and even having to close all the clinics for a while. And then we went on to doing telephonic healthcare first, and then we moved fully into telehealth. So that's a good thing. Another great thing about right now, the city of Redondo Beach, we're making a deeper impact working with you. We have, I don't know if others know, but we have a vaccine clinic in Redondo Beach. We have partnered with Beach City Health District. So we are here until June 25th doing vaccines. So that's really good for us. And we are here Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 8:30 to 3:30 p.m. So I think that's just a deeper impact, that as things change and we're moving in society, that we were able to kind of step up to the plate like everyone else and see us all coming together and partnering. So this is, it's truly been an honor coming on the other side, even though we're not fully through it, just to see that we were all able to, pull together and get things going in the city and deepen our partnership, I think is wonderful. So I just really came to say thank you. Thank you all for continuing to support us over the years, and thank you for letting us make a deeper impact working with the city with providing vaccinations.
Thank you. Yeah.
Niels, you're
Oh, there it is. I'm unmuted now. Sorry. Thank you very much, Faye. Really appreciate that. Yeah, let's get the vaccinations out there. Anyone else?
Yeah, we have, let's see, Troy Lazek. I'm not sure how you say his last name, but.
Tori.
Oh, Tori.
Tori, are you there?
There, check.
There you go.
Yep. Hi there. Thank you. I'm with Project Needs Food and Clothing Pantry out of St. Paul's United Methodist Church, 2600 Nelson Avenue. This is our 31st year around here as a real grassroots effort. We're a local community resource. This is my 21st year of being a volunteer with the group. We extend a heartfelt thanks to everyone for the support that we've had over the years. And I'm sure you've heard, if there's ever a year where we really needed to shine in the face of the challenges the pandemic brought, I'm proud to say that we were able to really rise to the challenges. From this past year, about 75% of our visitors have been Redondo Beach residents to our weekly dinners. And then for our pantry guests, when we handed out groceries, about 60% of our guests have been Redondo residents. We've had grandmothers that are raising their own grandchildren come by. We've had single moms who are raising children who are on the autism spectrum that have needed extra help. And we've seen an increase in guests who seem to be living in their cars. We've had tremendous support from our local Girl Scout troops coming over and doing their community service projects, especially bagging and organizing personal hygiene products. We had several local residents reached out. They needed to get used laptops to be able to help their kids that were trying to navigate this new homeschool situation. And we spent the year making home deliveries to people who said they were fearful to go to grocery stores, but they needed or couldn't afford the groceries and the hand sanitizers and things. So we helped out with that. It really has tested the limits of food pantries everywhere, which is why we just appreciate very much and count on continued support as part of the network of community groups doing such a great job in Redondo Beach. Thanks very much.
Thank you for all that you do up there. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes the comments from Zoom, and we have no e-comments.
Okay, Councilmember MD, your hand is up.
Just a shout out to the different organizations that support organizations such as 1736 and the different community groups. Redondo Beach has a big heart. For example, just this weekend, Redondo Beach Kiwanis is hosting a Mother's Day program for the people at 1736. I know the Elks Clubs does a lot, and there's many more. And it just goes to show how big of heart the residents have and also how great these organizations are. And with that, I'm looking at the list of instructions on this item, and don't we usually close the public hearing before we adopt, or do we just adopt? Okay,
first.
so I'd like to make a motion that we close the public hearing.
Hold on, I know Zane's got something to say.
Oh,
More-
sorry,
wants
I
to
didn't
ask
see
any
your hand. I
questions.
apologize.
No worries.
I'm good. I'll second that.
Also, Mayor Pro Tem, we also do have a spreadsheet that shows all of the different allocations for whenever you would like to start viewing that.
What do you mean by that? And admit it to the record, the spreadsheet?
It has a breakdown of all the different, all the individual allocations for the public service agencies, along with the other allocations, just to kind of at a glance view for whenever you would like to see that.
Okay, you want to do a screenshot? I'm not sure. Do we need to move that admit it part of the record? I mean, does anyone in the council want to see the breakdown? I think we have it in the report here as well. So
It's available to you if you're interested.
Oh, got it. Okay, perfect. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to close public hearing. If there's no more public comment or questions from the council to get any more further information. No more, so Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
All right, so public hearing is now closed on this. Do we have
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the 2021-2022 action plan.
Second.
perfect motion on the floor to adopt, seconded by Obaji. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Baji.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
And Councilmember Narenheim, Mayor Pro Tem, aye for both of those items, by the way. So both passing unanimously. Let's see, that closes that up. Is there a little bit of echo right now on someone? All right, after L1, we said we were going to do, what we do, N5, what was the motion again on that one?
We're going to do N1 and then N5.
N1, N5. Okay. Oh, that's right. Perfect. Okay. N1. So, this is the CalPERS unfunded accrued liability. So this is the bond issue, the $200 million potential bond issuance. So, wow, I've had a lot of discussions with a lot of people on this one. So yeah, Marnie, why don't you take this away and we'll go from there.
Thank you. Good evening. I am Marnie Ruland, the Finance Director. And as you know, we sent out an RFQ or request for qualifications for underwriting services for a bond issue to refinance our unfunded liability with CalPERS. Staff from both the city and Cosmont Transaction Services have been going through the selection process, and the recommended firms are Stiefel and Ramirez as joint managers. This is a unanimous recommendation from city and KTS staff, together with Budget and Finance Commissioner Jerry Woodham, who sat on an interview panel with us. Then the Budget and Finance Commission met on April 22nd and agreed with the recommendation of these two firms. Tonight we have Dan Masiello of KTS with us. He has a presentation that'll walk us through our selection process. And at the conclusion of his presentation, then he'll be available for questions together with Sarah Brown of Stiefel and Raul Amezcua from Ramirez. So with that, Dan, if you want to share your presentation.
Thank you, Marnie. I will put that up on the screen right now. Bear with me. Back to Zoom. Share screen. Okay, can everybody see that?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, city staff, members of the public. I'm happy to be back here again tonight, virtually in front of Redondo Beach. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, a small point of order. We are not actually doing bonds tonight. This is actually just one step of the process. So I think somebody said earlier this should go quickly. I will do my best to accommodate that. Certainly able to stay and answer as many questions as anybody would like, for sure. So without any further ado, as Ms. Rulin pointed out, let's see, change the slides here. There we go. We assisted the city with, I am Dan Masiello, Senior Vice President from Cosmos Transaction Services. We're the city's municipal advisor, and we were assisting the city with evaluating and potentially undertaking an issuance of financing, of issuing securities to refinance the city's unfunded accrued liability. We have been assisting the city with the whole process, and we were at the next step. So as a brief a review of where we have been, we previously presented to the Finance Commission in February, the Budget and Finance Commission, and then this body, the notion of the potential and the opportunity that exists to refinance the unfunded accrued liability to help rein in the dramatically rising pension costs. And this body directed staff and KTS to explore those refinancing options and to assemble a team in order to put together those set of options and bring to the council for possible consideration. So we are right in the middle of that process right now. You've already undertaken to install the legal team. This is part of that process where we ran the process to determine who would be a good underwriter for the city and make a recommendation about that. As Marnie mentioned, there were 9 responses and we interviewed 6 firms. We'll get into the details of that in a second. And the process was run by a small committee or panel that consisted of Marnie Rulin, Jerry Woodham from the Finance Commission, Marnie Rulin, as I mentioned, Larry Cosma, and myself. So moving right along, here are the, as you can tell from this list, this is quite a expansive search. We wanted to make sure that we didn't leave anybody out that we could think of that would possibly be qualified. And there are many household names in this list, as you can see. So we sent out 16 requests for qualifications and we received 9 statements of qualifications in return. The firms with the check marks next to them are the ones that were determined by us and staff to invite in for interviews. So the process was quite detailed. It started with this request for qualifications, the questions of which are included as Appendix A to this presentation, which I believe is available to you. What we were trying to do was kind of determine, did these firms meet minimum criteria that would best serve the city? Obviously, do they have the necessary capital to behave and perform underwriting services? What is their experience? What is their track record? What sort of legal issues, if any, do they face? And we are happy to report that everybody that responded could absolutely have underwritten this issue, could have worked for the city. There were no issues that anybody was disqualified by. It actually was very difficult to come up with the recommendations tonight because everybody did such a great job and everybody was very well qualified. So the city really was benefiting from this competitive process. So the 6 firms that were selected, as we mentioned before, the panel that I mentioned previously, we held interviews on April 20th. It was a marathon day. Interviews all were about 45 minutes or so. We scheduled them for an hour and then they ran over, which we kind of anticipated. But we allowed ourselves a little bit of time after each interview to discuss what we had just heard and the responses to the questions we had just received to keep everything fresh in our minds. And then at the end of the day, that same panel also had sort of a meeting. It took about 45 minutes, I'd say, that we reviewed everything and to determine who we thought the recommendations to both the Budget and Finance Commission first and then to the City Council should be. So we did take this presentation you're seeing now initially to the Budget and Finance Commission. And to their credit, they were extremely thorough. I think the meeting was about an hour and a half long. Lots of questions were asked. We certainly went through as many details as the commission members wanted to learn more about. And at the end of that meeting, the commission did vote 7-0 to support the recommendation that Marnie mentioned earlier, that Stiefel and Ramirez be joint senior managers of the transaction. During the entire process, it became pretty obvious. We're talking potentially about a very large bond issue. It could be as much as $215 million. And we felt the city we as a municipal advisor believed the city would benefit from more than one underwriter, but we didn't want to have it be a circus either. It's a lot of bonds, but it's not the state of California level of bonds either. So we believe that the selection of two underwriters will serve the city very well. Not only will it improve our additional market coverage and the capacity and distribution capabilities, additional salespeople, we'll have an entire, two entire sets of investment bankers who are very experienced and will bring a lot of knowledge to the city. During this process, we canvassed the interviewees. We were asking them what they felt a reasonable compensation would be, what a total underwriter's discount is, how an underwriter is paid. It's called an underwriter's discount or gross spread. What would that level be in their estimation for an issue of this size, for issuer of such as Redondo Beach with your excellent credit rating? And pretty uniformly, everybody was in a pretty narrow range between about $2.50 to $4 per 1,000 issued. So on an issue size of over $200 million, we're talking in the range between $550,000 to something less than $800,000. So while that is a lot of money, as a percentage of those bonds issued, we're just a little above the 0.25% range. That issue specifically has not been determined yet. The RFQ specifically was not a proposal. We would like to, we being the municipal advisor, of course, and with staff, interview and negotiate with the underwriting team to what they think will be a fair compensation, and we will be bringing that back to council, which we're going to get into in a minute. So no decisions have been made, but this is the band, which we were very happy to hear. We thought that this was very reasonable, and as the negotiations unfold in that regard, we will be requesting and also doing our own research as to what the prevailing market is for this sort of compensation as well. So pretty much, if the council agrees with this recommendation to appoint Stiefel and Ramirez, that will enable the financing team, the rest of us, to continue the process. And we are working diligently, but we are at a point in time where we need to have the professional underwriting staff on board and able to, in order to enable us to bring to the council the suggested structure of the issue. So the next steps would be that we will appear again before council if all goes according to schedule. And it's aggressive, and certainly this is an optimistic schedule, but we're going to be working towards it. We would come back before you at the next council meeting with some options, with recommendations, with structures for you to consider. Still up for consideration is the actual legal structure. Is this going to be a lease revenue bond, or should the city undertake the validation process and do a pension obligation bond? What sort of level of repayment should the city consider? Would it be refinance all of this UAL 100%, or should it be something else, 90%, 85%? And what sort of repayment structure? Should it be level? Should it be increasing? Should it be declining? Which budget years should we target for savings? That sort of stuff. We're going to put together a menu of options that we'll evaluate with staff first, of course, and run through them, and then determine which would be the menu that we would present to council for your consideration. And we're hoping that presentation would occur at the next council meeting, which would just be a presentation similar to tonight. No actual official action, but we would be seeking direction so we could then complete the work and put together the action items for consideration at the next meeting, which is currently scheduled for June 1st. And that will be also a regular meeting of the Community Financing Authority. The Community Financing Authority, if it does become a lease revenue bond, that will be the meeting at which the Community Financing Authority would approve it. And if it needs to be a pension obligation bond per your direction on the 18th, then at that meeting, we would have a different set of documents. It would be the initial approval of a bond issue and a validation package, basically the petition. So that process will play itself out. We will bring back to council the presentation, and then based on the direction from the presentation, we will bring back the action item, currently scheduled to happen in early June. It could be a little bit later than that in terms of timing, depending on the structure the city chooses. if the city chooses a lease revenue bond structure, and we can get into this a little bit if you'd like, that gives the city some flexibility about reimbursing itself if the city would like to prepay the fiscal year 2022 UAL payment and save the 3%. If it wanted to do the pension obligation bond, the city wouldn't be able to issue bonds until the fall at the earliest. And so that would just kind of answer itself what payments have to be made. That is it for this brief review of what we did to come up with those recommendations. I'm certainly happy to entertain any questions and do my best to answer them.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. First, I want to thank Jerry Woodham from the Budget Finance Commission. He was on there with you guys all day for the interviews. He's going above and beyond as a commissioner, so that's awesome. He has lots of experience and history in what he's doing there.
I should have mentioned a little bit more, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, that he was an absolute gem. He was so valuable to our process. It was really great to have him, and he asked some of the best questions for sure. So we really are grateful for his time and effort.
Awesome. Yeah, I talked to him too, and he was very happy to be a part of it. So I'm glad you guys reached out. That's great. Use those community volunteers that know what's going on. I don't really have any other real questions or any other comments on that. I did watch the budget finance meeting. It was a great meeting. It was very, very in depth. So a lot of my questions have been answered. So Laura.
You were mentioning about the different choices that we have. We already had a presentation on that. So are you going to be simply bringing back what it is, or with a little more detail this time as to the actual numbers? Because before it was just an estimate, correct?
That's right, council member. We were speaking more in orders of magnitude previously. You have the size of a UAL. We should analyze how much we should repay, if anything, and how to go about it. But the next time we will have some specific recommendations, or we'll have both specific recommendations and the options we considered, or at least a pared down. I mean, I could present 1,000 options, right? We have to kind of do some work for you and bring to you a set of options that make some sense. So we'll have sort of mile markers, if you will, that will kind of explain the process we went through. If you go this route with sensitivity analyses, what if the market changes? If you pay this level, if you pay that level with this repayment structure. So we'll try and marry all that together and have some more. We will marry all that together, and we'll have some more precise guidance for you based on some more real-time estimates and specific numbers and variables.
And if I could, Councilwoman, the other thing we need to consider is the recommendations and advice provided by our underwriting team. We didn't want to jump that step. We wanted to bring them on board, seek their counsel, and then provide you a complete recommendation and set of options. This is also going to flow into our budget consideration. We are going to need, I believe, as part of our proposed budget for next fiscal year, to include some level of UAL repayment reimbursement from our 21-22 payment to PERS in order to balance. So that's going to flow through our budget considerations as well. So that package that you'll see from us in the proposed budget here in a couple of weeks in May will also be part of your bond considerations and ultimate selections in May and June. So they all flow together, and we needed that underwriting team to be part of that consideration.
Exactly. And so just a quick reminder to anybody watching that's interested in that is that we did have that presentation. It was a little more nebulous, and then this is now going to have basically the same with a little more detail and a little more clarity. I'd like to acknowledge that the Budget and Finance did this unanimously. Your process was quite detailed on your presentation. So honestly, of course, we should hear from the other hands up, but I would make the motion that we approve Stifel and Ramirez to perform underwriting services as joint senior managers for the proposed CalPERS unfunded accrued liability refinance.
A second.
Thank you.
Okay. Motion is second. Let's see, who was next? Is it Todd or Dave? Todd.
Yeah, thank you. I have a little bit of, I guess I have an echo. I have a little bit of familiarity with Stifel. I used to actually work in the same building as their home office. Dan, I had a good conversation with Commissioner Woodham, and I also would like to thank him for all the help that he provided. One of the things he mentioned to me that Stifel does is produce a video, like a 5-minute video that can be used to sell the bonds to various investors, which kind of highlights, our credit rating, our city, familiarizes investors that might not be very familiar with Redondo Beach, to get them interested in purchasing the bonds. Can you kind of touch on that?
Sure, and Sarah Brown from Stifel is on the line too. I don't know if you'd like to hear from her directly, but
sure, that'd be great.
Impressive aspects of the interviews, and actually kind of ended up having Stifel's interview be the longest one of the day because everybody was pretty interested in that aspect of it. So they had cited some recent cases where they had used that tactic and approach with other cities into what they felt were really positive successes. They were able to trace the views of the video back to firms that ended up placing orders, and it was a very high positive correlation, if I'm not mistaken. And again, that was definitely one of the selling points that we found to be very attractive to their overall performance. I know, Sarah, if you'd like to jump on and
yeah. Hi, hopefully you can hear me. I'm Sarah Brown from Stifel. Thank you, council members, for letting me join you tonight and to address that question. I really appreciate the question. And so the purpose of the video is a couple-fold. Certainly, you may be more familiar with an offering statement that one would get for an initial public offering. It's a 200+ page document that is dense with disclosures and charts and financial information. The purpose of the video is to complement that by really particularizing the credit to investors, to let them have more tangible evidence of what you all know about the community. We like to highlight, not necessarily, and actually not at all, the finances, but really to focus on the community and what are the economic drivers that underlie your revenue streams. So that's been our focus for the pension obligation bonds that we've utilized this, which includes for the city of Chula Vista, city of Orange, and then upcoming we're doing a production like this for the city of El Segundo for their pension financing. And as Dan mentioned, for us, it's useful in our pre-marketing of the bonds because we're able to understand who's viewed the video and how many times, so that our sales staff and our underwriting staff can then go back to those investors and make sure that we've gotten them to approval, kind of hold their hands through the approval process. So, you're very, it's a 5-minute video. There's not a ton you can, cover in that period of time, but I really think it is a way in a very, with somewhat minimal effort to really particularize the credit from any other that the investor would be considering at the same time. So we like it, and I think you'll find that it really gives us an opportunity to shine a light on the credit, not just locally or even nationally, but also to investors in Europe and elsewhere where we are seeing investor demand.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. A couple questions. One would be, is this video geared towards institutional portfolio managers or individuals? Is it kind of both?
Well, I'd say both. It is posted with the preliminary official statement, so it's available to everybody. Mm-hmm. But what we find on the investor audiences, we think we see more interest from fund managers and insurance companies and other municipalities, not just in California, but again across the country. So We have, the video is, more geared to them because it gets more used more often by an institutional investor making a decision on, several tens of millions of dollars of bonds. But it's accessible to anybody.
Okay.
And we do some local marketing, in the Beach Reporter, the Daily Breeze. I mean, we may do those kinds of advertisements as well, but in terms of where you're going to get the most, bang for your buck, it's the institutional investor buying in that size.
Okay. And I don't know if this is a question for you, Sarah or Dan. Are these bonds going to be tax-free municipal bonds, or are they going to be taxable? Do you know?
They're taxable,
Okay.
just by virtue of the nature of the use of proceeds. These bonds have to be taxable.
And statewide. I'm not talking about federal, but you're talking about state.
I believe they're California tax exempt,
That's true.
but they are federally taxable.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
careful when you file your income tax return.
Right. Okay, great. Those are my questions. They look like Stiefel has a long history. I'm not familiar with Ramirez. It sounds like they had a really good software program that helps us determine what the optimal obligation is. But I'm very, comfortable with Stiefel knowing their history. So thank you, and thanks, Sarah.
Do we get a copy of that video? And is that copyrighted for you guys or for us?
Oh, no. No, you very much can have it. In fact, you may be asked to participate, but you can certainly make any part of it available.
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, I think it's a great idea. Zane, Mr. Baji.
That, by the way, the mayor pro tem is a lifeguard, so you can get him out there next to the lifeguard tower, somewhere in the city.
Not in uniform.
So my question, I guess, is to either one of you, Sarah or Dan. If the city were considering, and we haven't discussed it yet, but if we were considering some infrastructure bonds, for example, for parking structures in North and South Redondo, for bike lanes, expanding the sidewalk on Artesia Boulevard and the like. Back when I was not yet elected and was a resident, I kind of posed this question, whether there would still be assets for us to essentially use to attain an additional bond. Does it make sense in any respect to structure our repayment around the contemplation of other obligations we may take on, or consider that kind of investment now with this, or just they're completely unrelated, don't need to worry about it, deal with it when we get to it?
Yeah, it's a great question, council member. And we are actually, Larry Cosma and I, and some other members of our staff are working right now. We just had a call today about this, analyzing the impact of using certain of the city assets. And I don't want to, spoil too much of the surprise for May 18th, so to say, but that is very much on the forefront of our analysis, both in terms of what will be the optimal mix for this bond issue, but also how the city can best be served going forward, understanding that, this is not a vacuum and that the city will have a dynamic future ahead of it with other projects that may come along. So we will absolutely be making our recommendations with the future in mind and the structure of the current bonds as well to enable potential future financings as may be needed. So generally when you do this bond on its own, we kind of will establish the repayment based on the budget expectations, saving expectations or desires, but also, long-term budgeting expectations and potential capital improvement planning needs. And so we'll be working very closely with your staff to make sure that the final structure and the ones that we recommend would be in conformance with any potential plans, as well as making sure that we preserve enough value of your city's assets to be able to utilize it in the future.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Are you good, Councilmember?
Yes, nothing else. Thank you.
Okay, so that was one of the questions I had too. What would be the impact of future bond asks, gets, I guess, if we had that upward ability? So I guess we're going to be answering that on the May 18th meeting then.
I'll give you a preview that we believe we have a structure. We're working on a structure and an asset valuation model and asset use model or pledge or capture, however you want to call that. Which assets will we use to, if it's a lease structure, if we end up going with the lease, which has yet to be determined officially, but if that ends up being the structure, which would be the more complicated of the structures in terms of assembling the structure and marketing it, which is why it seems to be more focus on it. We are feeling pretty good, and I've already had some preliminary conversations with the legal team, which thank you, counsel, for installing them, because this is extremely necessary even to be able to inform the conversations we had with the underwriters. So it was very helpful that the process has been unfolding like this. I feel very confident that the structure we're going to recommend, or at least illustrate for you, will leave the city with a bright future of potential bond issue should it need to tap additional assets in the future. I think we're going to minimally impact the city's ability to raise money with this large issuance. I think we figured out, crack the code, let's say, and looking forward to explaining that to you in a couple of weeks.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah. It's exciting for a bond guy.
I mean, when I got to say, I watched the budget finance meeting and I watched the whole thing all the way through. I thought it would be bored out of mind and just quit halfway through or something. It's like, whatever. I ended up watching the whole thing. So it was interesting to learn the process and how you guys go sell the bonds at a desk and call people. And
I'm thrilled to hear that.
Yeah, I got to say, it was interesting. It was cool. All right. Any public comment, Eleanor?
See. At this point, no public comments. And let's see, do we have any? Just double check.
Comments either.
No e-comments. I just want to just sort of ask anybody that has their TV on to please turn it off because we can hear feedback. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so no public comment on Zoom or e-comments, and if there's no other further questions by the council, we have been a motion to extend. We already have a motion on the floor with a second. Perfect. Okay. Roll call vote. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye. By the way, are you getting the feedback right now?
Yeah, I think it's
all right. It's a baby monitor. Sorry.
Okay. And then Councilmember MD.
Aye.
All right, and I for myself. So unanimous vote. Perfect. Okay. So next item up is item N5. Switching things around because why not? This is the general plan GPAC recommended land use plan, where the state is forcing us to do things that a lot of us here on the council have fought for many years. And the GPAC, I will say, is something, the General Plan Advisory Committee being a general plan, updating the general plan is something that I remember fighting for all the way back in 2015 with Save the Riviera. And we tried going down this process many years. We were denied. And in 2017, we were welcomed with the news that we'd be doing this. So this is a big item. Getting a lot of emails from a lot of different parts of the city. It's become an item that I will say has been completely politicized, understandably so, because people, I think the last speaker last week or 2 weeks ago said it best. Where are all the YIMBYs now? And YIMBYs, for those of you who don't know, are the yes in my backyards. And there's some great staff reports and great information out there. And I really implore people before they think they know what's going on, to remind everyone, especially the public, that we here on the council have not made any decisions. We have just gotten 2 staff reports. We have not made any recommendations. So anyone that emails in or comments, I just want to remind you that all the decisions below us have been made by the GPAC or the Planning Commission, and those members from the GPAC were assigned in 2017 by the council members at that time. So and the state is now making us do certain things that we don't necessarily want to do. So we're trying to muddle our way through these dirty waters and the best way we can. And so with that said, we're giving as much public comment as possible. Brandy or Wendy, do we have a presentation or info from you guys before we go on to the public portion?
Yes, Brandy Forbes, Director Community Development. We have with us tonight Wendy Novak, and she's going to give a very brief presentation. And then as well, Hallie Grundy from PlaceWorks. They're both with PlaceWorks, our consultant on the general plan update. And we also have Veronica Tam, who's our housing consultant, and then Sean Scully, who's our planning manager from my department. Just as a reminder to your point of the information that's out there, we had a community meeting on April 7th, a planning commission meeting on April 15th, and the first city council discussion on this on April 20th, which was, in all three of them, there were very thorough presentations of this information. And now we're to that point of the city council starting the discussion. And that's where we're at tonight. With that, I'm just going to have Wendy just start off. She's got just a few quick slides, nothing compared to our presentation 2 weeks ago, but just as a refresher and to get us started in the conversation.
Great. Thanks, Brandy. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. Yes, tonight's presentation will be in stark contrast to last week's. This is just a kind of a review of some of the big ideas that we were talking about and kind of the purpose of tonight's meeting. Ideally, you received a ton of information last week, and that's very similar to the process that the GPAC had to go through as well to digest a lot of it. And inevitably, you've had some time to think about it. You've received questions from the public. And so tonight is really a continuation of the meeting last week. And we are also scheduled to be before you for the next 2 meetings to continue this conversation the next couple of weeks. But tonight is really that opportunity for the council to ask questions of staff, of us as the consultants, to help provide clarity on some of the things that we presented to you, maybe to discuss some of the trade-offs, why would you pick this versus that? And then how to, just move forward. What questions do you guys have so that when we come back to you next week, which is anticipated to be really the thick of the conversation, that we have your concerns voiced so that we can do the homework and provide answers for you if we can't provide them tonight. Now, we do have a ton of information, as you can imagine, 4 years, 22 GPAC meetings, a planning commission meeting. There are a ton of recommendations. I'm not going to go through these, but I do have them here if we want to pull them up. We can pull up the presentation from last week. We can pull up maps. We can pull up the social pinpoint information for you. So this really is an opportunity for you to ask us and give us some direction about the kinds of things that you would want to know so that we can get that feedback next week and start coming to you with some answers for this. It is a tough problem to solve. There aren't any easy answers. It's not a problem anybody wants to solve, but it is before us. And so, really we could share with you all of that feedback that we received and then provide clarity to you on maybe some directions on how to move forward if that helps. So I don't have any further presentation for you because we do have a lot of information and really we're at your pleasure to be able to answer any questions that you have. So you can start that however you would like to.
Okay. I will take questions and comments from the council, and then we'll go to the public. Eleanor, are there a lot of people? There are a lot of people on N5. Okay, perfect. All right, so Councilmember Obaji.
Actually, I thought they were going to go through their slides because there were some new slides that I had not yet seen.
Yeah, that's a good point. Did you guys?
And also,
I can go through the slides. The slides that I had were just a summary of what was on Social Pinpoint and the Planning Commission's recommendations. So it's the same stuff that you had seen before, but I just synthesized it so that if you wanted to ask about a specific recommendation, you could go to it quickly.
Maybe it's Ms. Forbes' slide, though, then the segregation of density by district, which we previously
Yeah, because we asked exactly. We asked last time for a couple of follow-up information items.
Yeah, that was all in the city council agenda packet. So that is available. We can certainly pull up that information if you wanted to look at the density.
Yeah, if you please.
I think by
do that,
district.
because there's a lot of misinformation out there, and I think the residents, we all need to be on the same page so that we can all craft the right solution together.
Okay, give me a moment. I thought I had that one open.
Do you have that one, Wendy?
I do. I got it right now. Give me a minute. Which one would you like to see? Because we have several.
The existing
by district.
Okay.
Not by zip code, by district. I think that's the
Yeah,
next slide.
we'll get to it.
There you go. So,
Sean, did you want to?
Yeah, sure. You know, Hallie and I, we worked closely on this, broke it down by district, as you can see, acres, existing dwelling units, the gross housing density. So that was based on all the acreage within each district. Then we had an occupancy rate factor. And then interestingly, the average persons per household, it varies by district. And this is from the census, that information. And we split that out based on the information from census on average persons per household. Came up with then, just multiplied it out with existing and came up with the existing population figures. And then, so we have existing population density on the last row, and then the housing density up on row 3. And they kind of tell a little bit of a different story. Population being, per district higher, let's say looks like District 3, and then those numbers shift with respect to housing density in Districts 1 and 2. So actually population being highest in District 4. So you see shift a little bit in density per household and density per population.
So no dispute that District 4 is the most dense district as far as residences go, correct, Mr. Scully?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and no dispute that District 5 is the least dense, correct?
That is not true.
Per total acreage, that's correct.
Right.
That total acreage includes, Sean, all the industrial and commercial areas north of Manhattan Beach Boulevard, which is a sizable amount. Is that correct in District 5?
That's correct.
Do we know what the total acreage is of the residential component of District 5 by itself?
Can we, hold on, before we go down this path, Mr. Bosch, you got the floor right now. Let's get these questions done one by one. Thank you.
Well, I just these are my questions on this slide, essentially. Just wanted to confirm that I was reading it correctly.
Councilmember Councilmember Horvath, do you have more follow-up questions?
I was just wondering if staff had extrapolated out what the total acreage was in District 5 for primarily the residential component, since everything north of Manhattan Beach has no residential component.
We did. Hallie, or Wendy, do you have, would be one of our slides as well. We have a slide that we looked at only the acreage of all the residential zones in each zip code, but did it per district as well. So it was essentially extracting all the commercial, all the industrial, parks, schools from all of the districts as well as from the zip codes.
So your separation by district, that previous slide.
Hold on, Mr. Bosch. Councilman Horvath, are you done?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, Councilman Obaji.
I guess the question is, in this spreadsheet here, is this excluding commercial zones, or this is including the commercial zones?
This is still including all the zone, all the acreage.
So this also includes the Galleria site and the entire South Galleria site and so on and so forth. So
correct.
All right. You said you do have?
We do have, Wendy, do you have that, or Hallie, can you pull that up? So somebody, you might need to stop sharing this one.
Yeah, I'll stop sharing because I'm not sure which slide that one is.
Yeah, do you know which one I'm talking about, Hallie? For residential acreage? Okay, so that's total. And then, let's see, okay, net housing density, residential. So we added this row, net housing density on residentially designated properties. So again, just instead of the total acreage per district, this last row breaks down the extraction or only the total in all residentially zoned properties and provides a dwelling unit per residential acres in that last row.
So here we see District 2 be more dense in the residential area than District 4. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right.
No, it's
not
density,
population.
housing. It's housing density. It's not necessarily population density.
Correct, correct.
Right, okay.
It's not density, it's actually amount of acres of residential.
That's correct.
18 acres.
Existing dwelling units per acre.
This is existing dwelling units per all residential acreage.
All right. All right.
Okay, I got a question. Is there any buildings outside of District 1, residential buildings, or how many buildings are there in the city that are more than 3 stories in size? So are there any buildings in districts 3, 4, and 5 that are residential 3 stories or more? Because along the Esplanade, we've got one building that has 110 units. It sits on 2 acres or 3 acres. We've got a couple of 3 or 4 story buildings on Avenue G. We've got the Seaside Village in District 2. Are there any extreme high densities like we do along the Esplanade in District 1, 50, 60 units an acre?
We don't have that information, but I can tell you, these older, the legal non-conforming structures with the most units, we do know they are along the coast, in the southern region of the city. So, we didn't analyze it and break it down, but
right, because I see that on the map here of what was the old housing, extremely high density along the coastline. We're talking huge buildings, 10, 12 story buildings that don't exist anywhere else outside of the coastline areas. And in District 2, you have those 4, 5, 6 story buildings as well. So to that question alone, what is the density, max density that HCD allows for residential building? Like, can they allow a 4 story building, a 5 story building nowadays? We've built them before here in Redondo.
Well, it wouldn't be up to HCD. That would be our local zoning regulations.
But they would approve a housing unit, a building to be zoned, or excuse me, a land to be zoned at 60 units an acre?
Yes.
Yeah, they will. And, I think that the issue of whether it will count towards that, towards the capacity for the cycle, and this is what we talked about in the Kingsdale area, was that, if there can be the consolidation. So, up in Kingsdale, those were really, really small lots, and they had not had anybody, except for in the northern portion of that Kingsdale area, they had been looking to consolidate those, to consolidate them in a way to construct something that's of that density, was not something that they saw as possible or foreseeable in that 8-year cycle. That being said, if there are areas that are larger lots, something where it might be more consolidated, maybe not a lot of single family residential, if that were to be rezoned, then that's something that they'll be looking at. And that's one of the area, that's one of the reasons that the GPAC was even looking at that 60 dwelling units per acre for Kingsdale.
Okay. And maximum density on mixed use. So are they going to look at what we've built or look at what they've approved elsewhere for mixed use maximum densities?
Veronica can probably answer that. I don't think it's just the maximum that they're worried about. They are looking at minimum. So if maybe you can recall on the last slides, we were looking at minimum lot size of 1/2 acre and minimum density of 30 dwelling units to the acre. Now, if it's a matter of affordability, maybe Veronica can chime in on that.
We have to have at least 30 units to the acre to count it towards the low income RHNA. But in terms of maximum, it's up to you as a local jurisdiction, how much you want to increase that density. We do have to demonstrate kind of feasibility, like realistic density. For example, if you allow 60 units to the acre, but then you only allow a 2-story building, and then you have a minimum of like 1,500 square foot per unit, that there's no way you can fit that many units, then they will come back and say it's not realistic. Prove to me that it can happen. If you're unable to, but for some cities that are creating new destination, new zoning in order to meet the RHNA, and they don't have a trend, then they can point to nearby jurisdictions that have similar zoning that, hey, like in the region, we've seen this happening before, so it's feasible. So we do have the ability to point to like sub-regional kind of trends to see how that can happen. But in general, the density and the development standard that you put in place have to be feasible and allow somebody to achieve closer to the higher end of your maximum.
Okay, so that makes sense. And I've heard some state legislators start getting into conversations with wood frame stick housing on top of concrete, parking garages. You can only go 3 stories or 4 stories. Is there a maximum? I'm staying downtown LA. They had a 4-story building, I want to say, made of wood on top of concrete. Do they get into those conversations? What's the maximum that we could get into for a building that size is in terms of density? Because if you go higher up, you go, right? I mean, we have these large concrete structures along the S-Ball. They're all made of concrete, 100% concrete. They're all condos. Mm-hmm. They're 110 units, 100 units or something like that.
If I may, for context, Councilman Obaji had asked about like one of the projects in downtown LA, which is at 8th and Grand, and I have a slide I can show you. Yeah. It has a Whole Foods on the ground floor and residential above, so you can kind of take a look at what that looks like and feels like. Now, the scale of it is, ground floor retail, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stories on that. And so in this case, because of the way they've carved up the inside, that one is actually about 233 dwelling units per acre. But they have reduced parking standards and, some other special things. So, and, LA, from visually, scale-wise, height, we could take a look at it later. This isn't that out of proportion. But when you look at the density of an urban metropolis like LA, the 233 dwelling units per acre may not be obviously the fit for Redondo, but that's what something like that looks like.
Okay,
Thank you
that
for
makes sense.
looking at that.
Councilman Obaji, you have your hand up.
Yes. So if I understand you correctly, you're saying that your concern is that the South Kingsdale area would be considered too chopped up for a major dense development like that, correct?
No, actually, if you can go a little bit further north on your map, so it's that residential.
This residential here.
That's the Kingsdale area. That's what they were calling the Kingsdale area for their review. If you look at that residential, they're very small lots.
Right, I can see that. Okay.
Yeah, and that was the concern.
This area would be suitable for a dense development.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how about, as long as I have your attention, how about this area right here, which doesn't seem to impact traffic as much as the other areas, the corner north of the 405?
Yeah, I think that that is part of that north overlay, but yes,
Right.
that would definitely, have that same capability of having that mix of uses and having that infill.
If that has the least potential traffic impacts and the like, then could we put an overlay there that was greater than the 0 to 30 dwelling units per acre that you have? And what's the max really that we could get there that would count to our number?
Well, right now, and Hallie can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm doing this by memory. I was going to go check it out. But right now, I believe we are up to 45 to the acre in those overlay areas. And with the exception of the Kingsdale area, which we were looking at up to 60. But the last direction from, I'll have to keep track if it was GPAC or Planning Commission, but we had some parcels that we had learned were potentially being consolidated. So it seemed, and I can pull that slide up, but then the rest we're looking at a lower density. So you could go up to whatever density you would like to.
Okay. Also, I guess as long as I have your attention, this people have talked about Torrance Boulevard being a. Let me see if I can find it. Torrance Boulevard here. Let's see. What do we? I don't think that's part of our map currently. Is right here. This part leading up to South Pacific Coast Highway. And I realize that they're very small lots. So is that why this was not part of the consideration? I mean, this lot is pretty big right here, right? As is this lot. All these actual end lots are kind of big.
That's the medical building. Yeah. South of Torrance.
So.
It's Optum.
Okay, is that it, Mr. Raji, Councilman?
I mean, I guess I'm asking the question, what's the density that could be put there?
Wendy?
You could put any density you'd like, but I think what we would have to see is what product type would fit. One of the things that we looked at, and it happened on Artesia as well, is that you have lot depths that are limited. So there's only a certain amount of product that you can fit on those parcels and accommodate your parking and your access and all of that. So I'd have to go back and take a look at the lot widths over there to see what exactly, as Veronica was saying, that, if you put a high density there, but the actual product can't fit on the site, then we would have to take a look a little bit more.
Well, we've gotten a lot of clamoring about, hey, some density needs to go in South Redondo. I don't see the wisdom in putting tons of density down in South Redondo, because then all those residents are going to drive through North Redondo or anywhere to essentially get to the freeway, which is up here. But if we were to add some density here, I suppose what would be a level that we could raise it to, I think is a question that we need answered.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at your existing densities on the other corridors, we have in Central PCH, the highest we looked at there was 35 to the acre, which is what your mixed use was. And then the rest of the areas, the density there was 30. So I'm guessing it's going to be somewhere around there.
All right. And final question is, I see that this area, if my map is still showing, yes, that this area was zoned public institutional. I've gotten a lot of emails on that. The fact that written into the public institutional subject matter was elderly care facility. So what I'd like to know is how did the public institutional land use designation, proposed land use designation, come to include in it an elderly care facility as permitted in a public institutional zone?
If I can, I'll speak to that. There are a couple of things. One was there was rezoning of that type of zone that did address that, and so we wanted to make sure that it was reflective of what had recently been zoned and approved by the voters. That being said, that has been a use that is allowed, and I want to say allowed distinguishing that from just permitted. Allowed can mean many things. It could mean that it's outright permitted and it doesn't have to go and get entitlements, or it could mean that it's required to get a conditional use permit. In the zoning, it is required to get a conditional use permit. So just allow, because it's an allowed use, you have to allow what uses can be in a zone, but then there's the restrictions on if it's a conditional use permit or if it's something that they can just get an administrative approval.
Got it. But as currently proposed by staff or in the report, it seems, or at least the impression that the public has gotten, and certainly I guess I've gotten, is that allowed is as of right rather than via conditional use permit. So is the proposal to keep it a conditional use permit?
That is what our expectation was, but we can certainly clarify that language in that definition if that's where council wants to go with that, just so that it's clear that that it may be allowed but would be required to have a conditional use permit.
Got it. All right.
And typically the general plan definitions are general and you defer to the zoning code for the actual entitlement that's required. So then that way that process is in there. But if we talk about it and say it has to be subject to whatever entitlements required in the code, then that can be covered.
In the code being the state code or the city code?
The zoning code, the city's zoning code,
okay.
Development code.
I guess a couple more quickly though, because I know my 5 minutes is going to expire here if it hasn't already. There's been discussion about by residents wanting to see some residential on 190th Street. Is that an area you guys have looked at all for residential? I realize there's a mobile home park here that we don't want to touch, but besides that, I see there's only a couple of these properties that have been overlaid. But it seems like, you know, all of this here could be overlaid as well.
But the existing uses there are residential. So anything in that orange and yellow, with the exception of those, I think those two light pink are kind of the neighborhood commercial. So when we talked with the advisory committee and we had actually with the community, we talked about all the different alternatives that we had been exploring for different types of uses. Along 190th, the neighborhood was very clear that they didn't want to see any of the uses transition to commercial. So we retained those. And we also retained, so the only place that you're seeing is that residential overlay. And that was a suggestion that was brought up by GPAC as another option to try to find other places to look. So that's the one place that we can add residential that it doesn't currently exist.
Well, I'm not, I guess you have residential, but you don't have dense residential like the type that HCD is requiring us to impose, right? So is it that we cannot, if we add dense residential to an area that's already zoned residential, will we not get credit for those additional units? Is that it?
Veronica will have to answer, but I think it's the likelihood that somebody would you would have to make it high enough density and the likelihood that somebody would take down residential uses that are there to build up a higher density.
Right, and I was actually just talking to somebody else regarding this, and there's a new requirement, AB 1397, that governs how the site is analysis. They added a requirement to do replacement housing, and if it is affordable housing that's occupied by low-income households or housing that's occupied by low-income households, when you demolish the sites or the unit to make room for new units, you would have to replace the income by income, similar to the density bonus replacement requirement. And this has to be a condition for project approval. I'm not sure whether the state is particularly wise in having this requirement because it's certainly an impediment to developers, right, who would want to do that. And it makes it more difficult, more expensive for them to tear down housing and build new housing. And on top of that, the credit that you would get for RENA is only the net increase.
Got it. All right. And lastly, in either of these areas, the Galleria focus area or the tech focus area, be it here or over here, have we gotten an answer to that question of how it is that we can incentivize open space to exist in these dense developments in the way that we've seen at Americana, for example, a park in the middle of the development, or how we incentivize, for example, them to preserve the supermarket on the Vaughn site if development goes up there.
Yeah, and that one's a little bit trickier because it really has to do with the implementation of each project. So for example, and I haven't looked into this in great detail, but the city collects parks fees, and I don't know how those are used. So sometimes there's a couple ways that things can be done. If, for example, a group, or it could be a property owner, prepares a specific plan, the city can talk about how if the fees are collected or if the park lands are provided within that specific plan area. But for example, I'm working with the city of Westminster and the Westminster Mall, and there's 5 property owners on that 100-acre site. And there's parks requirements in there. So we're trying to figure out how to do all of that between 5 property owners. The general plan of itself essentially said that there's a park shortage in that area. So the general plan would say, hey, if we need to have some park, we would put kind of a floating symbol and say, this is an area. If we would look at all the maps, we'd have to go back and pull up the ones from our analysis for the open space as well. But if the council desired, you could say that there's an opportunity here to provide a park, and then as new projects come in, you can address them either through something like if there's a multifamily housing district, you could create something that's like a BID, but it's complicated. It's in the actual implementation of the project. Now, the other way that you could do it, say if a specific plan was required, is that you could say a density level of X. If you're providing the standard park acreage or you're paying your fees, this is your density. But if you provide additional parks or whatnot, then your density could go higher. So there's some incentives there to get, to go up instead of out. So if you go up, then you have more space on the ground. But then it's again a negotiation thing and part of what pencils.
And so, as part of that, if we recognize that District 4 has a park shortage, then we could also potentially rezone the right-of-way, SCE right-of-way to parkland. Isn't that correct? As part of this process, because it's currently zoned on this map, public institutional. It's zoned gray.
Yeah, so parks lands are permitted. Like the parks use is permitted in the SCE. Now, I don't know, because if you don't have the hard part is to designate a site as green. You actually have to actually acquire. Well, you don't want to create a taking, so you can't just put a green color on a map and say the park is going to go here. So it would be over time as you negotiate, because it's a takings of use of that property. So you'd have to figure out what parcels would be acquired to be able to designate it as that green. And so because of the unique nature of the SDE easement, where you have some areas where you lease and they allow access across it, and other areas where I don't believe the city owns because it is their easement. That's why it's shown as a utility with parks as allowed.
All right. No more questions. Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yes, thank you. Brandy, getting back to the RCFE, you said there was a zoning change. Are you referring to the Kensington project?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. When you say that it is allowed based on a zoning change, who asked for that allowance?
Well, that came through that zone change for the request. But do bear in mind, in the inland, that's coastal. On the inland, that was already an allowed use with a conditional use permit. So that was already in there. It just wasn't in that same zone in the coastal zone.
Is that a residential care for the elderly? Well, first of all, Kensington is not for the elderly. It's memory loss. So there's a difference, right? There's residential care.
Right, residential care. Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's not the same to say, and specifically, I've had a lot of emails from people saying the Beach Cities Health District should not be changed to an RCFE. A number of people have asked that. They've suggested it. Did they ask themselves for an allowance as part of the conditional use permit?
Well, they haven't submitted a conditional use permit, but their project, that is one of the uses that they want to put there. They would have to go through the conditional use permit process. That's already allowed in the zoning on inland.
What did they do for Silverado? I know that's before your time.
Yeah, I don't know. I can certainly find out information on that.
Okay. And it's conditional use, so it would have to go before the planning commission, correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. As far as the residential areas in terms of the density, were schools exempted from that? Public institutions, schools, commercial, industrial, are those numbers?
Not for the total acreage numbers. However, when we just did the density based on the residential zoning, yes, they were removed.
Okay, for the residential zoning, they were removed.
Yeah.
So it's purely residential. There's no schools, there's nothing else in there.
Correct.
Okay. The Crystal Cove apartments, there are 165 units. Any idea how many acres that sits on? I want to say it's like 250 by 120, but I could be wrong. Any idea what size that lot is? Because that's
So
very
that
dense.
the land, the city-owned property on the beach?
Yeah, Crystal Cove apartments,
Yeah,
right?
You mean the only apartments built on the beach in all of LA County? You mean those apartments?
Right, those apartments. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't know the size of that parcel. We could certainly take a look, though.
I suspect it's less than 2 acres. Well, I don't know.
No,
I
it's-
really don't know. It's got to be bigger than 2 acres. But I'm not counting parking spaces. I'm counting building alone. Maybe there's 160
I don't
units.
understand why that's relevant. Why?
Because I'm trying to see what the density would be of a building like that.
Oh,
So if it's 160 units, what size land would that sit on? And so if it sits on 3 acres, then it would be 50 plus units per acre. But I really don't know, actually. So I was curious if you all knew. So anyway, those are just my initial questions. So thank you.
Okay, Councilman Horvath, you're up next, and then Councilmember Enby.
Yeah, some questions. Councilmember Obaji was mentioning District 4, clearly the most dense and the smallest acreage-wise, I think, of all the districts. And I'm curious if we can just examine why the Artesia corridor was not chosen as an area for disbursement of some of these RENA numbers. And to bring up something I talked about during the ACAP discussions, why we didn't explore expanding that ACAP area to Vanderbilt and to Matthews on either side. It seems to me that that we are possibly missing an opportunity here to spread out some density issues and possibly correct some of the deficiencies in the current zoning, to the point that that Councilmember Obaji made. Right, there are very few parks or acreage in terms of parks and space in District 4 and or North Redondo. But if we were to create flexible zoning in that Artesia corridor where there was some type of mixed use, a little bit more density, maybe even a little bit more height, we could, to his point, create more open space and a mix of uses that the neighborhoods could benefit from. And so I'm just curious if Wendy or Brandy, anybody that was a part of those conversations, what happened there? Because what it seems to me is we're looking at these large sites, the industrial site, the Galleria commercial site, people are talking about the AES site or other sites that are unused, but how do we create zoning that can accomplish a lot of the goals that people here have talked about for many years, where it can possibly change, but we could use it to create a benefit that improves quality of life in an area, not necessarily diminishes it.
Yeah, I can speak to that. At the same time that the GPAC was discussing land use, there was an overlap conversation about ACAP, because what did they want to recommend? And there was actually studies that are part of the ACAP that looked at what would different uses at different densities, would that help with turning over and really the redevelopment of that area. And with the mixed use or with residential, it would have to go to higher, maybe more density, less parking requirement because of the constraints of those properties. Going back to the other discussion that we just had about the depth of those properties, but it was something that you could get to that point. But the GPAC did not want to go to those densities or that height. That does not mean that you as the decision body couldn't choose to move forward with something different. We're bringing to you the recommendations they had. And when we were going back through these focus areas back in December, when we had to make some hard choices, this was one of those areas where they did not want to reinstate the mixed use. That is just where the recommendation was from the GPAC. If you look at the recommendations from the Planning Commission, they actually picked out maybe some properties that would make, that might make sense to have the mixed use. I think one was that southeast corner of Artesia Aviation. So, those are some things that you as a council, I know that this is really going to be a tough conversation over the next couple of weeks, but that's something that you can revisit and have that conversation about.
Okay. Yeah. Cause I just keep having this thought that, I in one of the pieces in the staff report, right, you showed mixed use and then horizontal mixed use. And we've talked about the benefits of horizontal mixed use in the Riviera. That's come up many times in the past. But if you were to go back, there are dense units along Vanderbilt or Matthews. And if you were to create very specific setback rules and as heights went up, you could technically still have the residential component on the residential street, not on the main street, but again, my ultimate goal would be that we create enough flexibility for a generative project that can consolidate some density and create more amenities and quality of life improvements for residents, and also, the commercial entities that people want to have there, be it restaurants or whatnot. So, I noticed the Planning Commission put that item in for the corner of Aviation and Artesia, and I think, we should at least consider discussing that in a little bit more detail, not necessarily for the whole corridor, but maybe in specific areas. Maybe those specific areas are also adjacent to some of those aspects of the ACAP that had particular walk streets, or I forget what the term of art was in there, but I think it was like at Green, near the library, things like that. Because if we can create more neighborhood-oriented development in certain areas, then people have the ability to not necessarily use vehicles. They can get out, they can walk. It could help us, also solve for some of the parking issues. And so I'm just trying to think about it a little bit bigger picture. That's all I have right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And just to remind everyone, we wanted to keep these comments and everything so we can move moving forwards, but keep that in mind. We got public.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could jump in, Hallie was able to look up the acreage from Councilman Lowenstein's question about Crystal Cove, and it is about 3 acres. Well, it's 3.28 if you include the commercial, so it's around, depending on how you calculate it, it's about 50 or 55 to the acre.
55 density units an acre. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember MD.
Could I share a screen?
Yeah, go ahead and hit share screen at the bottom.
It shows blank. Hold on. There it is. Sorry. Okay, can you guys see that?
No. There you go.
Okay, so just so to answer the question about traffic going through Redondo, you're presuming that everyone's going to go to get on a freeway. Just so you know, this is from HCD. It's a data mapping resource guide, and all the blue areas is the closest proximities to jobs. And if you look at all of Redondo Beach, which is this area right here, they're all within. They have their index scores all within the 40 to 60 range. There's a few areas that are even closer, but for the most part, everybody's about the same. Torrance has a lot of medical jobs. It has a lot of industry, and there are tons of access to jobs from this area to go straight to Torrance. So, you know, let's let go of trying to solve the traffic problem, because that will happen in the entitlement process when you're trying to figure out what needs to be addressed on that. The issue is, and just to reiterate, that we're trying to solve for X. We have to make it to 30 dwelling units per acre to 50, and make that number work out to be about 1,500, 1,463 plus 20%, correct? And then you have to you have to then figure out where can we put 30 units per acre. So anybody that's listening to this, we're not trying to overturn your R1 zone. We're not trying to do any of that, because that doesn't get us 30 units per acre. If you change I get asked this all the time, well, why don't we just change all the R1 zones to R2? Because that only gets me 17.5 units per acre. I need, in order to be able to solve for X and to solve for the affordability part of this RENA problem, it has to be 30 units per acre, which is why we're looking at big swaths of land. Next time, I'll make sure to bring the HQTA map. If you put the housing in the North Tech area, you're going to shoot yourself in the foot for next time, because of the fact that North Tech is heavily in the HQTA area, and they will give us a bonus or penalty, whichever way you want to call it, if we put the units there. That's why El Segundo doesn't have the RENA that we have. It just doesn't, because it has zero housing units in their HQTA. So once you put those in there, you will actually exacerbate the problem for next time. Second, industrial land is valuable. It's extremely valuable, especially when it's close to the freeway and in the proximity of LAX and the port. By trying to take away our commercial zone for housing, you are now going to you're going to exacerbate the jobs housing imbalance that we've been trying to address, which is what we were trying to address when GPAC was talking the first time. So just those are things you need to think about and you need to put in there. And I agree, we need to get to have people on, go ahead and have their speech, but I just want to kind of make sure we refocus the conversation, is that we're trying to solve for affordable housing. Now, I don't agree with the state that affordable housing is done by density. That's a ridiculous notion. We all know that's not true, but that's how we're being measured for this particular task. So let's refocus that. It has to be a minimum of 30 units per acre to solve for it, period. If you want to go higher, that's fine, but I don't understand why we want to densify like that unless there's some kind of reason to do it. And one of the very valid reasons would be that by having it up higher, we then get parkland. So just seeing, I just wanted to point out to you that the job proximity level is the same throughout the whole of Redondo Beach. And so let's just keep that in mind.
Okay. Next up, Councilmember Abaji, did you put your hand up again, or do we want to move on to public comment?
I guess we should move on to public comment. I just want to say briefly, I'm kind of shocked that Councilmember Horvath spent his time talking about adding density to the most dense district in the city. I mean, please, council members, look inside your own district and find where density can go. Don't be looking at mine saying, hey, let's add it to Artesia Boulevard. You have not walked door to door in those neighborhoods. You don't know how close the homes on Vanderbilt are to the properties and developments on Artesia Boulevard. Nobody wants a dense or a high building towering over them on Vanderbilt. Nobody on Matthews wants it towering over them on Matthews. They share essentially a lot there, or a block, and it's a very tight block. So please, butt out of District 4. We're doing ample. I'm not going to protest a good project or good zoning in the Galleria focus area. So stay out. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. Standing up. All right. Councilmember Lowenstein, you have a quick comment? I'd really like to get.
I have a quick question for Councilmember MD. Did you say that the jobs proximity is equal in Torrance as it is other places? Is that what I heard you say?
No, if you looked at that map, what I had is blue were the areas that were the most close to jobs, because there's a large sector of jobs in Torrance. And if you look at our SCAG report, it shows where different people go to jobs from Redondo. And they're downtown LA, Torrance, and El Segundo. So the point is that you can't just presume that everybody's going to go to Manhattan Beach Boulevard and Inglewood Avenue to get to work. They actually get dispersed. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you?
What do you mean?
Am I not making sense to you, or am I misinterpreting?
No,
that?
I'm listening to what you're saying.
So then the proximities to jobs, they're going to go in different directions. So you can't just make the assumption that the South Redondo people, and he has said this 3 times, that South Redondo is going to go through North Redondo to get to work. And I was trying to show the map that that's not necessarily true. And if you're going to blow up our area of North Tech, which has the most jobs, and that anywhere in the city, I just find that disingenuous when we're trying to fix the jobs housing imbalance.
Well, first of all, the largest employer in the city is Northrop.
Right.
The second largest employer is the school district. It's not even close. And then after that, it's the Cheesecake Factory and the USPS, right? So I can't tell you that we're going to blow up Northrop Grumman. That's nowhere near the plans. That's the first thing. The second thing is the big job centers. Torrance has a number of people that also looked at Toyota when it was there. Toyota's gone. Honda is pretty much gone. So the big job centers you said them, El Segundo, downtown, Santa Monica is a huge one. Playa Vista is where all the job growth is going. It's all going north. If you're telling me that more people or as many people are commuting to Torrance, then that would blow up the whole idea that the 405 is the busiest freeway in the entire country in rush hour. Everybody heads north during morning and everybody heads south. I mean, you know this. Everybody knows this. There are people that work in Torrance. There's no doubt that there are people that work in Torrance. I get it. But it's declining. Torrance is becoming less of an industrial or a commercial city. And you can see that everybody go to Playa Vista and see how much building has gone on up there. Try to get home from Santa Monica at 3:30 in the afternoon. People go north. That's why PCH is full. That's why the 405 is full. And so I don't agree that. And remember, if you add housing, those are young people, generally speaking, they're working age that are going to be buying that. They're going to be commuting out of town to work. So that's why we have to be very careful about where we add this, because this could really backfire, especially in District 5. I have a lot of friends in your district, Laura, that live up there to commute to Century City, to El Segundo, to Santa Monica, because they cannot afford the extra 30 minutes sometimes to get out of South Redondo to get up to those places. And that's no joke. I talk to people all the time about this. I have a lot of friends that work in tech. Okay, they don't even bother looking in South Redondo.
Thank you, Nels.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's get to public comment here. I know we got a lot of people speakers and people who want to e-comment, and let's go to that.
Okay, so I just wanted to remind the attendees, if you can please raise your hand on your computer, or if you're on a phone, use *9. Let's go ahead and go with the first person here, Jean Mayhew.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Fabulous. Okay, so to reiterate my comments from last time, all we really want is equality. I like the data that you guys showed earlier, but where's the data for after all the change occurs? Does it actually make sense to push all the housing to North Redondo? I think we need all that data before you guys make a decision. We can't just look at the current state. Second of all, I know we keep talking about Northrop, and Councilman Obaji, I see your face. Like, I just want to clarify a couple things with you. They have a plating shop in that building. If you push all of those people in that corridor, they literally would not be able to get licensed to do some of the stuff that they do in there. So if you have bothered to know your own district a little bit better, considering that you don't even know where the Kingsdale district is, you really ought to spend some time doing some research like that. 105 is also a freeway. It is also stuck in the afternoon. It's not just the 405, guys. 105 is completely valid of a freeway as everybody else. And frankly, I don't like the discrimination for the 105 freeway. Finally, Mr. Sean Scully, your interpretation of the data is really just so asinine that I'm quite frankly embarrassed for your high school math teacher, assuming you actually took math in high school. You need to actually look at the data that's actually relevant instead of grabbing a bunch of land that doesn't even matter. This is already a second meeting out of the 3. Why are we not showing the relevant data here? Like, why are we hiding all of that from us? Like, maybe not even hiding, just like, where is the actual relevant data? As a taxpayer, I'm really sad because I can't believe that my tax money went to stupid numbers like this. So for the 3rd meeting, please, for the love of God, bring out some relevant information that is actually useful to those of us who are spending the time sitting here with you all, and that can actually help you make a smart decision. Thank you.
So thank you for that comment. I just want to reiterate to the public real quick that this is our 2nd council meeting for the city council, and it's not helpful when you attack staff. They're doing the best they can. They're doing the work that we're asking them to do. There's a lot of people. There's probably, at this point in time, there's probably 40 members of the public who are volunteering their time to be a part of this, from GPAC to Planning Commission to inputting information. Of course, it's us up here now as well. So, this is a long process, and there's information going forward. It's very complicated. When people comment, it'd be really helpful to just stick to the facts and ideas of where you want to put some housing, where it makes sense. We are required by state law to put all of this in. We're doing the best. We are way more dense than any other city around us. It's not a fair process. We've been fighting back as a council on this the last few years. And, in North Redondo, when you talk about jobs, we just approved the project on Fisk Lane, 36 units, that demoed an entire commercial district there. So it's been happening in Redondo for years. It's been happening in South Redondo for years. We're one big city. So I really want to implore that the speakers give some respect to staff and the volunteers who have taken their time to help us out up here.
Okay, the next person is James DeCiccio.
There, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes, and thank you, Nils. That's a great point about just trying to get the points out here. It is upsetting, and really, I agree with you that we're all trying to solve this problem that's been laid on us You can't ask so much why. I don't know why. I mean, is this being levied upon Bel Air? Is it being levied upon Beverly Hills? Is it being levied upon these other areas that they have to have all this affordable housing? This is the question that begs to the beginning. Look, everybody wants to live at the beach. It's nice. You come up in life and you work hard and you get rewarded and you can have a nice car and live at the beach. But now we have to do this and the affordable housing and all this other things. So not really sure where the equity comes in with that. But if we have to do this, if it's a mandate, we've got to do it. And it seems like in what you've described today, that peppering it across, which would be my first thought, it's like, let's not try and make a big chunk somewhere. If we peppered it across the city, but I guess that's not part of the spec, that it has to be this 30 per, there has to be a certain amount of units per acre so that it fits the model of affordable housing. And yeah, I mean, these, to the other citizen's point, that post an image and data that supports after the fact, right? Just like post money value, we have to see after the fact, see what the traffic patterns are going to be and all this. I don't know. It seems to me like maybe a lot of the low income housing, not sure if they're going to be driving the freeway going to work every day. They're probably going to be hanging around in the area for the most part. And so we just got to see how the traffic patterns are really going to be affected. And that would be the information that I think would help all of us. It's not just my opinion. It would help all of us to say, this is the best course. It's going to have the least traffic impact, the least the best increase of quality of life and all that. And that's this data's got to come in. And yeah, I understand everybody's trying to do their best. Mr. Scully with the charts and everything. And yeah, it's difficult numbers to digest, but if we could break this down into, just use the technology to get this, whatever the models that need to be made, as opposed to fighting like, no, not in my backyard, not here, not there. That's really what's going to solve the problem here.
Thank you for that. And just so you know, yes, it's statewide. Bel Air and Beverly Hills is being levied with this. The biggest fighter against these numbers that are being forced upon us is a council member named John Mirisich, who is former mayor. We have rotating mayor up there in Beverly Hills. And it's a statewide effort, so everyone's on board. Next up.
Okay, the next person is Sheila Lamb.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, go for it.
Great. One of the documents you will be asked to approve is the land use definitions. I would like to specifically comment on the proposed change in the public land use definition, PCF, public community facility, and the addition of residential care facilities for the elderly as a by right use in the public institutional zone land use category. Land use is guided by the municipal code, so it's important to know what the municipal code says about the PCF and the P zones, and what residential care facilities and which zones the municipal code allows such use. Municipal Code 10-2.402 defines RCFEs, residential care for the elderly, as senior housing. Anywhere in the municipal code where senior housing appears, RCFEs, senior housing development, and senior group housing are included in that term. Municipal Code 10.2.1624 states that no senior housing will be approved unless a CUP and design review are obtained. Municipal Code 10-2.1624 lists the zones where senior housing is permitted with a CUP, zones R3, RMD, RH, and all commercial and mixed use zones. Code 10-51624 permits senior housing with a CUP in the coastal zone in R3A, RMD, RH zones, north of Nob Hill, and mixed use zones. RCFEs only, not
senior group housing or senior housing development may be considered in the coastal PCF zone on lots over 1 acre. Finally, Code 10-2-1100, this is the specific purposes of PCF zoning, states that it provides lands for parks, recreation, and open space areas. Anything zoned as PCF, parks, open space, schools, civic center uses, cultural facilities, public safety facilities, and public uses which are beneficial to the community. Senior housing is not listed as a permitted or conditional use. However, RCFEs are listed as a conditional use. Finally, RCFEs are commercial enterprises and investment vehicles for many. They are not medical, health entities, and they are not public uses. So why is Redondo Beach allowing RCFEs in the public zones? No other local city, including Hermosa Beach, Manhattan, Torrance, PV, or LA, allow RCFEs in the P or PCF zones. Period. RCFEs belong in the R3, MU, and commercial zones. At minimum, residential care facilities must require a CUP as stated by the Redondo Beach Municipal Code. And thank you so much for allowing me to talk over the 3 minutes.
Thank you. Next is Wayne Craig.
Good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Wayne Craig, a resident of Redondo Beach, and last week I celebrated the anniversary of the city on April 29th when I was born. I would like to commend Councilmember Obaji for taking the time to clearly and accurately represent what's been going on in the process. I've been happy to see his posts, citing where the numbers are actually being put out. I'd like the clarification from Councilmember Lowenstein, who I think that clearly stated how traffic patterns actually work in the city. Councilmember Nierenheim and I can attest to very personally how long it takes to get out of the city. As you know, we had to drive to downtown LA for about a week for a hearing and a trial on a fraudulent lawsuit brought against us by a couple shills in our city. So yeah, it's an extra half hour of drive time for sure. Now, the sad thing is that this whole, the argument here is that these RHNA numbers, I know they're being pulled out of a hat. It seems like there's some rationale that's based on some historical basis that we can suddenly slam all these extra housing units in our city. But, you know, it doesn't take into account the 30-year history of overdevelopment in Redondo Beach. We're one of the most densely populated cities, in the beach cities anyway. I think it's close to 11,000 people per square mile. They're basically telling us we have to increase it, even though we already, prior to COVID, had a financial structural deficit in our city operations because city tax revenue doesn't come close to financing our operations. So that means we're forced to cut back on emergency services, police, overcrowding in our schools, possible infrastructure maintenance issues being deferred. These are issues that we should be able to push back on. Now, I'm not saying we can't add some housing in the city. We certainly can. But I think it's very disingenuous for certain council members like Councilmember Emding and Councilmember Horvath recently, the emails that I mentioned earlier, are saying this is this north-south thing. We need to fight this as a city. And for once, let's do that. I know that for 6 years, MD and Horvath, you've been having it your way and pushing these acrimonious, divisive things, and that's how you got elected. But let's work together. Let's push back. I think we have some good issues that will allow us to fight this effectively. Maybe it'll take some time. And hopefully, based on the referral to staff I heard earlier, that we're going to try to pursue this legally again. But this is the only way we're going to get through this. Let's unite the city, not divide it. Thank you.
Okay, the next person is Ming Yu.
Hi, I found the unmute button. I'm in Wynn, District 5, and, first off, there was a 4-car accident on Saturday, and you guys know where? The intersection of Manhattan Beach and Inglewood, one of the worst intersections in Redondo Beach. And now we want to drop another 1,000 units on top of it. And at the last meeting, there were many discussions about traffic coming from the south. But let's not forget about the east and west traffic, which is much worse. A majority of housing is in from the east, which means more commuters. From the west, we have residents from Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach trying to get to the 405 freeway. Traffic is bad on Manhattan Beach Boulevard and Artesia. When Artesia gets bad, then commuters start cutting through all the neighborhoods. Aviation and Inglewood Boulevard are always backed up, which causes commuters to cut through all the neighborhoods in North Redondo. If you drive around North Redondo, you will see a lot of no left turn signs between certain hours posted all around to stop the commuters from cutting through. Traffic is so bad that commuters will even take the risk to avoid these congested intersections. And on Manhattan Beach Boulevard, commuters will even cut through Northrop Grumman and the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center. So I'm an analyst by trade, and there's two sets of data we use: published data tables and real-time data mining. Anything we learned in the last 10 years is that data is critically irrelevant because our world grows faster and faster. Data compiled a week ago is irrelevant. So I was surprised to see a traffic intersection study from 2009 included with some of the reports. The best up-to-date data we have found is data straight from the booth on the ground. Big tech calls it data mining. Big tech isn't relying on outdated tables. They were actually listening and talking with real-time users. And this is what I encourage the city council to do. Don't rely on tables and studies that will be outdated next week. Listen to what the residents are saying. We live this every day. Over 90% of us commute. Based on a population of approximately 66,000, that means about 59,000 residents live through this every day. Police do it every day. When a crime happens, they door knock and talk with local residents. And also residents and city leaders have voiced their support for more office space. That's over, 90% of us commute. So why are we attempting to rezone Redondo Beach's largest employer? Now, in a letter dated April 14th, 2021 from Northrop, they'll actually be expanding, which actually means more jobs. And even Northrop is asking that this rezoning of 1,000 units be moved. We will kill good-paying jobs by rezoning the tech district. You know what? Many Redondo Beach residents work there. I'm also concerned about the city's presentation charge on the district acreage. When I first took a look at it, the first thing I saw based is the acreage of the industrial area and others are being used. In North Redondo, we dedicate a lot of acreage towards the industrial zone where Northrop sits, the Performing Arts Center, and the Galleria. Can I get one more minute?
Is there a motion to extend?
Motion to extend. 1 minute.
Second?
Second.
All right, go
Thank
for
you.
it.
All right. And also, North Redondo is one of the biggest economic engines. We have Northrop, we have the 3 hotels, and we have the Galleria. So I respectfully ask the 1,000 units in the tech district be moved and equally redistributed through the entire city of Redondo Beach. And just one point that really irked me from the last meeting, this meeting, the comment that you're getting the trap anyway is insulting, and it treats us as second-class citizens. Like, you're just gonna get in anyway. It's uncalled for, unacceptable, and I'm not the only one that feels this way. Talking to my neighbors all around, it's insulting. So that should be off the table. And also, AES also needs to be looked at too. And thank you for the extra minute.
Okay. The next person is Lisa Bailey.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Council, for allowing me to speak tonight. My name, as mentioned, is Elisa Bailey. I live in the Dow Johnson Triangle, District 5. I would like to take this opportunity to respond to a comment made by Councilmember Obaji at the meeting on April 20th. And I've seen him make a similar comment on social media as well. But the comment on the April 20th meeting was after myself and several of my neighbors had made our public comments related to the 1,000 new housing units proposed in the tech district. Councilmember Obaji said, and I'll quote if that's okay, "I am astonished to hear District 5 residents from the Dow Johnson Triangle coming forth today and telling me they don't want to add any more density there when they're living in a single family zone in a single family house. That's the end of the quote. And then he actually went on to talk about how he lives in District 4, 3 on a lot. His neighbors are all 3 on a lot, and they get 1/3 of a lot with very little park space. So Councilmember Obaji, I'd like to respond to you in 2 ways. Number 1, we did not say that we don't want to add any more density in our neighborhood. What we did say, and we will continue to say, is that the new housing needs to be equitably zoned throughout the entire city. We know that includes District 5, but putting 1,000 new housing units at the end of my block is not equitable distribution. I know there's plenty of single-family homes on single-family lots throughout the city and South Redondo too, and I would imagine that those residents would not want a new housing development with 1,000 units at the end of their block either. Number 2, in reference to you living 3 on a lot, I completely get it. I've done the same thing. I lived in District 4 for 8 years on Rockefeller. I have lots of friends in District 4. I lived 3 on a lot. However, my husband and I made a conscious decision to move to the Dow Johnson Triangle based specifically on the larger lot sizes. And we lived in what many people considered to be a teardown for 10 years until we had the means and the opportunity to do a major remodel. So now, yes, we live in the house that we want, on the land that we want, in the neighborhood that we want, but it's taken us 13 years of hard work to get here. So with all due respect, Councilmember Obaji, I think it's unfair for you to compare your situation to my situation and to make dismissive comments related to my home and all this work that I've done to get here. We all make our own decisions on where to live. It's just, I think it's important that you, as a city leader who is now charged with making decisions that impact my family, that you take into account residents' experiences and circumstances that might be different from yours. Thank you.
Okay, Holly Osborne.
Okay. Good evening. This is Holly Osborne, District 5. I want to talk about RENA and a little bit about the algorithm. This is the algorithm that SCAG used to assign us RENA. Part of it was based on population and expected growth, but another part, totally new for the 6th cycle RENA, was based on proximity to high-frequency bus stops and transportation corridors. Special maps were generated, and I called them the blue dot or blue shaded maps because these areas were shaded in blue. The more blue you had, the higher your RENA. Now, this is a different kind of blue than what Laura had in her jobs maps. This blue goes with the transportation maps. North Redondo had a lot of blue in part because some areas were within 1/2 mile of Hawthorne Boulevard. There is a prime piece of real estate in North Redondo that is zoned R1 of about 17 acres that is not occupied by any living person. And it was colored blue, and we were assessed RENA because of it. Now, this is the cemetery in North Redondo. I tried to get that blue zone taken out and had it whited out to no avail. But we were assigned RENA based on that cemetery's 17 acres. I was told that, well, dead people can rise and ride the bus. I've got it in writing. Now, I believe if they can assess us RENA because of that piece of land, that we should be able to plan for RENA on that same piece of land. Or, I'm not literally, what I really want to know is how much we should be able to subtract from our RENA because of this erroneous allocation. Now, I would like Mr. Webb to take that into consideration when he talks to other cities, because when I listened to the SCAG appeals, a lot of them had erroneous blue stuff too. Not everybody had that problem, and it wasn't always cemeteries, but we should not have been allocated RENA based on our cemetery. And so they called the cemetery R1 on the zoning maps. It is R1 on the zoning maps, but it's a cemetery. And so I also I want Mr. Webb to know about that. And I also, if we do have to rerun the RENA algorithm with the new lowered allocation from HCD, I'd like the data set be corrected before they rerun it. Okay? So that's just my input for today. I'm done.
Okay, if there's anyone in Zoom that would like to speak, again, if you have a phone, *9. I see no other hands. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Okay, here's another one. Colleen Otash.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me speak. I've been a resident of Redondo Beach for almost 40 years now. I am a homeowner. I live 3 blocks away from the Galleria in District 4. I have been involved with the Galleria project, the Metro project, as far as activism and seeing what's going on in my neighborhood, and also with the pallets that just got in there in December. So we have agreed, and we fought hard to try to get the density of the housing unit and to change the entire setup of the Galleria. We worked on that to try to get it a multi-use where there would be businesses, there would be housing, a parkland, and that everything regarding housing or that hotel would be on the Hawthorne Boulevard area and not on Kingsdale. So we have agreed to more, I think it's around 600 units of housing in North Redondo in District 4. And that is more than any other district I think is agreeing to. We are not saying that we're not accepting housing in District 4. We already have agreed to that. So we think it should be an equitable distribution based on the density of the land use that is correctly allocated, as the last speaker spoke, for each of our 4 districts. And regarding the transportation and where people work, I happen to work in Long Beach, and I'd have nothing to do with the 405. I take the 110 and I go a little bit longer so I can grab it. I know 4 or 5 people from my area that work in Long Beach, that work in the same area that I do. I work for the cruise industry. So a lot of us work down there in San Pedro, in Long Beach, and we take the south route. So I don't think you can say that everybody's heading north. And a lot of people are doing remote work now. They are not even traveling. Most people that are trying to live in the beach cities areas are trying to do remote work because of the problem the 405 has. So I think, that's just a smokescreen talking about the transportation, and there are many routes to get to the 405, just not Artesia. And so those are my comments, and I thank you.
So Amy Joseph.
Hi. Hello. So originally, I had every intention of calling and having a conversation about the general plan meetings, where I spent hours attending while they were in person. I think I'll save that for another time. I think that one really important thing to note is that there is an awful lot of stuff that is being crammed down the throats of Redondo Beach residents, not by any council member that you don't particularly like, but by your elected officials in Sacramento. And I think that the statement I'm going to make tonight is going to say, for the moment, kind of take a step back and stop yelling at the people you voted for, and instead pick up the phone and call Senator Ben Allen. And I'm sorry, I'm out walking on a lovely night and don't mean to be breathing heavily in front of you. But Senator Ben Allen right now is not sure whether or not he is voting for or against or abstaining on Senate Bills 9 and 10. Those bills are the ones that are being set out in pretense of affordable housing, and yet in reality don't literally have the word affordable in them. The wording that the YIMBY organizations are using is that high density will naturally make housing more affordable. This is magical thinking at its finest. There's a word I'm dying to use, but I won't. And the reality is Senator Ben Allen and Senator Bradford, if you happen to have friends who live in his district north, need to hear from you that this is a bill you need him to not only vote against, you don't want him to abstain, you want him to vote against it, and you want him to tell his colleagues that this would be a destructive bill for your community, our community, the South Bay, cities like Redondo Beach. If there are communities that have lots of land and are dying for residents, there's nothing stopping them from building it right now. Tomorrow they could start building. This is about enriching builders. This is about giving them a glide path to not having to get permits. And quite frankly, this is about allowing builders to become the planning commissioners of each of our cities. I don't have the phone number with me, but y'all have access to get that. Nils or any one of you on the council know how to get me. And if you want to send anyone my way, I'm more than happy to give information out to how to reach Senator Ben Allen, Senator Bradford, and Assemblymember Masucci is being wonderful and has actually come to the defense of the cities, especially in the South Bay, and has gone on the record to create ACA 7, which is a constitutional amendment which will stop the land use grab from Sacramento and make it so that zoning stays local. Because quite frankly, if these bills go through, there is no need for a city council because the planning commission will be made up of developers who are already funding the campaigns. And thank you. Please call Senator Allen. And thank you all for what you're doing. Bye.
Thanks, Amy.
Okay, next is Valerie Fernandez. Hello?
Valerie? Ms. Fernandez?
Okay, so I'll come back to her again. She's unmuted. There.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, I'm sorry. My mute button is backwards actually somehow. I want to thank the last caller and also Holly Osborne. Holly always has the pulse of the city. She does a lot of research. She's an amazing neighbor and collaborator. I agree that we should, fight from the top. I know we can't at this point, so we're starting. We're doing what we can. A lot of the previous speakers said things that I had wanted to bring up. I guess my main point is that putting 1,000 units in any one place, I live in District 5. I don't want them over in the tech area for many, many reasons, like most of you would not. It's too much in one area. It inundates the schools, the thoroughfares, and anyone who thinks that there's the people that might eventually live in a place if it were to be built would not have cars. That's a pipe dream, because we're in California. Even you could be 4 steps from the metro, and most people are still going to have vehicles. And it's my understanding that the housing in a situation like that would not mandate parking, which would be, yet another nightmare. It's already tough enough in all of North Redondo and probably south. I don't live there, but and the other thing that I thought about was what the revenue is to the city for the businesses that are in that current area. If this were to happen, if it was, zoned as proposed, and the existing businesses leave one by one, or they're paid off to leave, which I think might be another scenario. What kind of revenue is the city losing there compared to the property tax that they would that would be provided by building there? And then lastly, regarding the traffic, I also kind of had to laugh. People are driving up through here anyway, so why not, let South Redondo off the hook? Well, if you put 1,000 units in one area and, let's say 750 of them had cars, well, they may only be going, 3 blocks to the freeway, but you put 750 cars going 3 blocks. I know these numbers are kind of exaggerated. I'm just trying to make a point. As opposed to putting 250 units in 4 different places, North and South Redondo, the traffic's not going to be the same. You just can't plunk all this into one area, besides what it will do to the schools. and the noise pollution and just the quality of life in general. So again, I don't want it there, but I don't think it would be fair for anyone in the city to have to deal with 1,000 new units in one place. So thanks for your time.
Okay, next is Candace Nafisi.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Candace Nafisi and I reside in District 3, and I've been a GPAC commissioner for 3 years. As a member of the General Planning Committee, I'm not surprised to see that the staff has included a redefinition of the PCF zone to include an accepted use that was never presented or directly approved by us. The GPAC process has often felt like a bait and switch with staff driving the process. During the 3 years I've served, and there's only been 2 council members to come to GPAC to provide input to our discussions. The city's invested over $1 million into the general plan that will essentially shape our quality of life, and only 2 council members have attended. I'm weary of the electeds who are now against the housing being added to their district, but have voted in support of the Legato housing project, the Galleria project, supported Measure B, the 600 condos on the AES site. It feels obvious that they are supportive of additional housing as long as it doesn't impact their backyard. I'm sorry, but your efforts appear to be a bit disingenuous, as your voting record tells a very different story. I'm trying to understand why these council members would push to distribute the RENA numbers equally in the city when the housing density varies throughout the city. Why would we add a disproportionate number of housing to an already dense housing area? If we're really fighting for equality of housing, then it makes sense to distribute the number based on the density of housing that already exists. This is important for your already overcrowded schools, traffic concerns, and our quality of life. The school district has always been absent from these critical discussions around land use and housing, so please be mindful in their absence. When you impact schools and overcrowd schools, our home values fall. There's a direct correlation. Council members, please look at the city as a whole and distribute the numbers based on existing density housing to ensure there are equal proportions of housing everywhere. We can do better if we plan better. And lastly, I second what Amy Josephica says. Please call Senator Ben Allen and encourage him to vote against SB 9 and 10. Thank you for your time and consideration regarding these requests.
Okay, the next person is Laura Duke.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, council and staff. My name is Laura Duke. I live in District 3. Something shady is happening right now with our public zoning in the DEIR for Beach City's Health District's Healthy Living Campus. It actually says the property is on public institutional, yet there's been no change from public community facility to public institutional. It seems the writers of the DEIR presumed this change was certain and wrote it in as though it were a done deal. The Beach City's Health District project should be denied on the basis of the zoning grounds alone. Too few people, least of all Beach City's Health District reps themselves, seem interested in the zoning question, yet it's critical. This proposal should only be on a commercial or high residential density zone. I asked BCHD how they thought it was okay to put a commercial RCFE grossly out of scale with its surroundings on a PCF zone. They expressed an odd certainty that there would be no issue, perhaps because Silverado exists. That was an exception, and as we've seen from the colossal renderings, this would be no Silverado. Their lack of concern is making sense now. It was likely due to this play to quietly switch to public institutional, which would allow them no holdups getting their plan approved. Residential care facilities today are not by rights allowed on public community facilities owned land, but can be allowed if okayed by Council and Planning Commission with a conditional use permit, which obviously would kill the BCHD plan if that vote didn't go their way. Buried deep in the many bullet points of the Planning Commission's last meeting was investigate description change of the recommended land use category PI as far as including RCFE. It's being presented as though it's just a simple wording change when the reality is this allowance could sink the spirit of actual public zoning, causing long-term negative repercussions to our city and our neighbors in Torrance. A sudden change to the zoning to include RCFEs outright would set a precedent and contribute to the demise of our much needed public zones that are intended to actually be used for the public. It would make it okay to blindly hand over public land for private profit. Public means for all. This zoning change, and don't be fooled, it's a zoning change, not a wording change, must not be approved. Thank you.
Okay, I see no more hands on Zoom. We have 28 comments.
Yeah, that's kind of seems like a lot. Does council agree not to read publicly the 28 comments? Because that's 28 times 3. It's 90 minutes roughly of council. We can read them.
As long as everyone promises to read them, because a lot of people put them in.
Okay, as long as I'm more than happy to read them all. I've gone through all as well. So if no one objects to that, we won't be reading the 90 minutes worth of comments. Okay.
Motion to receive and file those.
Yeah, we'll do that part of the add that part of the motion when we go to the next, when we close up the item. Mr. Baji, I think you had your hand up first, I want to say.
No, Ms. MD did.
Councilmember MD, go for it.
Thank you. So to answer what sorry about that echo. I don't know why I have an echo now. To answer what the city's going to look like when it's totally built out on the current general plan, it says it in it just so not everybody kind of understands how to navigate our website. But when you click on the N5 item, you'll see a bunch of blue lines with attachments on it. And number 7 is the density comparison tables. And what it shows is that the current general plan, when it's if it was completely built out, would be 42,000 people in portions of 90278, and it would be 25,000 people in the portions of 90277. And additionally, it would be nearly 19 people per acre versus 14 people per acre. So that's to answer the first questions that were asked by Jean and by James, to just kind of give you an idea. It'd be good to go look at those density tables because there's a lot of data in it, and you can and don't let people just cherry pick 1 or 2 items. You got to kind of look at it as a whole. To another person's comments, they were mentioning that people on this council voted for different projects in the area. Here's the difference. This is about zoning. So when somebody buys a piece of property, just like Ms. Beely said, she purposely bought an R1 to be able to live on an R1 because she used to live on an R3 and she preferred to go to an R1. When you buy a house, you know the zoning of that lot. It goes true with all those other projects that were mentioned. That person that company, whatever, bought it with that zoning in mind. It's why we went through the whole process of redoing the general plan to try to avoid those kind of confrontations. So once somebody has purchased something based on zoning, then they have an expectation to be able to build that. So to vote for those projects after they've been zoned, that's where that is, what the difference is here. Once this is zoned, it's going to be very hard to not allow them to be built because of the law that says if you entitle less than what is zoned, we then have, and you can correct me, staff, I think it's 60 days to find an alternative place. Was it 60 days?
If you go below your capacity, you have 6 months.
60 days. Okay, so
no, 6 months. 6 months.
Oh, 6 months. Okay, sorry, there was a 6 in there. Forgive me. And anyway, the point is, it's a really short time. Okay, to be able to go and find new places. So if you end up going below, you're going to have to go to find someone else to do it. So it's really vital that we really discuss about where this will go and where this will be what our densities are going to be once it's completely built out. So many people are telling us that we need to fight or to fix to the number. We've already appealed it. We were already denied with SCAG. So, but as far as that's concerned, if I could ask Mr. Webb, I think you have information. So as far as fighting together, could you discuss what other cities have done and possibly what results were, along those lines?
Well, I'll talk about it based on your referral to staff. I prefer to talk about some parts of it in closed session because it'd be calculating what the odds of success were. As I mentioned, you once before had to refer to staff on the issue of legally challenging the RENA numbers, and the courts have held consistently, including earlier this year in a suit from multiple cities down in San Diego, that the courts don't have jurisdiction to evaluate the RENA numbers. It's an administrative process that several of you have pointed out that the city has gone through and unfortunately did not prevail. In terms of, well, let me ask you, what else do you know, in terms of cities normally get sued, and there's a paper that I shared with you out of 2019 out of a housing center at Councilman Obaji's alma mater that talked about how most cities get sued for not having the housing element, not meeting some of the requirements of roughly about 83% got sued because they just didn't comply with the elements of the law. Was your question, what happens if you don't pass RENA numbers ultimately? Did you want to talk about that?
You know, I have a bunch of questions, but you always tell me you can't talk about it because you need to talk about stuff in closed session. So I'm going to leave it up to you because I don't know what you know. So I don't know what you know. So, but I'm trying to get out to people that have said, let's fight the state on how much of an uphill battle this is, that there's been, I believe, since I'm not a lawyer, I believe there's been precedent that says, for example, that if you pass a housing element and the residents vote no on it, the judge has overturned that. So is there?
Well, so I don't want to talk about that specifically. Yeah, I assume for the purposes of this, the council is working in good faith. I mean, you are all struggling with the numbers, but you're all working to pass a housing element that complies with state law. And your multiple meetings on the subject show that you're working hard despite your disagreements. I think you're unified in your approach to it. I will say, in general, there have been cases from Northern California that talk about housing as a matter of statewide concern, and they're appellate court decisions. And one came out, I think, in 2019 in San Jose that has to do with, which is a charter city, that has to do with their ordinance that dealt with how do you get rid of excess property. And in that case, the court said, the matter of lack of affordable housing is a matter of statewide concern. And that San Jose, even though they're a charter city, they had to comply with the state law. There's a decision, as you know, that came out 2 weeks ago. And it came out against the city of Berkeley. And they essentially held that, once again, the lack of affordable housing is a matter of statewide control. And we'll talk about that in closed session. We'll talk about what it held and what it didn't hold. But I will say that, you know, the state is mandating that. And perhaps I can screenshot something that, even though clearly I think the history of discussion show that you're working hard to resolve it, there are and can be significant consequences if the city were not to do it, if the city just, you know, threw up its hand. So I created a mini, I think 5-page PowerPoint. Let me try and
I don't want to get into this too far tonight because we have a lot of other items on the agenda, and if we can save maybe some of this for closed session, we have a little bit more time.
It's entirely up to the majority of you. I will talk less than each council member has, but it's in response to a question from Councilwoman Emdy. I'm happy to not say another word about it. I'm happy just to show it, like literally, 3 minutes, what the potential consequences are, so that the residents can know how your hands are being tied by the state, unless we can somehow get a court victory. But if you don't want to,
Nils, I think it's important. A lot of people are asking us this, and so
okay, but Councilman Ermini, just remember that 10:30 number. You're always up on it. We got a
I
lot.
know. So just no more than 3 minutes, okay? No more than 3 minutes.
okay, wait until I share the screen, and then before you start counting me down. Okay, can you see that?
Oh, that's a lot of words.
I'm only going to point to a couple of them. So, so the court may compel you, and this is one of the seminal statutes that applies to implement your programs or rezoning. And they also may take your decision away in terms of approval of specific affordable housing developments. This is the section, I'm not going to read it, but to point out that most of the lawsuits that have come about have been by affordable housing advocates. But in a 2017 amendment that started in effect July 1st of 2019, HCD can refer it straight to the Attorney General. And I'll leave out all the processes, but I wanted to highlight, what can happen. In essence, they can get a court to issue an order of judgment directing you to bring the housing element into substantial compliance. Let's say you don't, for whatever reason, and he retains jurisdiction to make certain it's carried out. And that includes a minimum fine of $10,000 per month up to a maximum fine of $100,000 per month. And that, if that doesn't convince a jurisdiction, they can get 6 times that, whatever the fine is. So if you're looking at a fine of $600,000 per month, that quickly becomes unsustainable. The other thing is he can appoint a receiver, and that receiver, in the last sentence, shall have expertise in planning in California. So in essence, what can happen is you can lose control over your local zoning. In some cities, they have just a ban on approving anything except the court-approved affordable housing units until you get it under control. So the stakes are high. I'll talk to you about my view of what chances we may have in terms of challenge it legally in closed session. But I think some of the comments that are directing residents to state representatives are well-founded, because you all are put in a very difficult position. And Nils, that's the point I wanted to make. And with that, I'm done.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember, you're done too. Quick comment, Mr. Abaji, Councilmember Abaji.
Yeah, I'll just make a couple comments and then make a motion to continue and the like. It seems like we don't have the entire expertise that we really need here. So for example, we know a metro is coming. We don't know if you build next to the metro, what percentage of people will ride the metro versus drive. Also, if those are the low income units, then maybe people don't have cars and they don't end up generating traffic if they're put next to the metro, either down here in 4 or up there in 5 on the opposite side, on the north side of the 405 freeway. All right, that's that. So could we get next week? Could we get somebody to come in? Maybe it's our traffic engineer, maybe it's an outside traffic consultant who can kind of talk through these issues. And I think what a resident brought up a good point, which is, and I thought about it early on, but it hasn't come up the last two meetings, which is, can you identify the amount of revenue that the city is currently generating from those parcels in District 5, where we're planning, the tech, I forget what you call it, tech corridor, tech square, as well as the parcels here in District 4. Basically, all the parcels you're proposing to overlay with a residential district. If we're going to, if we adopt your plan, then how much money are we going to be losing as far as revenue if those commercial components are not preserved? I think we really need to look at that. So hopefully, so I'll move to ask to continue this discussion to next week. Ask staff to come back with responses on those as to traffic and revenue on the existing sites, and file and receive the public comments on Granicus. And just remind everybody to call your Senator Ben Allen, please.
Perfect. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Great. Any other public comments that have popped up last minute? Or
Yes, actually. Where did he go? Just a moment, please. Eugene Solomon is asked to speak. Just a moment, please.
Hi, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I apologize. I was trying to get registered as the comments were going on, but for some reason it wasn't going through. Two quick notes, if I may, please. I'd like to have the consultant, Veronica Tam, discuss with you all the 20% buffer, because it does not appear in the legislation. And while the buffer is recommended, can we consider less than 20% or some number? And would that interfere with our approvals? As it's not specifically stated in the guidelines, it's more of a recommendation. The second thing is, it made me think about when Amy Josephek was speaking and enjoying the night. I'm glad she was doing that. All of this and all the comments we're getting from our residents, it's reminding me of being forced to eat my vegetables. Sacramento is forcing us to eat our vegetables, and nobody likes it. And while the idea of a bumper sticker that says housing equity is really cute and very buzzworthy, it doesn't solve the problem, and it's not really based in data. So rather than using buzzwords to describe what's going on, let's rely, please, on the data and use that as our guideline rather than slogans that really don't mean anything when you're looking at the data. Thanks very much. I really appreciate the last moment to be able to speak. Thank you again.
thank you, Mr. Solomon. Okay. I don't see any more hand. Mr. Baji, your hand up by accident, or is it by accident? Okay. Perfect. Let's do a roll call vote. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Nairn, yes, aye. All right. Perfect. So that brings us to N5 for next week. We'll be back. So you guys have comments for the public. Come on down. Next up on the agenda is item N2, Seaside Lagoons. A discussion and possible action regarding updated Seaside Lagoon operational plan to accommodate the 2021 Beach Life Festival. So this kind of came up last week or 2 weeks ago, dates and when we're going to be having Beach Life Festival. They have a license agreement for September and May for the next 5 years with the possibility to extend like 5 more years on top of that. So Lori, take it away.
Good evening. As you mentioned, this is a follow-up report to the first discussion about the 2021 Seaside Lagoon season that took place at the April 13th council meeting. To do some really brief recapping of the meeting. At the April 13th meeting, staff asked for direction whether to proceed with the opening of Seaside Lagoon. Staff brought a proposed season dates of July 1 to approximately 17 days prior to the start of the Beach Life Festival. September 10, that would be about 51 days. After council discussion, staff was directed to open Seaside Lagoon on June 15th instead of July 1, and to remain open through Labor Day, which is the traditional closing date of the season. It's about 84 days. The modified season was due to, I believe, earlier discussions about a possible rebuild of the Beach Life Festival infrastructure that would relocate it to the parking lot near Captain Kidd's. If that was done, then that would allow the Seaside Lagoon to remain open through Labor Day. After the 13th, there was a discussion with Alan Sanford regarding the site plan for the 2021 Beach Life Festival. After much discussion with his group, he decided that the site plan from 2019 would need to remain in place, which then would require the earlier possession date of Seaside Lagoon. So, of course, after receiving this information, we reached out to Public Works to determine the amount of time they need to prepare the site for Beach Life Festival. As noted in the report, the most significant item is the draining of the lagoon, since Public Works is not able to pump the water into the ocean. It needs to infiltrate into the sand. And obviously, for safety reasons, the lagoon needs to be empty and dry before we turn the site over to Beach Life. So after that discussion, it was determined the city would need to close Seaside Lagoon at the close of business on August 22, and then hand over the site on Sunday, August 29th. That would be about 69 days for the season. So we are coming back to council to ask for direction on how to proceed with the Seaside Lagoon opening with the revised dates of June 15 through August 22 as the 2021 season. The staff is available for questions, and Alan Sanford is also available.
Thank you. So first question off the bat, who chose September 10th through the 12th, Lori or Joe? How did we get there?
Is Alan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. But I'm not, I'll ask Alan in a second, but Joe or Mike, you guys were involved in planning and preparation management, right? So how did the city staff agree to just September 10th through the 12th?
Well, I'll take a stab at it. I wasn't as involved as some others were on staff, but we essentially talked to Alan and, asked him kind of what his plans were. Of course, it was at a time when the lagoon was completely shut down. It was unclear at what level or when it would open. We did not have the authority as staff to finalize a date. In fact, during the last council meeting where this issue came up, we had an understanding, Mr. Sanford wasn't on that call or wasn't at the meeting, but we had an understanding that there likely would be a conflict between operation of the lagoon through the normal time, which is closing after Labor Day, and the time needed in order to have the lagoon operational, shut down, and able to serve as the site for Beach Life Festival this year. So anyway, we're back with a clarification on that. We did not have the authority. I mean, if this was a staff decision, we wouldn't be in front of the council. This is a council decision in terms of what the dates are for operation of Seaside Lagoon. We're back for a clarification in order for Beach Life to move forward on the dates identified. The lagoon needs to be shut down, as Lori indicated.
So I'm confused. You're asking for clarification, but we never talked about this. And when I was looking at my community meeting I had in April, it was already publicly announced I believe that's the 17th or something, I want to say. It was already publicly announced that the dates, certain dates were chosen. Who authorized? Someone had to have agreed before the council even said on city staff.
Yeah, I'm going to ask for help either from another member of staff or from Mr. Sanford, because I wasn't involved in those discussions directly.
Who on staff had these conversations? Was it Mike Wazansky or?
I would say, all of these conversations have been fluid from staff's perspective. We've been in regular dialogue with Mr. Sanford. The date, I think September 10th became an optimal date for the Beach Life Festival. We felt it important to get back to council to determine whether or not that would affect the lagoon operations. Clearly, there's a conflict, and that's why we brought it to you. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a discussion item 2 weeks ago. We would have simply settled on the date and moved on. So we recognized immediately that was going to be a conflict. We felt, given the sort of limited nature of the Seaside Lagoon's operations this summer, that a mild tweak to the operating season wouldn't be out of the question. But in order for us to effectuate that, we needed to bring that to you for approval. So that's why you had the item, and that's why we're back today. So we have a conflict. We believe very strongly in Beach Life Festival. We know September 10th works from Alan's perspective and the way he's viewing talent and the availability of talent in the fall. But ultimately, the council's got to decide.
Mike, this is the problem I'm having here is you're not giving us a choice. You're giving us, it's essentially a demand at this point in time, and saying because I made it very clear last time. I've made it very clear through my tenure of being at Seaside Lagoon is a regional amenity. It's very important to be open for everyone, especially those from outside of Redondo Beach. And I the first time I heard something that there was a conflict was from Mayor Brand, and I followed up with Alan Sanford, and I made it very clear from the beginning that to everyone involved that the Seaside Lagoon needs to be open. It just needs to be open. And this is the second largest weekend, if not the largest weekend since Seaside Lagoon Labor Day. So now we're being asked to shut it down a couple weeks early for a music festival. I don't understand where the communication broke down in terms of timing. This is very important. So the timing aspect is very important for me. So, Alan, what's you seems like you kind of sat down and chose September 10th and 12th. My opinion on the Seaside Lagoon and the importance of the regional amenity of it. And my belief is the Beach Life Festival, a huge fan, huge follower of it. Think it's a great thing for the harbor, for the city. You're announced, right? When were you announced that you're going to be back on these dates?
So Councilmember Nierenheim, first, just a little bit of background on the contract that we have with the city. When we first contemplated the Beach Life Festival, we contemplated the dates after Labor Day, before Memorial Day weekend as potential dates for the festival. And the city gave administrative oversight to the dates within that time period. We also really clearly delineated the setup time that we would need, both the load in time and the load out time. So this is more of a council decision that was made several years ago. I've worked with Mike Wazansky and with Joe Hofkin on just fitting within those parameters. So during COVID, obviously a really fluid and dynamic time, and several reschedules, to be quite honest. We were looking at dates. We were talking to then city employee John LaRock, managing the calendar. And we all kind of, within the parameters of the agreement that Beach Life Festival LLC made with the city of Redondo, chose September 10th through 12th as an optimum time to hold the festival. Knowing that we would need a certain lead time to set up the festival. And so the new information or what I've done in the subsequent last 2 weeks is task my team to say, okay, City Council has made clear that they want the lagoon to stay open. Let's look at every different way we can do Beach Life Festival to accommodate that. We did so. We executed a completely new CAD plan, and we ended up with one of the main stages down at the southerly portion of the lot. And it was ultimately decided upon by the team of people that I have working on this that created a slew of new potential issues that we had successfully avoided the year before: noise mitigation, traffic mitigation, etc. And so kind of what we finalized, even though we've tried to work around it, is the best thing to do in this situation is to stick with the original footprint. That really creates a necessity to get in there, but more than anything, Councilmember Nenheim, you got a wet lagoon. And so if, the last thing I want is to do a $1 million festival and put a ton of money and effort into this, and then the consumer be standing in the mud. And that was one of the unanticipated things that we looked upon with Mike Klein and the engineering team. And it just simply takes time for that thing to dry out. So we could execute what we need to execute in 5 or 6 days, but the site, the physical site, won't support that.
So thank you. And you know, they can bring up the contract. The contract is very important. I don't have the contract here in front of me, and I didn't have time to look it up. But we allow you any time in September to execute, or does someone in Mike? I see you shaking your head there. Do you know? Excuse me, not the contract, the license.
The license agreement discusses 2 shows a year in the sort of fall and spring, with clear distinction that they need to happen outside of the lagoon's traditional operating season. And that's why this is a unique circumstance. We would have suggested that the show be in October or some other time that would have comfortably allowed us to close post Labor Day. But given COVID and the uncertainty of what's been happening, it's created, I think, a moving target for Alan and his team. September 10th, I think, popped up as an optimal date on their side of the equation. I think we made it clear that was going to be a challenge for us to work the 2 programs successfully under their normal time constraints. Staff quickly identified the need to get to council to make you aware of the potential impingement on the traditional operating season. And that was why you had the item you did a couple of weeks ago. Alan's announcement happened prior to your consideration of that.
Yeah.
But certainly after our acknowledgement that we had a potential conflict there. So at the end of the day, it's council's call. We believe that this is a reasonable compromise, all things considered, over the course of the year. But yeah, it does clearly impact Lagoon's closure period. You pushed up the opening a couple of weeks, so I think you've more than made up for what would have been the loss here. But you've got to.
So let me ask you this, Mike. So I'm not happy about this at all, because I didn't realize it needed to be for this much time for this long, and I don't want to set a precedent. And Seaside Lagoon is a regional amenity that people way outside of our city use and come down to the harbor and pay for parking and everything else along the way. I don't want to set a precedent for following years under any circumstance whatsoever. What is it that the city of Redondo Beach needs to do from August 23rd, you're saying, to August 23rd to a week later, August 27th? What is it that we need to do 29th?
Yeah, I think I can answer at a high level. I haven't been as directly involved in specifically looking at logistically what has to happen, but my understanding, and maybe Ted can fill in the blanks, is Alan needs a window of time to get in there, build structures, create a safe environment, and make sure that we can operate a successful Beach Life Festival. Prior to his ability to do that, he needs the sand in the I guess what would be the south quadrant of the lagoon to dry and be available for that structure erection. What I'm hearing from our public works staff is that we need about a week for that sand to safely dry and allow for that installation period to begin.
So it's the wet sand that's the issue. It needs more than a week. So it needs a week, and then he needs to start doing his work.
Exactly. It needs the week to dry, and then he can get in and begin building, which takes about a week itself. So the challenge is, and Lori mentioned this in her presentation, we can't pump the water out manually, right? Once we turn off the system, the water begins to percolate into the sand and basically mix with the ocean water table and slowly dissipates from the lagoon. There's no way to accelerate that process. So it has to happen over the course of the week, effectively. I believe we've got some calculation, Ted. What is it? Is it an acre foot of water we lose naturally through evaporation and water percolation each day?
Yeah, Mike, correct. I think you said all the right reasons for it. For the lagoon to naturally drain down to a level where it becomes workable, it does take about a week's time. And as Alan has mentioned, in our discussions with him, and we needed to understand the dynamics of his entering the site, working on the site, and the conditions of the site, for that sand to be dry enough for him to work it and to be able to construct on it and use it a week later, it needs that week's time just for the water level to actually drop down low enough to become workable and initiate the work on the site.
I mean, these are all things that we knew beforehand, right?
Absolutely, which is why when this date was contemplated, we recognized immediately it was going to be a challenge and that we would need to talk to you all about your comfort with shutting the lagoon down. Now, at that point, we hadn't even determined yet whether or not we would be opening for the summer. So you had sort of two decisions to make: confirm its opening and then confirm its sort of window of operation. The one thing I will say, nothing about what's happening this year will create precedent for future events, right? The contract is clear. We don't have an obligation to provide for a September 10th event every year. Alan, there are dates each fall that may or may not be better than others. This is a very strange year, I think, in the festival world. There's a lot of congregation of activity occurring and a lot of people, running to try to get shows going again. So it's unique. So I wouldn't worry about precedent, but what you do have to think through is, are you comfortable with what is basically a 2-week earlier closure of the lagoon than what you directed a couple of weeks back?
I mean, I'm going to ask you guys to weigh in on the idea of opening up on June 1st or something even sooner, because that's I think we need to think about this. So before I take any more time, I'd like to go to Councilman Alaji.
Mr. Sanford, what's the chance that you could push the event back? Is that like a 0 chance, or?
That's at this juncture, it's a 0% chance from the standpoint.
I just realized it was the obvious question that was not being asked. So, all right, I would favor opening Seaside Lagoon up earlier, and let's make sure it's dried out before the event occurs.
And can I add just one thing? Of all the events this is a tremendously difficult site, and really the decision maker was the safety of our crew. Setting this up on wet sand that move, right? There's some safety precautions that, after talking with Mike Klein, after talking with Ted Simon, none of us, all of us have to be able to sleep at night, and safety comes first. It even comes above and beyond consumers trudging through mud. And so, like Mike Witansky said, this in no way sets precedent for either party. This is the most unique year I think we'll go through in the history of our lifetimes. And in no way next year is there an expectation that this happens. This is normally a really easy process where we sit down and we calendar the event to everybody's benefit, and it's a mutually agreeable thing. And I would hope that the council sees that this is just very extenuating circumstances that aren't likely to be duplicated again.
Yeah, I better not be. Councilmember MD.
Something to consider about opening it in June is that kids aren't out of school by then. And so I don't think, and then it's June gloom, and it's also going to be the shortened season. I guess you're saying that June 1st would make it the same size season, but I'm not sure that that's really going to translate that way. It isn't just a matter of moving it. It's a weird year. I think you should just not open it this year and allow allow beach life to go as it is so that they can have the timing that they need. And next year we can definitely open up the lagoon then. It's just, there's a financial impact to it that we just can't handle this year. And, I mean, I feel sad. But I just don't imagine that this would be the year to fight for that, to have the lagoon open. But that's just my 2 cents.
Mike, Mr. Rosansky, we have so far June 15th, the scheduled opening. That is on a Tuesday. What would it take if we were to open on the 12th, Saturday, if we get one more weekend in, because we're cutting out 2 weekends on the other end?
Yeah, I think I'll ask Lori what the status of our lifeguard recruitment is right now. And it's probably not all that different, to be honest. But what I think everyone's going to have to understand is, dependent on staffing availability, our occupancy limits in the lagoon may be adjustable based on, who we're able to staff and have work. I don't know if the 3 days would be critical, Lori. I don't know if you can comment on what's happening there. We can certainly try. What you might want to do tonight is just bless a more flexible calendar. Ask us to open the lagoon no later than June 15th, open it as soon as we can safely, and then close it no earlier than August 22nd. And if for some reason there's some creative thinking that allows us to expand that operation and ability to hire, then we'll do it. Candidly, a couple weeks ago, I thought our motion was a little too specific. It would have been better to probably have some flexibility at the time, so we weren't so committed to the sequence. But we understand the council would like to see the lagoon open this year, and we would too. It's just been a really challenging year with COVID, like many of our facilities. So we'll shoot for a little bit earlier if we can, but if you give us some flexibility, that might be best.
And Mike, I agree that moving the opening date from a Tuesday to a Saturday wouldn't be of much impact. Human Resources is working very hard and diligently to bring potential staff for lifeguard, cashier, and maintenance trainee. We are seeing a little bit of movement on people who want to return, whether it's full-time or working on Saturdays and Sundays. So just like we mentioned last time, we're just going to work as hard as we can to get as much staff ready.
So I sent you an email, Lori, a few minutes ago regarding that.
You'd like the link?
Yep, the link, PDF, whatever it takes. I'll get you as many lifeguards as you want. I have the connections. It's no problem whatsoever. You'll get more than enough.
All right, thank you. We'll get that right to you.
And I mean, there's no motion on the floor. I can make a motion. Councilmember Baji, you got your hand up.
I'll make a motion. Since the school district seems to vacate on June 10th, direct staff to exercise all efforts to open it up from June 11th until I think it was August 22nd was the date.
22nd, I think.
22nd.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll second that.
Till August 22nd, 2021.
I'll second that motion.
Mayor Pro Tem, I have public comment.
Okay, so that's the public comment, or that's the motion on the floor, so people can speak to that motion. Do we have any takers for public comment?
Yeah, we have one e-comment. Go ahead, Kiki.
And we actually had just one.
Oh, two.
Yes, okay. First comment is from Grace Peng. I urge the council to not open Seaside Lagoon in 2021. The large subsidy required for a short season is just not warranted. Moreover, the metals contamination issue has still not been resolved. Let's save the operating subsidy money to line the pool. The second comment is issued by Michael Sachs. I don't believe the council members have made a valid argument to open the lagoon for less than 3 months at a cost of approximately $100,000. The only reasoning I've heard is because we like it or it's a regional amenity that is subsidized by Redondo Beach. These reasons just don't wash. I don't understand the infatuation, and now that we know the Beach Life Festival revenue generator will be negatively affected, please reconsider your decision to open the lagoon for the summer of 2021. That concludes public comments under e-comment.
Okay, no other hands up. So the last thing I'm going to say, Mike and Joe, this is what happens when you guys don't come to us with enough time to discuss things and move things along and, get our opinions on things. And I'm sorry, but it's you're not handing us a decision. You're handing us something that needs to be done, and the public is going to severely lose out for the Labor Day weekend. And this is the prime part of the summer. So if you guys can push back that date of closing, by all means, please do it. We all want the Beach Life Festival to be successful and happen, but it's coming at a huge cost for us and the public and the harbor. So, that I'm not very happy about it at all. So I'll go, Councilman Lowenstein, vote on the motion on the floor. Councilmember Horvath.
Per my vote the last time, I don't think the lagoon should be opening this summer, so I will vote no.
Okay. Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
No.
And myself, aye. So that's a 3-2 vote. And this vote, for the record, was to deal with the dates of the Seaside Lagoon for the Beach Life Festival. So, done with that item, we are on to the next item. Fireworks for 4th of July, an explosive issue. Lots of interest in this, and we've learned before what happens when there's no fireworks show. People are unhappy when we relied on other cities. So, Lori, this is a follow-up from the last time, so take it away.
This is again a follow-up to the first discussion about fireworks that again took place on April 13th. So again, to recap, we brought this item to council on the 13th because of the improvements and ongoing expansion, reopening expansion in Los Angeles County. At the time, on April 13th, we provided council with the following options. Again, that's the first one was to, again, skip fireworks display for another year. Second option was a land-based display. And options 3 and 4 were the traditional types of displays that took place on a barge in the harbor, with or without an event at Seaside Lagoon. After discussion, council decided to go with a land-based event because it did not include an expensive rental of a barge, which is in itself about $25,000. And at the time, we were also asked to attempt to gather other fireworks quotes. At the same time, during a comment period, we received a phone call from Jeff Ginsburg, president of the Riviera Village Association, who brought up the idea of an RVA-sponsored offshore fireworks event off of Avenue I. So that was April 13th. Since April 13th, the Riviera Village Association has submitted a special events application for the 4th of July. It's not just for fireworks, but it's for a festival as well that would take place on Avenue I between Catalina Avenue and the Esplanade, which obviously would be closed. The events or the festival would include a beer garden, food vendors, and a music stage. The fireworks would be paid for by the Riviera Village Association. They are looking for a waiver of the police and fire fees. And again, as noted in the staff report, in addition to fees associated with police and fire, there would be a requirement for the RVA to provide barricades and traffic control. And the city would ask that the traffic plan be prepared by a qualified traffic control consultant. We also learned about Mike Ward, from Mike Ward of the Village Runner, that he is also looking to hold his annual 5K run in the village. And this would be an in-person run. and he would typically pay for fees associated with city services. So now that there are 2 possible fireworks shows to discuss and an in-person run, staff did meet with Public Works, the fire department, and police department to discuss the impact on city services and the financial impact if all of these events were to take place on the 4th. So again, we're looking for direction from council on how to proceed with the 4th of July fireworks display. We did receive a second quote for the city-sponsored fireworks show. We have two quotes, very similar, one for $29,500 and one for $30,000 and one for $30,000. Both companies, just as an FYI, have also provided quotes to the Riviera Village for their display. And I'm sure you have many questions, so staff is available. And also, I think we have Jeff Ginsburg to answer any questions about the RVA, potential RVA event.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. So I also, as part of the motion last time, was to reach out to King Harbor Association.
Yes, that is in the report. So Stephen reached out to the 3 groups: King Harbor Association, Pier Association, and the Redondo Beach Travel and Tourism Group. To start with the RBT, obviously they have had a severe impact, negative impact this year on budget. And from a budget standpoint, they are not able to assist in any way. And when it comes to the King Harbor Association, Redondo Beach, and the Pier Association, they this year do not have any interest in either assisting with the city event nor participating financially.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so, the way I look at it is I've reached out to actually Power Spectaculars as well as some other people as well to see what the amount of shows that would be happening around in the LA area and greater LA area, South Bay area. And it's come back that 60 to 7% of the municipalities that put on shows will be putting on a show again. Orange County and Ventura are going to be much higher. There are some ones that previously said that they were not going to do shows. For instance, the Universal and Rose Bowl shows. Rose Bowl is one of the largest shows in all of California. They will be doing shows as well. And the interest is heating up to do these events. So we are not going to be the only ones in the area doing this. It's not going to be this massive magnet. So in my opinion, as we've learned last time, when we relied on another city to do something or not do something, it didn't work out so well for us. So I'm not in favor of relying on anybody else. The way I'm looking at it right now is the harbor, while it was a great traditional area to do it at, has cost us a lot of money, and we didn't put on a spectacular event. We just put on a great event. It's not our job to do these kinds of things. No fault by our staff. It's just not what we do. I think the King Harbor Association would be great at doing this event, but they're just not interested this year. So I would be more in favor of letting Riviera Village Association deal with it, as well as I talked to Mike Ward today, and he's more than willing to cover the costs for the run, and would love to have the event and continue on. So I see that as a win-win for the city, for the residents. We get a fireworks show. We're not dealing with the traffic and management and setting up the events with everything that we need to do with Riviera Bid. We'll be doing that, and we can go from there. So those are my thoughts for now. Anyone else have their hands up? Councilmember MD, you got your hands up, and then Councilmember Rabaji.
All right, so just to kind of reiterate, they're going to take care of costs, but is it still our police, our public works that they're paying for, or are they going to actually be able to hire a whole nother company to take care of it? whatever staff person wants to.
I know Mike Ward pays for, oh, by the way, Mr. Saman, when I talked to Mike Ward today, he said that cost $5,000 cost for the public works for the trucks and personnel, he's more than willing to provide those trucks and services. So I know the Vera bid, when they do the Summerfest, they provide their own security as well, in addition to city staff. So
maybe I'll answer the public works side and only because we've traditionally had the 4th of July event in and around Seaside Lagoon, whether it's in the harbor or the land side of it. We've got the experience in the background in terms of the amount of traffic control that is necessary to be set up, the time that it's necessary to set up that traffic control, and more critically, that traffic control that's redirecting traffic out from the area at the end of the day. Its impact goes as far south as Torrance Boulevard, primarily all the way up to Harbor and Redondo, I should say, with Redondo being hit the most because of the location there. Our staff wind up having a very long day. One of the preferences for the 5K run is to actually have Mr. Ward contract that service out completely. Our staff in past history have just really been drained when they're here early in the morning trying to set up for that and then being here for the late hours of the day. As far as the two separate fireworks shows, if that goes down as the direction of the city council, we've identified the need for the RVA fireworks show as a special event to be fully not just funded, but supported by manpower by a traffic control company. It is not something that we will be able to support with the resources that we have. It's not the fact that they would pay for it. We just don't have the physical resources to support that.
That's what I was thinking as well. So let me ask you this: if the fun run was done on, because this year 4th of July happens to be on a Sunday, fun run was done on Saturday, and then they did the 2 fireworks on Sunday, would that help with your staffing, or it wouldn't help because of the fact that it's still 2 different events in 2 different areas?
Right. As far as the fireworks shows, it would not help at all. As far as the 5K run, we could support the 5K. We would still be charging the event organizer as a special event, but at least from a staffing perspective, yes, we believe we can support that if it's on Saturday.
On Saturday or Sunday?
On Saturday for the 5K run.
Okay. So, I mean, it comes down to that, to be able to, how much do you want to tax staff on those days? And you just, that would be my biggest concern, is that you can't have 3 different events on the same day. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I just let the village deal with it, is my opinion. Councilmember Obaji and then Councilmember Lowenstein.
So I know that the Riviera Village is saying it's not going to pay for police and fire. What are the costs, Lori or anybody else, for police and fire to basically whatever needs to occur here when you have a firework display?
It would be, for the fireworks events, around $8,400.
Okay. So still significantly cheaper than, I guess, the $29,500 we're going to pay just for the fireworks if the city did them out of the hand launch area from the harbor, right?
That's correct.
All right. And then do we anticipate that we're going to need any sort of restroom facilities? I imagine you're going to have a lot of people congregate on the Esplanade, maybe even the beach, if you're going to be launching these fireworks off the, well, it's going to be off the ocean, right? Off a barge?
Right. It would be on a barge out in the ocean, about 1,000 feet out. And also the area that we would be shutting down on Avenue I would, of course, have all the restroom facilities and everything.
Okay, got it. All right.
Yeah.
And the beach restrooms were open at that time then.
Oh, great, great.
All right. Well, this sounds like a blast.
So we can make it a fun 21.
Yeah.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
I just want clarification. Are you saying that we would still have the harbor with land-based mills?
I would not be in favor of that. I would be in favor of just letting the Riviera Village bid doing the fireworks show and the fun run, and they can, parse out as many of those costs, direct staff parse out as many of those costs to private vendors and private contractors as possible and make their jobs easier.
I'm not ready to go there with that. One of the reasons I like 2 fireworks displays is it spreads out the crowd, especially in a year with COVID. So I would like still to have the fireworks display in the harbor, but not on a barge. And I'm fine with Riviera Village stepping up. That's great, but I'm not willing to pay the city to pay for that because they stepped up. That's great that they're doing it. I think it's terrific for the Riviera Village, but I don't see it as a city event. I don't see why if we're watching our costs that we should be picking up for private for that. So, and I'm fine with it being on Saturday, the fun run on Saturday, if that would help staff. I'm certainly not up for moving the fireworks display off of 4th of July anymore. That's done. So I personally think it would be fine. No, I think we learned our lesson, didn't we, Laura? I personally think that we should still do it in the harbor. I think a lot of people still find that to be, that's a return to normalcy. I think it's great that we still have one and that we do have one in Riviera Village. It's terrific, Riviera Village. We would spread out the crowds, and it's a good tradition to start. But I'm not willing to pick up the 8,400. So.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
I'm with Todd. I think, we discussed this the last time. I think keeping it in the harbor has a benefit to individuals up on the hill and, from North Redondo. That'll keep anybody who's driving down to see it, versus walking, it'll keep that traffic out of South Redondo. And I guess if you're going to have a privately run fireworks display in South Redondo, it's no different than when the Brill family used to do theirs, as long as it's not at the same time as the harbor one. I would think there would be a benefit to staggering them. And I agree. I'm not interested in paying for the services. If they want to do that on their own, that they're going to need to cover those costs. And then I would agree also with Todd and Laura that the fun run should be on Saturday, and that way PD, Public Works are not, taxed with just, an 18 to 24 hour workday.
So just so you guys know, if you're are you guys saying to do the fireworks show on a barge or on land?
On land.
Okay, so just so you know, if you're going to do it on land and in this particular location, look at the diagram. Where you put it on land, it's water. It's 600 something feet away from the closest point on land, and it's another extra couple hundred feet from the spectators. If you put it on land, you're 350 feet, which means a much smaller size show. And when you have a much smaller size show in terms of height, you can't get the width to see out and throughout South Bay. You will not be able to see the show in the areas that you're thinking about, high up on the hill from Prospect and 190th. Its product is not going to go that high. It's not going to be that well seen. And also inside the harbor on land, you're going to need to have a larger clearance area where all the spectators would be and lining up that. So that means you're pushing all the spectators out into the parking lots closer together onto Harbor Drive. All the Seaside Lagoon is going to be closed. All the way to probably Samba's will be closed. And Joe's Crab Shack, all that whole area is going to be closed. And again, the fallout zone from that, you're going to have smoke and, things coming down. So you're going to be pushing people closer together in those areas, and you will not get a large show.
The problem is if you have the barge, then if we have to cancel it, we're going to eat that money. Right?
Yeah. So that's why I'm like, let's just not take the risk at all and let someone else deal with it. Councilman Abaji.
I mean, I guess I'm maybe fresh on the government, but it seems to me like you have a private organization. I know, by the way, I've had zero interaction with Riviera Village bid and don't even know Mr. Ginsburg, but you have a private group of restaurants who've come together and businesses and said, hey, we'll foot the bill for this barge, which I think was in the 20,000 mark, plus the fireworks and the restrooms and the like. And all you need to do is cover the cost of police and fire at $8,000, and you get this whole fireworks show. You can call it private, Mr. Lowenstein and Mr. Horvath, but it's not a private show when it's on the ocean and it's outside in the sky, right? All of South Redondo there on the Esplanade is going to be able to see it. Likewise, if you have it on the hand dock, it's not a private show regardless of who pays for it. It's a public show. So I first made the motion to have both, or think about having both last time. I am indifferent, essentially, if we spend $29,500 plus $8,000 to do it at both. If that makes everybody happy, let's do that. But to say, oh no, we got to pay $29,500 for the hand dock, and we're not going to pay $8,000 to have it at the Esplanade, that's petty. All right. We have a great opportunity here to do great things for residents who've been deprived of normalcy for a very long time. And it's a relatively small amount of money. So
yeah. Mr. Ginsburg, do you have a comment to that?
Yeah, yes. One of the things that I learned from the fireworks guys is that this, because it would not be in the harbor area, the show that they would do off Avenue I would be about 2.5 to 3 times the size of what you're accustomed to seeing in the harbor area. And as a result, the people in the harbor are going to get to see just as nice of a show because it's enormous in comparison. And it's also a lot safer because it's away from the harbor. You're not going to have things falling down on, things coming down around boats and things like that. You're going to have an incredible show off Avenue I that they've not seen before. That's what these guys told me, and they're the experts. So I think it's going to be pretty outstanding if we can do this.
Councilmember MD, you have your hand up?
I just think we need to listen to the caller has an e-comment, and which he's saying that the boaters like to watch the display from the water just as much as everybody. They I think the hotels benefit from the fireworks show being at the harbor. I think it'd be a disservice to our businesses at the pier who've also had a really tough time to not have fireworks at the harbor. And if you equate it to the same as the family used to do the fireworks show off of the beach there all the time, and the city didn't have to pay for that. So I'm going to agree with Todd on this one.
So are you guys saying you don't mind doing 2 fireworks shows then? If you just have the Riviera Village wants to do it, and then the city pays for one on your own? Is that what I'm?
I think, in a year where last year we didn't have it, and we're saying we're going to have 2, that's great. I mean, that's a great thing to do. It's great PR. It spreads out the crowd. Not everybody's in one place. Maybe they can walk to the other one a half hour later or 15 minutes later. But, some people want to stay on Riviera Village. Some people want to stay in the pier. So if you have everybody in one area, that's more people that's congregated for COVID. If you spread it out, that's a good thing. And some people might be in between both of them.
Okay.
Somehow.
So I have a question for Joe or Mike. We are not choosing vendors tonight. We're just showing whether or not we want to do shows, correct?
I think we are.
We are looking for direction related to the city's fireworks, the land-based program. We do have that cost information for you and looking for that direction. The other thing that hasn't gotten a lot of discussion tonight that is new is this concept of a special event. It's one thing to do fireworks, to have them barge launched. It's something else to close down parts of the street, have a beer garden. There's much more staffing impacts. If you're looking to shrink this in terms of the impact on staff, that's something you may want to look at, as well as moving the fun run to the day before. So anyway, something to think about also from a COVID standpoint. Do we really want to have a special event?
I need more than just something to think about. What specifically are you saying? So are you saying that staff it's too taxing on staff? What specifically are you saying on that?
Well, what I'm saying is, and we can pull the chief into this, is that we have concerns about, really there's 4 events that are happening. We have 2 fireworks shows, we have a special event in Riviera Village, and we have the fun run. We've never had this level of activity on July 4th before in the city. We're kind of short in terms of our planning time. There's a lot of pent-up demand for people to do something. We have recently learned that El Segundo is not going to do their fireworks show. I realize there's going to be, based on what Mr. Narenheim has said, there's going to be fireworks in the Rose Bowl, but as I understand it, Santa Monica is not having a fireworks show. Torrance, although not on the coast, they have wrestled with the question of whether or not to do fireworks. They had it on their agenda tonight. They did not make a final decision. It's coming back. So from a staff standpoint, our biggest concern is that special event in Riviera Village.
So the special event in the Riviera Village, Joe, they're hiring, I mean, it's not like, it's like Summerfest. They're hiring private security and they're hiring private enforcement to, making sure things don't get out of hand, and getting trucks out there and water barriers and whatever barriers that they need. And they got their own EMT as well. I know they had some paramedic, or not paramedic, but EMT medical personnel.
Well, let me call on Chief Kaufman.
Hi, good evening. Like with many things, whichever way the policymakers go, we're going to make it work. So that being said, though, we're not going to take the safety of the public lightly. On a normal fireworks deployment, it's all hands on deck, every single person at Redondo PD working. So in this particular case, there's a couple of things that people need to realize. To do traffic control safely for the 10K run, we're starting at 5 a.m. We cannot work the officers more than 16 hours. That's going to put them off duty at 10 a.m. Those are our traffic control officers. Those are everybody on motors and all of our experts that get all of this traffic out of the city. So you have to consider that with just we've always had issue with starting early, doing the run and working through the night with traffic control. It's taxing. There's a couple other things to keep in mind. Normally, in years past, when the barge was off the coast, off of Torrance Beach there, the city of Torrance was providing all of their police resources to mitigate traffic in the south end. That's not going to happen this year.
But that was in Torrance, not in Redondo.
That was in Torrance, not in Redondo. But the neighborhoods I'm talking about. I mean, you're talking about thousands of people trying to leave. So I just want you to imagine them not being there, mitigating anyone going south or leaving from the south end of the town near the Riviera. It's going to be potentially a problem. And then there's always this other concern that we haven't talked about, which is fireworks enforcement. So I attempt to dedicate personnel to do that. We're talking about adding stuff this year and what's going to happen when we have to do the enforcement. I still don't know what the end result is on block parties, or if that has been decided. But another thing that we obviously have to keep an eye on. So private security or not, a dedicated event in the Riviera, we're going to have a police presence. I'm not going to sleep at night allowing thousands of people in a tight area without us clearing it per our normal protocols that we normally would for any large gathering. I mean, let's not forget that we're in difficult times and we're a soft target. So again, we will make it work. We have major concerns. The prices are all listed in the staff report. But it's going to be taxing. Something's going to give, and we're going to dedicate our personnel to the safety of the public before anything else this day. So just understand that those are some of the things that we're greatly concerned about. The 10K run, for example, you guys have probably seen the masses of volunteers that we have out that help us with their own personal cars blocking intersections so that we don't have some vehicle used as a weapon of mass destruction to take out runners. I'm not 100% sure we're going to get all those volunteers this year. We're having a very difficult time with some of our elderly staff, bringing them back for crossing guards even now that the school year is back. So there's a lot of factors that are going to come into play, and I just want to make sure that those are being considered.
Okay, council member. So the way I feel like we could do the fun run on Saturday morning, it's not vital. And then we spread that out. Riviera Village has their event with their fireworks. If you guys wanted to do something in the harbor, small show, I'm not a big fan of that, but public would love to see it. So that's kind of how I'm leaning on this. Councilmember Baji.
It's hard to imagine what the police just described as being just $8,000 with all those police officers working overtime and the like. But I'll take, I guess, the word. What are we looking at as far as cost?
Maybe I can help. Maybe I can help clarify. The staff report breaks it down into different segments. When the entire police department is working with a lot of those people on overtime, just for the city-sponsored event, the cost would be about $25,000 from the police department standpoint for the city event in normal under normal operations. Then there's the cost of the fun run. In the report, it's estimated at $9,500. I'm getting a bit of feedback, sorry. And then we have the cost of the Riviera event, which we estimated at $7,400. And then what you're not seeing is specific traffic control on the south end to mitigate the dismissal after the Riviera event. I mean, that's gonna also increase. We're gonna have to have people on the beach and stuff like that. So there's an additional staffing cost there. But all in, Mr. Obaji, it's much more than $7,500. It's just dependent upon is that something that's absorbed in the sponsored city event or not. And so, by the way, also, I know, Nils, my position on this. I'm all for working with private security and mitigating costs, using water-filled barricades instead of city vehicles, just as long as those things are vetted through the police department and are safe. Totally for that. But that doesn't mean zero police presence when we have thousands of people in a very tight area. That's not something I would live with.
So it's not. Let me inject real quick. Sorry, Mr. Baji. So it's not just the 4th of July fireworks cost, which is $30,000. It's the $63,765 for the public safety and that. So that's $90,000, and there's no income. So, Mr. Baji.
We also got to keep in mind that this is a July 4th on a Sunday night, where Monday is the national holiday, so people are going to be drinking. In addition, I wonder whether we can get cooperation from or assistance from neighboring cities like Torrance, for example, because they're going to be a beneficiary of this fireworks show, I imagine. I don't know the border down there super well, but I can imagine that. So to what extent can we get support, including that traffic support, that they provided last time, or I guess when there's a fireworks show, even though they're not putting on one?
We can definitely ask, and we will ask. I'll take you back to about 2 years ago when this notion of dual fireworks shows came about. You guys may remember that Torrance gave us a $50,000 price tag. And then at the end of the day, I think they backed out totally. And I don't remember all the specifics, but I'm pretty sure that was the number they gave us for them being all in on that for that show.
Yeah, that's it as far as my questions go.
Yeah. So, if you guys, so when it comes to the fireworks show in the harbor, it's not just the 30 grand, it's public safety. It's we're not taking any income from this an event in the Seaside Lagoon like we normally would. We're not setting up an event, so we're not taking extra money in. and I don't know if that would be even more of a risk to do that. I mean, larger cost. So I will make them. I'd like to break this up into two different pieces. If there's enough support on the council to move forward with a fireworks show in the harbor and assign a vendor, I'd like to recuse myself from that decision. But I would make a motion to approve the RVA special events and the fireworks display, and grant them the $8,000 if it's cheaper than us doing anything. If there's no fireworks show in the harbor, otherwise they need to pay for the $8,000 or $8,400, excuse me. So that would be my motion, to allow them to do their special event and a fireworks show that they pay for. The public safety police portion, if we do a fireworks show in the harbor, and if we don't do a fireworks show in the harbor, for us to pay for that police portion, and to reach out to City of Torrance staff to see if they can understand some of the traffic mitigation.
Please restate that motion.
So
why are you breaking it up? I'm just curious why you're breaking it up.
I'm breaking it up because Pyro Spectaculars, I've worked for them before, and I don't want to be a part of a motion that puts a contract with them. So I don't want to put a motion in with them, and I don't.
And that's why you want to recuse yourself from that part.
Yeah. So I'm not deciding whether it's city fireworks display.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. So, Mr. Webb, do you want me to restate that motion? No.
Yeah, because you were explaining it, and it's got a lot of if ands.
Okay.
If then, so.
So I'll restate it as to have the Riviera bid, grant the Riviera bid special events for the event they have during the day, as well as the fireworks show that they would like to do, to have them pay for the police services if we do a fireworks show in the harbor, and not pay for police services if we do not do a fireworks show in the harbor.
Can I suggest perhaps voting on the harbor first, and then you'll know whether or not.
I will. Okay. I'm not going to make a motion for the harbor. So
okay, I will make a motion for the harbor, choosing the 29,000 option, which is what, the pyrotechnics?
Expo shows.
Oh, Expo is 29,000. Okay, on land, because of the risk of being canceled, for $29,000, and for that one.
I will second.
Okay.
Any discussion on that? Oh, actually, we haven't had public comment yet, actually.
Yeah.
Just public comment, and then both e-comment and in person.
Okay, so I have one Zoom. Wayne Craig.
Good evening, Council. And I'd like to weigh in on a couple things. One, I think the Riviera Village bid option, I think, makes sense. I think the city should do everything possible to encourage that. I think it's a great idea. I think it'll be very helpful. And of course, when Riviera Village does business, it will help the city in recouping some costs, obviously, by selling product, I would think. I do think that the idea of having in the harbor would be great if you could do both. But I ask you to seriously reconsider the land-based option. If you look at the map, you're going to be spreading people far, far away from the center of it, right by that boat launch. So you're going to be pushing people further and further and further back. And it's not going to be that spectacular of a show. So you might actually get people disappointed, not happy with it. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense. I know it's more expensive to have the barge, but that actually has always been historically a better show. So if you are going to do that, that makes sense. But I do encourage you to, at least if you vote for anything, definitely vote for the Riviera bid option first. And then if you're going to do the harbor, I would not put it on land. I don't think it makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, the next person is Mark Hansen.
All right, I think I got myself unmuted here. Good evening, everyone. I commented on this issue at your last meeting also. I kind of want to remind you all that 2 years ago, when there was a discussion about moving the fireworks from the harbor to off of the Riviera Village, I was contacted by the hotels. They were very concerned about this. They pointed out to me that they don't get much wedding business on the 4th of July because people don't want that social conflict. And so the 4th of July is the one thing that attracts people into their hotel, and they're able to get some good room rates that they'd otherwise have to leave low. That year, there was also a comment from Bob Resnick strongly supporting the idea of keeping them in the harbor. I guess one thing I want to mention is that I reported back to the hotels that the last motion was to have the 2 fireworks location. This discussion started at 10:30 at night. I guess I would advise that the hotels might feel kind of blindsided here if your last motion was to do 2 fireworks and then all of a sudden starting at 10:30 tonight, discussing it at 11 o'clock, all of a sudden we lost the harbor one. Some of the discussions 2 years ago was that the view is much better of the fireworks in the harbor, that it was mentioned that people can watch them in the harbor for the hotels and restaurants, but along the Riviera Village, for a large degree, people are going to have to leave the restaurants and go down to the beach to watch them. It could have a negative effect of emptying the restaurants, but that's up to the RVA guys to take on balance. There was a misconception apparently last time, something about the boaters had a concern with getting in and out of the harbor, and I said, no, that's just absolutely untrue. The boaters love the fireworks in their harbor. Another point that came up 2 years ago was the impact on the residents in the harbor area than by the Riviera Village. I'll point out quickly that in the admin report, when I looked at it, it almost seems skewed in some ways. It talked about a fatigue factor in the city, but the RVA party is going to go all night, so much more fatigue, I would think, for staff. It also, in the city section, talked about beaches and bicycles, but clearly the RVA event would have more impact on the beaches. Relative to the barge and the height of the fireworks issue, I'm not overly concerned with that. Obviously, I've been watching the fireworks down there for decades, and it's a pretty close-knit deal. Everybody comes down to the harbor. A whole bunch of people come down there. They ring the harbor and watch the fireworks. You can't see it. The power plant hides them from a lot of people, so you're not going to see them unless you come down close. So if this year, due to the concern about canceling, the council decides...
Motion to extend, please.
30 seconds.
30, there you go.
Yeah, less than that. So if the city council, decides that because of the threat of canceling due to COVID, that you guys want to hedge your bets and go on land, I don't think that's a big deal. I think we can, live with a slightly smaller fireworks. Anyway, I hope those comments are helpful. I don't think I'll comment on the second motion. I just gave you everything there. Hope this helps.
Okay, anyone else?
Okay, I have no one else on Zoom, and then it looks like we have one e-comment. Go ahead and read it, Vicki.
Submitted by Lee Collar. I support the continuation of the city's traditional fireworks display off Seaside Lagoon on July 4th. With the pier, restaurants, and hotels in the harbor, there are plenty of places to watch while patronizing our local businesses. I've heard it said that boaters don't like it in the harbor because the harbor entrance is closed. This is nonsense. The boaters like being able to watch the display as much as everyone else. The closure of the harbor entrance does not last that long. If it comes down to having to pick a single location for the display, it should be where we've always held it. Submitted by Lee Collar, Redondo Beach resident, District 3, and King Harbor voter. And that concludes comments from e-comment.
Okay. Mr. Hansen, if just so you know, both the King Harbor Association, Pier Harbor Association, and the hotels were asked to participate and say if they wanted part of this, and they said no. So, and people that are in boats, you can use your boats and go out and watch the fireworks show on a boat. So, you know, I always find that funny.
We'll work on that for next year.
Manhattan Beach, I've taken my boat for the Manhattan Beach fireworks show, so it's definitely doable. Let's see, I don't know who was first, Mr. Baji or Mr. Horvath? Mr. Councilman Horvath.
Yeah, I just to echo something the chief said earlier. Last year we didn't have fireworks because of COVID, and it was crazy on the 4th of July with fireworks everywhere. I mean, I don't know how it was down in below 190th, but up in this neck of the woods, it was going from like 8 p.m. to like 2 a.m. Or longer. It was crazy. So I do want to ensure that PD is still has the capacity to be out there and do enforcement, because we get complaints from residents continuously about that. So just want to keep that in mind.
Okay. Councilman Obaji.
To that point, Mr. Horvath, I've got a little rooftop here on my 3 lot, and it's LA that is just blasting these fireworks. I swear everybody must have spent their unemployment checks on tons of fireworks till way late in the evening. Here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to make a substitute motion to go ahead and do the Riviera Village, or in, I guess, collaboration with the Riviera Village bid, a second fireworks show there, with the city bearing the police costs and fire costs. But I guess my instruction or admonition to the Riviera Village bid is, I think this is your one shot to prove that you can collaborate with the police and really help them out and put the barriers exactly where they want them, coordinate your security, because if this doesn't go over well, it'll never happen again. So I think I'd like to take a risk if we can get the votes, and we might not be able to get the votes.
Can you restate that beginning part of the motion again?
Let's just do both. Do the Riviera Village.
I don't want to. I don't want to
divide
vote.
it up.
I want to divide it up because I don't want to vote on the city-sponsored fireworks. That's I want to recuse myself from that because I have conflict with both of them. Both the people I know very well. So
Well, I mean, I guess, Mr. Webb, if we vote on the harbor, then isn't the item done off calendar?
He set up, and there was no objection, that you're going to have 2 sequential votes.
Okay, got
So
it.
the motion, I suggested, excuse me, Todd make the harbor motion first because he was making the Riviera Village conditional whether they paid for it. So that would be an appropriate motion after you vote on this item.
Right. So there's a motion on the floor, right,
So-
Nils?
yeah. So Zane, your hand's up. You didn't get a second on that.
He did get a second on that.
I did. Then you on your motion.
Oh.
So you're rescinding that motion, correct?
Yes, rescinded.
Okay. All right. So there's a motion on the floor. Councilman Lowenstein, I think you made that motion.
Yeah, aye.
And seconded by Horvath. Councilman Lowenstein, what is your?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
And I am recusing myself from that. So that's a 4-0-1 vote. So I would like to make another motion to allow the Riviera Village to do their special event and do the fund run on Saturday morning instead of Sunday morning, and have the Riviera Village pay for the public safety, police public safety portion of their event.
Okay, aye. Second.
Okay, any discussion on that motion? Is that clear? Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
I'm hesitant based on what the chief said. I'm gonna say no.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
I'll say aye.
Thank you. Okay, and I will say yes to that too. Aye to that as well. So that passes 3-1
Oh, 4-1.
4-1. Thank you very much. 4-1. So we have a fun run on Saturday, and an event, special event on Sunday the 4th, and 2 fireworks shows. So
All right.
So
Thank you.
Congrats, Jeff.
More to see.
More to see. Redondo.
You know where to find us.
And if we can get direct staff to talk to the city of Torrance, they're probably waiting on us. They're always following our lead.
They're gonna say no.
I know, right?
They're gonna
Party
say
fans
no.
either way. Okay, so we have one last item. It's 11:15 at night. The item is for the what is this called here? The official item is called parking. Hold on. Agenda. Park mobile. So discussion of possible action regarding the adoption of mobile parking payment system for the city of Redondo Beach. This is for mobile parking, for not metered parking, but smartphone-based parking. And yeah, who is on tap for this? This would be Chief Kaufman.
Yeah, I'm going to have Acting Assistant Chief Joe Hoffman present this with Andrea Delap.
Good evening. Council had requested that staff conduct a request for proposal for a parking application, and that was issued in late 2020. After the proposals were received, the selection committee comprised of a variety of internal members reviewed and discussed all the RFP responses, which led to the recommendation that's being presented to council tonight for consideration. Tonight, we have our Police Department Administrative Analyst, Andrea Delap, is going to provide the presentation from the Police Department with more detail on the RFP, the selection committee, and then the council recommendation that we're going to provide. We also have Kristen Locke and others from Park Mobile who are going to follow Analyst Delap with some more vendor-specific information about the recommendation, then also be available for questions. So I'll turn it over to Andrea at this point.
Thank you, Acting Assistant Chief Hoffman. I think you've pretty much done my job for me, so hopefully we can move through this fairly quickly. I'm going to share my screen. And can you all see the opening slide of the presentation?
Nope.
Yeah.
So let's go one more time, and hopefully you can all see that now.
There we go. You're good.
All right. So this item comes to council on the backdrop of a really positive year for parking in the city of Redondo Beach, despite the challenges of COVID. The RFP for the parking meters was completed at the end of last fiscal year. That was implemented in August 2020. That was implemented in August 2021. And thanks to the efforts of Ted Simon, Mike Klein, and the Public Works team, and our PD parking meter technician, 544 additional spaces were converted to smart meters in the city. This successful adoption of the new smart meters provided additional ease of parking in the city, and importantly, it helped sustain city revenues despite reduced spaces at this time. Now, the police department is working on a budget response report that will provide more detail on the items that you're seeing in front of you on this slide this evening. And that will come to you in the budget response report. But for tonight, my role this evening is to introduce the mobile parking payment system RFP process, and then to introduce the recommended vendor by staff at the end of the RFP process. So PD was the department that was tasked with preparing this RFP, and we gathered input from a broad array of internal and external stakeholders, as well as subject matter experts, both internal and external as well. This input was distilled into the RFP, and working closely with finance procurement, this was issued in November 2020. It highlights some of those key objectives that were identified as important to the city and the community. Obviously, a contactless payment parking solution, low cost to the end user, zero direct cost to the city, and going on down that list that you see in front of you. Okay. A selection committee was put together of staff from relevant departments throughout the city. And I want to take a moment to personally thank all of the staff who participated. It was a great deal of staff time, and despite the relatively small scale of the project, I think it really reflects everybody's understanding that we want to start this project off on a really good footing. So I want to thank all of those people who participated. The selection committee reviewed all the materials. They participated in 5 vendor presentations, circled back to subject matter experts, particularly finance and city treasurer's office, as questions arose. Staff were highly impressed with the caliber of the responses received, and I have to say it did make the work of the selection committee challenging. Vendors brought their best proposals to the table, and the city really has benefited from this competitive process. That said, on February 24th, the 7-person selection committee met and unanimously selected Park Mobile as the vendor to recommend to the city. So, before council tonight are the following options. 1, make no change, status quo. 2, approve Park Mobile agreement and direct staff to implement the program before summer 2021. Or 3, provide alternative direction to staff. Now, at this time, I would like to turn it over to Kristen Locke, who is from Park Mobile, to give a brief presentation, and then staff and Park Mobile will stand ready to answer any questions that council may have. So with that, Mayor Pro Tem, I would like to invite Kristen Locke to be able to share her screen and to begin her presentation.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Kristen, take it away.
Very good. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I'm pleased to be here tonight to be able to present a bit of brief information. We'll make it as brief as possible, understanding the time and the extensive information that was provided ahead of time for the council to review. My name is Kristen Locke. I am the Regional Sales Manager for the Western U.S. for Park Mobile, representing Park Mobile with over 14 years parking industry experience. Joined with me tonight is Jeff Perkins, the Chief Marketing Officer and Head of Product for Park Mobile as well. I'd like to start off with the mission statement of Park Mobile is really to power smart mobility, and that's to make it efficient for the city operations as well as for the users. And what we're focusing on is really that customer choice, the consumer experience and customer choice. Previous legacy payment options with Park Mobile were the full-featured application, the IVR phone option through the 1-800 number, as well as the Park Mobile web. And in 2021, we've really enhanced those options to further meet the customer choice, as contactless payment has become really a hot topic. And so I'll detail some of these items here as it relates to the web experience, the guest checkout, and then also Google Pay and our Google Pay integration through Google Maps. If we frame the conversation a little bit about parking within Redondo Beach, as Andrea had mentioned, we really saw an increase in the parking options that were the parking transactions that were happening at the pier structure and the plaza structure in 2020. You can see that with addition of new signage, the transactions just truly jumped. And you can see the dip was because of the holiday timeframe. And then immediately after that, it has grown and continued to increase. With Park Mobile throughout California, we have over 1.7 million users that have used Park Mobile within California, ever increasing, combining to 20 million transactions. So over the course of the nation, we have over 25 million users, but specifically to California, we really have a strong set of users within LA County specifically. Tens of thousands of users are using the system at multiple universities throughout Southern California, as well as municipalities. I can speak to specifically recent additions to our Park Mobile network that will further enhance and add to the adoption of Park Mobile within Redondo Beach, being City of Rancho Palos Verdes and their innovative program that they're doing at the Del Cerro Park off Crenshaw Boulevard. Also, UC Davis is over 15,000 spaces, really providing a comprehensive experience for their parkers. UC Santa Barbara as well. We recently, in 2021, also launched City of Emeryville, an expansion of City of Monterey, as well as working through a deployment with Upland, California, and deployed Riverside County College as well. Throughout 2020, we saw expansions at cities like Santa Cruz, Newport Beach, City of Stockton, Stanford University, amongst others throughout the U.S. as well. If we look at our application, I really want to focus on the map feature that's initially greeting the users of our application. This really is there to solidify that we're a navigation experience more than anything else. We are really bringing these users down to that map level to understand where they're at within your community, orienting them, on the corner of the coffee shop that they're going to, or the shopping experience that they're going to do as well. And so then that quick and easy workflow for them to be able to make a transaction through our application, as well as our mobile web experience. Upon the enhancement of our mobile web experience, we see that there's over 400,000 transactions flowing through this web experience, and it's truly helped for communities that are tourist destinations to remove one more barrier for parking and payment, and increasing compliance for that. In addition to that, our guest checkout feature has additionally reduced barriers to compliance as well. And specifically for City of Miami Beach is one great example of a Park Mobile client that has seen increased adoption as it relates to guest checkout because of their high tourist population that's coming to their city. Lastly, I want to touch on a little bit our integration with Google Pay. So through the Google Maps experience, users are able to then transact with parking. This is important for the city because the city wishes to remain the merchant of record for their transactions. And the way that Google integrated to Park Mobile, this remains an option for the city. And so we're able to offer this as one of the multiple channels and customer choice options that are available to users to pay for parking, in addition to what we have as our app, mobile web experience, guest checkout as well. So here it's just kind of a quick look at our contactless payment campaign that we're rolling out. It's a toolkit for our existing clients, as well as the way we're rolling out new clients as well for the on-street assets. This will be focusing on how users can get to their payment option, multiple ways to pay, really making it easy for them. You can see this text park to 77223 brings them to that web experience. The QR code, that's a thoughtful QR code that's not going to lead them astray. It's something that's proprietary with that Park Mobile logo in there, as well as that Google Pay, and then the option for the app download. And final slide here, it's really just to hit on the ways that we're providing values to our clients, which would be the city, is providing that audience, integrations with the parking technology, flexible configuration, growing with the city as the program expands. Already so many advancements have happened on the city parking assets. We are there to grow with you. We're able to cross over from university complexities into city complexities large, like New York City, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., as well as then smaller communities and tourist destinations. And then the consumers are always at the heart of the concern as well, making it intuitive, available everywhere, and really serving those parking needs and allowing for them to make a choice on how they're wanting to make their payment, as that is an ultimate need in this day and age. So at this time, I feel as if I'm done sharing my screen, and we can allow for your questions.
So just to remind council that the options that staff are recommending that are before you this evening are: one, to suggest the status quo, 2, to approve Park Mobile agreement and direct staff to implement program before summer 2021, or finally, to provide alternative direction to staff. And you have myself, Acting Assistant Chief Hoffman, and all of the Park Mobile, and Director Stephen Proud is also on the line, who was part of our selection committee, as well as the Park Mobile staff to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you, Andrea. Appreciate that. Thank you, Park Mobile. I know there's a lot of interest in that. I have a lot of interest, significant amount of interest in this because this affects District 1 with the Riviera Village and the Esplanade tremendously. Next would be the harbor and the parking garage. And I believe you guys are in the parking garage right now, currently, right? Yeah, so I have a pleasure of being able to use every single system here that was on the scorecard, Park Mobile, Pay by Phone, Passport, except for Hotspot and Pango. I don't know who they are. I've never used them before. I use the IPS system as well in the Riviera Village, and thankfully they did not submit a request to be for a proposal or for be part of the proposal. I've been, to be perfectly frank with everyone on board, I've used every single one of these systems before, like I said, or those 3 systems that have been here, and I've been very happy with Pay by Phone. So that was my experience when I was using it as a first-time user. I can tell you that date and time I used Park Mobile, which was on June 6th or 8th of last year. So for Park Mobile, I've got a question for you. I got a $125,000 question for you, actually. And the $125,000 question, which is the elephant in the room, is you guys had a major security breach, and it was valued at $125,000. Your data was on the black market for that said price. What have you done to notify customers, and what have you done to close the loopholes and close the issues? What was the issue, and how has that affected your business and clients?
Yeah, I'll take that. It's a great question. I wanted to bring it up. So around mid-March, we were contacted by a hacker, threat actor, they're called, with some claims related to extracting our data. We, as a big technology company, we actually practice for these things. We hope they never happen, but the reality of being a technology company today is that there's a lot of bad guys out there, and they're after us. And I'm sure the city's maybe dealt with this with other vendors, but these criminals are sophisticated, and they're getting only more sophisticated. And as a tech company, we have to constantly stay ahead of them. We have very tight security. We do constant penetration testing, which means we have an outside firm just banging against our systems to make sure there are no vulnerabilities. And if there are vulnerabilities, they tell us and we patch them. What happened in this case is that there was a vulnerability in our system that was not identified in penetration testing by the outside firm we use. That vulnerability led the threat actor to be able to get into our system. And we immediately, upon figuring this out, closed that vulnerability. So the vulnerability is done. We also added another layer of cybersecurity software into our system. We already had a lot of cybersecurity software. We added another one into our system. If we, I'm happy to share more specifics, maybe in a closed session or in a meeting with a private meeting with technology. I don't want to share what software we use in a public session. So what we basically patched the system. We engaged with a cybersecurity firm to go and do a forensic audit of all of our systems and see what data the threat actor possibly got access to. That is a fairly intensive process. If you've dealt with any cybersecurity, it's not something I knew, a day later what happened, what the threat actor got access to. It turned out about 4 weeks later, we had a full picture of what happened. Around that time, we notified our customers. So in early mid-April, we put an in-app message in the Park Mobile app. So if you have the app, you may have seen it pop up. We emailed all of our users, and we posted notification to our website. So we've done a lot to notify our users what happened, what data was accessed. The data that was accessed, it was what we would call our general account information. That would be email, sometimes email, phone number, license plate, but no credit card data. We do not collect sensitive personal information like social security number, license plate number, date of birth. So that's not even in our system to get. So we, we've informed our users. The impact to our part of your question, it was what was the impact to our business? We have not seen an impact to our user base. We actually have had record days the last 2 weekends. So on Friday and Saturday, we've had all-time records in our transaction volume. While this is an important issue, we're finding that because we communicated proactively to our users, we got them the information. We tried to be as transparent as possible. The users continue to use the app. We've encouraged everyone to change their password. Many users are changing their password. All users of any software should, use different passwords for different software solutions. Change your password periodically. But we feel like we have, in as far as cybersecurity incidents go, we've done as much as we can as a company to be transparent, to communicate to our users, and at the same time to make sure with our systems, any vulnerability is eliminated and nothing like this ever happens again. So I hope that gives you an answer. And we have a couple of things just to know. We have a full forensics report on this, so we're happy to provide that to the city. And then, like I said, I'm happy to talk to your technology teams to give more detail than I have right here. But I hope that kind of answers your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be careful saying and it never happens again. It's not good to have a data breach, but working in technology, understand it happens, and it's like you said, you are on constant attack, especially of the information. But I'll be perfectly honest and square with you on this. I did not receive a notification from you. I went through all my emails, didn't receive anything. The way I found out was actually through one of my monitoring services that I have multiple set up for, that said that my account information email address was out there, and I had to do my own research. So that was only about 2 weeks ago. So did you notify the city of Redondo Beach that this happened, because we are a customer of yours? And what were those questions? What was that conversation like proactively?
Yeah. So Kristen, do you want to talk about that, the communication?
I talked with Andrea about it. With the RFP procurement, we had suspended client notifications with regards to the cone of silence. Understandably, this is something that we work towards proactively notifying our clients on. It is something that it was kind of an ongoing situation of how we as staff were notifying as on top of what the consumer notification was.
Okay. I logged into the app the other day, and it didn't ask me to reset my password, but I still have it, and I should probably do that. Moving on, you guys notice that you are doing a third-party service provider to collect the revenue for the city, and you're going to be giving us a check, correct? You're going to collect the revenue and send us a check. Is that how it's working, or no? Andrea?
The staff recommendation, the selection committee spent a lot of time looking at whether or not the city would be the merchant of record or not. I know a lot of cities choose to have the vendor be the merchant of record because that's less work on staff. However, for the city to be the merchant of record is a cheaper option for the parking consumer. And so staff's recommendation is that the city be merchant of record for Park Mobile, and thereby having a 25 cents option for our parking clientele.
So the revenue goes directly to us. It doesn't touch them as third party.
Yes. Okay. Very much in the same way if you think about how our current parking meters work. We are the merchant of record for our hardware technology.
So at the parking citations is what we do not collect. they collect and then send us over the revenue.
Data Ticket, our vendor for parking citations, takes care of that process for us, yes.
Okay. Let's see here. What else do I have written down? 1 second. The time period, your RFP information here says 30 days from the day we sign the contract to you getting going with the contract, being able to provide services to the consumers. Is this, Andrea, is this an exclusive contract that we sign with another vendor if we wanted to?
I'm not sure if I understand your question correctly. This is this Park Mobile contract, but that doesn't preclude us from in the future or at any time engaging with another vendor.
Okay.
Is that your question, Mayor Pro Tem?
That was my question. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Okay, that's all I have for now. Mr. Councilman Obaji?
Quick question. So what information do you currently gather from the consumers who use your app? Because I thought I heard you say that license plate information was leaked or lost in that hack, but also at the same time say that.
You meant to say driver's license number.
Oh, driver's license number. So
License.
Redondo Beach residents would be putting in what information? Driver's license number?
Yeah, Councilman. So it would be to create an account. It's an email and or phone number. So some accounts have both. If you want to have it there, so if you want to get text alerts, you would add your phone number. So email and or phone number. You would have a license plate number. In some cases, a nickname for your vehicle. So it's a Honda, red Honda. You may call it red Honda. So those are the basic pieces of information that you would get. We offer a wallet product. About 10% of our users use a preloaded wallet instead of just paying by card every time. So those users we would have their mailing address. So the mailing address would be part of that as well in about 10% of the users that the data where the data was breached. So that's the basic data. But like I said, we don't collect Social Security, driver's license, date of birth. We don't collect that data.
Okay. That's it. So,
Councilman, are you done there, Councilman Waj? Councilman Lowenstein.
Yeah, Andrea, you said we can also work with somebody else as part of the RFP.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
This is not exclusivity. Okay.
Yes, absolutely. And Kristen, if you might want to give a few words on how you do that in other cities. And not that we need Park Mobile to do it for us, but I think they have the experience that we don't.
Yeah, there's definitely the desire in the parking industry to drive adoption through use of multiple, options for parking payment. So again, going to that customer choice. So within our own platforms, we have also our white label applications that can come in. So some of the cities that we work with, like Park Houston, Minneapolis, all of those white labels that we have that are also powered by Park Mobile, that is technically another application that could already come in. But in other cities, there are, other brands that are maybe accepted at universities nearby or nearby cities that, again, provide that network effect of just mobile payments in general. So that's something we have experience with. It is something new to the parking industry. So there's not a lot of cities that Andrea could lean on to say what works well, what has worked best. It's truly, the contract with the signal vendor right now, and then adding on when the operations are, fit to do that and have those resources that we see it works best.
You lost me in the last part when you say add you on now and then add on other vendors when?
So Council, if I could take that. We didn't have a lot of cities to look at to see where adoption of two vendors at the one time was a seamless process. So at this time, staff recommendation, we did discuss, the selection committee discussed multiple options to bring before council this evening, but it was determined by the selection committee that recommending one vendor for implementation at this time, particularly, as we were recommending that we are also the merchant of record and all the additional workload that entails, as well as making it a seamless process for our parking customers throughout the city. initially, as they become more educated, maybe there's another way that we go. But at this time, the selection committee's recommendation was to recommend one vendor to you, and Park Mobile was that vendor at this time.
Yeah, Councilman, I could just add to that. I think there are only 3 cities in the United States we work with that do what we call multi-vendor, where you have multiple parking apps available in one location. So it's not something that you see very often. We could support it. We're in markets where we are multi-vendor, but you'd have to look at your own process, because that means you have 2 parking apps, so you have to reconcile payments on 2 parking apps and manage the data on 2 parking apps. And then the consumer side, where you have to educate people about there's 2 options. So that's usually what some of the clients grapple with if deciding 1 or 2, or even 3. In Europe, if you go to Europe and you look, they have sometimes like 6, like their parking meters look like NASCAR with all the logos. So it just depends, what you want to do. We found in our experience that we're fine going multi-vendor if the city wants to do that, but we found most of our clients have a lot of success starting with 1 because we're really good at driving the adoption of the app in a market and making it really simple to use. And we offer the app, but then we also offer the web option too, and Google Pay. So we offer kind of like multiple ways you can pay with the same app.
Yeah, I mean, the more options, the better. I'm in tech too, and honestly, I have none of these apps on my phone. So I just whip out my credit card and put it in the meter. It's so much easier for me. Now, obviously, if I were away and I wanted to add time on, it would be a little more complicated. But maybe I'm just an old-fashioned guy, but I work in tech, so that should tell me something, that even people that are not tech savvy, are not smartphone savvy, are not downloading the apps that much. I could be wrong. We're not a hipster area. We're not an area like south of Market in San Francisco where everybody does this kind of thing. We're just a different area, so our demographic tends to skew older, and
Councilman, I would tell you we're in a lot of areas that the demographics skew older, and you would be surprised. Like Lancaster, Pennsylvania, for example, all these like Pennsylvania towns, we have, the average users are actually over 50 in all of those towns.
Are you telling me the Amish use your app in Lancaster?
I can't say the Amish use it, but
okay.
Maybe when they're on Rum Spring, some of them might try.
They park their buggy. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure there's multiple vendors and all that. One other question I've got for you, and that is, from what I understand, the data breach happened by leaving the transaction open. Is that what happened? Where instead of shutting it down after the first go at it, one of the cities where it was, they left the transaction open so they wouldn't have to pay another 25 cents. Does that ring true or no?
No. The data breach, it was, it's a third-party software that we use that had a vulnerability that the threat actor was able to get in through that vulnerability. Fortunately, all they could do was extract data. They couldn't shut down our systems. They couldn't put any malware on our systems. They couldn't actually stay in our systems that long, but they could get data as part of this. So which is unfortunate. But it's that the third-party software that we use, that was the vulnerability that the threat actor accessed. And like I said, we have a full report on it. I'm happy to provide.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Councilmember MD.
In the presentation, you didn't have to do an app, right? You could just do it as a guest. You just do a QR code. Is that what you were saying in your presentation? And Mr. Lowenstein brought up the point, when somebody has to extend, do they get charged again, or do they just pay one fee one time, and if they extend it, they don't get charged again? You're shaking your head, but I don't.
Councilmember MD. Yes, Ken.
Kristen, do you want to talk about the fee structure for this?
Go ahead and let Andrea answer this.
So Councilmember MD nailed it. It's what if you pay 25 cents, the user pays 25 cents at that first time, and if they extend their parking, then it's just that one payment. If they let their parking expire or they came back, that would be another 25 cents. But if you're extending your parking, you pay the one-time fee.
Yeah, and Councilmember MD, I'd also say to the first part of the question, they can pay on the app, they could pay on the mobile web. So you don't need to download the app. There's a mobile web option as well. And if you have the Google Pay app, it's also available inside the Google Pay app. Google Pay has like a wallet app. It's newish, but you could pay for Park Mobile right in there. And then if you're in Google Maps, there's little buttons that say pay for parking, and that pushes you into the Google Pay experience. But it's all through Park Mobile. So that the idea is that there's a lot of choice that the users have. We don't lock them into just, hey, you have to download a mobile app. And they have a guest checkout option as well. So they don't actually have to create an account. They could just check out once as a guest.
Okay, yep.
Well, that's kind of cool because I'm the oldest one here and I use Google app for everything. So there you go. Okay. So since they all came in so close and full disclosure, I think there's many of us on the council that are friends with the pay by phone rep. So my question is, what was there one thing that kind of distinguished Park Mobile from pay by phone? What was it was it their fee structure? Was it just the fact that you have experience with Park Mobile? What was the little tipping point on that? Because you said they were all very good.
I would clarify, Councilmember MD, that 2 of the 5 vendors rose to the top, and you've actually named the vendor that was the unanimous second place of the 7 committee members. I think there was a little bit of disagreement between 3 and 4, although it was sort of irrelevant. They were lower down the chain, and there was unanimous agreement as well with vendor 5. You actually named some of the pieces that was very tight at the top. It was a very difficult process. The fee structure was interesting to the selection committee. It gives options, the option to be able to extend. It was felt sort of would encourage people to stay and pay for parking and do that without paying for the additional fee, but yet staying within the city's time limits. Vendor recommendations are part of the RFP process, and both the recommendations that were submitted within the RFP, but also the experience of city staff working with Park Mobile contributed to that vendor recommendation section. So yes, those were 2 of the pieces. I will reiterate, it was very tight. It was a pleasure working with all of the vendors, I have to say, but those are the 2 that rose to the top.
And you've been at the pier for how long?
So this is where if Director Stephen Proud is on, because we in here in PD, we don't actually manage the pier parking. The PD manages enforcement and citations, but I see Director Proud is on there, so I'll let him answer that.
Councilmember MD, the Park Mobile app actually goes all the way back, or the relationship, I should say, with Park Mobile actually goes all the way back to 2012. Which was when my predecessor to a relationship with them. And as you saw from Kristen's graphic, it was really just almost probably a pilot project at the time. It was really utilized very sparingly by members of the community who were parking in the garage. And I think that was largely attributable to the fact that there wasn't any signage there. So unless you were a user that had it on an app and you kind of knew that that was a parking location that you could go to and use your Park Mobile app to pay, those were probably the only people who were using it. When we ultimately started implementing the signage over the last year, that's when you saw that spike really kind of take off on the use of the app as a payment system inside of the garage. But it's been around for an extended period of time, but I would say the peak of the usage has really happened over the last 12 to 18 months.
Well, that makes sense. And so the next question is, how do you deal with the fact that I think the pier has really shoddy cell service? So if they want to extend, have you had any problems with that?
I don't know if Park Mobile's had any reports to that. We don't get many complaints on that because, and I think in large part, maybe people are kind of out and about, and they can extend off of our T2 system as well. So remember, we have 2 parking options. So, you do have the ability to extend your time. What we tend to find more often than not is people accidentally put the wrong extension amount of time in, and they'll, instead of putting in 2 hours, they'll put in 24 hours or something like that. But we haven't had a ton of complaints, despite the spotty cell service in the waterfront, about the ability to use the extension on either the T2 program or the Park Mobile app.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. A couple of follow-up questions. I don't see any of the paperwork here in the RFPs for the other ones that submitted any paperwork. I would have liked to see that. If not, it just showed up to my individual email box or talk to me individually about it. So I'm not really comfortable choosing a certain provider tonight because I'd like to see some of the other paperwork that others have provided, especially if it was so close. And if it was so close, and it was my personal opinion as a user, when I've used all of these systems, looking at the printout, the selection committee that you have, and including the notifications that did not come and what happened recently with the data breach, I wouldn't be inclined to be going with Park Mobile tonight because of the history that I've had. And I don't feel comfortable enough going off just a simple staff presentation on something that's so important when we don't have all the information, and I'd like to see all the information. So I don't see any more hands up by the council, so I'd love to do some public comment.
Okay, so first person that has their hand up is Whitney Taylor.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes, go for it.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Good night, almost, or good morning, because it's going to be the next day. Thank you again for allowing me to speak, and also thank you so much to staff. I know RFPs are not easy, and they are an extreme amount of work, not to mention you're receiving responses that are 90+ pages. So thank you for that. As most of you may know, I represent Pay by Phone. They've been a client of mine for many years. Super proud to call them a client. I own a government relations PR firm. And I just wanted to address a couple items. I provided some blue folder items that have some of Pay by Phone's background on there, in addition to a lot of their best practices and successes in other municipalities. It quickly highlights some of that info for you, because I too also noticed that we were not provided any of the other responses from the other vendors, nor were we able to see any of the criteria and how that was rated, which I find extremely important too. In addition to the items I provided, there are some photos and videos that I have taken on the pier, showing how people have been adapting or lack thereof to the Park Mobile app. So there's, I think, about 5 or 6 images showing you the lines of people waiting at all of the pay stations, in addition to videos of people standing in line for over a minute. In that time, they could have actually just paid for parking with the app at that point. With all that being said, I do understand that when you launch a new pilot program, it does take time to educate. Hanging signs is not education, and 2 years in, we shouldn't be seeing these lines still. If this is something that had recently been launched in the last 30 to 45 days, I could completely understand. So just wanted to touch on those things. Then I also realized too, in some of the responses from Park Mobile, they stated on there that they have had 8,500 transactions in the last 2 years. So that's in 730 days, which is only averaging at best 12 per day in 1,300 spaces for the pier. Again, wouldn't necessarily call that true success. I'm simply just saying Pay by Phone knows how to do the marketing. That's truly what separates any mobile payment provider from another. Everyone comes in around the same fees. There really is no differentiator there, not to mention it's at no cost to the city. It's all on the actual user. I'm just asking you guys to please reevaluate, give them a shot. They have proven success. If we talk numbers, they're through the roof on that. Review anything I have there. I'm available for questions. My client's available for questions. And please reconsider. Thank you.
Okay, the next person I have is Colleen Otash.
Hi, good morning. I am with Councilman Lowenstein. I am more comfortable just putting my credit card in without providing all the information about my name and my license plate number, my address on the app. I would not be comfortable doing that. And I would prefer low tech as well with respect to paying for parking. So I would recommend status quo for now and consider other options. Thank you.
Okay, the next person, Jeff Ginsburg.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, this is Jeff Ginsburg. I'm president of the Riviera Village Association, and we've actually brought up this whole situation with city staff, I would say about 2 years ago, where the existing QR code on the parking meters, unless you knew before you read the QR code with your phone, you knew to download the app, it takes you to a bad website. And that's why we started investigating the various companies, vendors that, do the smart, parking kind of thing. And we learned about pay by phone, was very, very impressed by the technology, by just how well that all works. And when I read through everything, I was a little concerned because I didn't see any mention at all in the report, anything about pay by phone. So I'm kind of wondering why that wasn't in there. I also know the King Harbor Marina that they evaluated both of these vendors and also determined that the pay by phone app was outstanding. And I believe that they included a letter, a blue folder item explaining that as well. And I also turned in a letter from the Riviera Village Association. Just wanted to add that information. I think pay by phone is outstanding vendor, and we want what's going to be the most efficient, easiest to use in the Riviera Village, because the Riviera Village, thrives when people don't have problems with parking and all that. It's so important. So thank you for listening, and appreciate all that you do.
Okay, the next person is Eugene Solomon.
Thank you, members of the council, staff. I have an observation and a question, please. My observation is that when you have a data breach in the state of California, like you described, you're required to notify all consumers of the data breach. And then you may even be required to provide monitoring of the data breach depending upon the situation. I don't know whether the notifications are required only by email, if that's the contact, or by mail, or what the requirements are there. But everyone is required to be notified by state law. The observation that I would have, or question that I would have, is what kind of resale of data that is collected by the app does the provider perform? Are they reselling any demographic data, age, for example, of user? Are they reselling emails or other consumer data scraping that's going on that's part of their business model? That maybe if they're able to make their money that way, all the power to you, but be interesting to know what disclosures there are as far as data that's resold or repackaged to third parties. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anybody else in Zoom. We have 9 comments. Go ahead, Vicki.
First comment is submitted by Mara Pershide. A parking app for parking in Redondo is exciting, especially for hot beach days. I actually just used one for the first time ever 2 weeks ago when I was in San Francisco. I was not the most tech savvy, but it was really easy to use. The first time we used it to pay to park, I didn't download the app. I checked out as a guest. No account required, which was nice. Then we realized we could use it all over, so I downloaded the Pay by Phone app and made my account. We added more time so we could walk around the area longer without going back to the car to pay. I really liked it and think it would be great for the beach area too. Not familiar with this one mentioned, but pay by phone worked amazing in San Francisco. Hope to see it in Redondo. Thanks. Next comment is by Claire Suros. Hi, everyone. I'm a resident of Redondo Beach and work in the technology industry. I sent an email to the city leaders today before I realized I could comment here. I typed in the company being recommended and learned of a real big data breach from this year, just last month. Pretty big deal, and given the quotes from the cities impacted in the articles, they, Park Mobile, handled it very poorly. If my information were compromised and no one informed me, I would be very upset. I believe that is terrible customer service. I appreciate technology and have used other parking apps, and Redondo Beach has way better options of reputable mobile apps for parking. I selected neutral as position because of the company being recommended, but I support using a reputable parking app. I was also unaware they have a practice program on the pier for 2 years. I received an email back from Councilmember Laura MD confirming they did. Never knew. Doesn't seem they publicize much because everyone pays at the machines all over. Not sure if the links will work on this comment forum, but here they are. And she supplied 3 different links, one for New York Daily News, one for Yahoo News, and one for CBS Pittsburgh. I provided those links in my email to the city leaders earlier. Have a great day. Signed, Claire. Next comment is by Matt Tibbetts. My support is for getting a mobile app for parking, not necessarily this specific company, detailed in this comment. I have been hoping the city would finally do this. I use parking apps everywhere I go. There is nothing worse than being on the beach at happy hour or finishing a meeting and having to trek back to your car to add time, not to mention the extremely antiquated coin-only meters. Who has coins anymore? After reading the comments on the Park Mobile breach, I agree. It would be best to use a company that is more utilizes better security standards. I also was unaware of any mobile app on our pier. I use the machines when I park over there, and normally there is a line to wait to pay, weekends and summer. Get an app, I will use it, or get a couple and let us use the ones we want. Next comment is submitted by Jalen Matthews. I support the city getting an app to allow parking payments. I have used other mobile payment parking apps, but not the one being recommended here. I looked them up though, and they just had a huge data breach. Did that happen before this recommendation? The ones I have used in the past are Mobile Now, out of business / small group, the one with stickers in Riviera Village, but the QR code didn't work, so guess it doesn't count, and Pay by Phone in Inglewood, Miami, San Francisco, and Seattle. I think the app is a great idea. I especially like being able to add more time if I decide to stay somewhere longer. Next comment is submitted by Brett Gonzalez. I am a Redondo Beach resident and also work for a parking technology company. Prior to joining the parking industry, I was on the other side as a client and know firsthand how important customer service is. Given my personal and professional firsthand experience with parking technologies, I would highly recommend including Pay by Phone as a mobile payment provider. Not only have I used their mobile app, been involved in integration conversations, known their executive and development team, and attend parking / technology conferences to learn more with them. They truly are superior and pride themselves on ensuring client city success. If anything, allow them to run side by side and the city will experience for themselves. As they say, the cream always rises to the top. Next comment by Andy Schuler. In today's world, technology is In today's world, technology is a solution. It's the future. Every city should be offering alternate modes of payment that is solely up to each individual. I am in full support of a mobile app to collect parking revenue. Why wouldn't anyone be? We don't tell people the credit cards they can have, they choose. We don't tell people what food delivery company to order from or what rideshare app to use. So what's the difference with parking? If I prefer to use a credit card over contactless payment, that's my choice. Let your parkers make their own decisions on how to pay for parking in your city. Not to mention, this is a much safer option that we all experienced now that we've all experienced the COVID pandemic. If going to the pier means I can enjoy a sunset an hour longer without going to my car to add more time, I'm 100% in. Go with the company who has the highest level of success. Those are the guys who know what they're doing. Based on the comments below and the agenda report, it seems the city has not experienced a true mobile payment provider. Why is that? This time it's broke and needs to be fixed. Pay by phone all the way. Next comment is by Katie Corrington. Reading through the below comments and doing my own research, I agree Redondo Beach needs a mobile solution. I, like some of those below, was unsure of what position to check since I support an app in the city, but not sure the recommendation reflects the right one, hence the neutral. As a PR professional and social media influencer, there are many untapped opportunities that help raise awareness of our beautiful city and the businesses within. In my experience of using mobile apps, the partnership opportunities are endless for local businesses. During the holidays, I used a parking app to pay for my meter and received a discount to use in a nearby restaurant. The companies know how to partner and support the businesses nearby who want visitors, which I think we can all agree that our local small businesses are in dire need of as much publicity and marketing as possible to help recoup some of the lost revenue over the last year. Not to mention our new dining parkheads are incredible and so great for our businesses. However, that comes with a much longer walk to find parking. This is where the mobile app would really shine. We lost those front spaces to dining, which everyone loves. Hope they are here to stay. But now we just need a convenient solution to stay at those businesses longer, aka a company with a proven track record. I really don't see any cons in implementing an alternate mode of payment that is up to the sole discretion of the parker. Everyone uses their phones for everything and anything nowadays. Look at how this entire meeting is even being conducted virtually. Some people are probably watching / participating on their phones that they just used to pay for parking somewhere. Pretty cool we are all living through a time of such technological advance. I hope Redondo jumps on the bandwagon to get with the times. Last comment is submitted by Sam Weinberg. Yes, finally we get a mobile app, parking app in Redondo. I've been waiting for this. I hate paying at the meter. I have the Park mobile app and I've used it all around California. Newport Beach, Sacramento, LA, Berkeley, Oakland. I was even in Washington, D.C. last year and the app was accepted there too. I always look for those bright green Park mobile signs wherever I am parking. The best feature is the extend function so you don't have to run back to feed the meter. I also like that they send me alerts when there's only 15 minutes left. I've also used Park Mobile to make parking reservations for concert at the Greek Theater pre-COVID. That was really convenient. I think this would be a great addition to the city of Redondo Beach. Thumbs up for me. That concludes the comments for this item.
All right, thank you. So, to me, as we saw with a different vendor earlier tonight when we started off each items, it's a great idea. If these two are or have risen to the top, I would not be choosing Park Mobile. Pay by phone would be my preferred vendor. Of all the things that have been said tonight, we have the harbor and the pier area is a perfect representation of how things have not gone right in that area. And I realize cell phone service isn't great down there, but it's been down there for 8 years now, 9 years. So that's my preference. I'm not sure whose hand went up first. Councilmember MD, I think your hand. Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to circle back then. But that 8 years, that's not really fair because didn't they just start the mobile part in the last? Isn't that what you said in last year? Can we clarify that?
Yeah, I would not, and I would probably say this pretty strongly. I would not use this peer experience and the amount of usage as the peer is the indicator as to whether this is a successful parking app or not. In every photo that Ms. Taylor submitted, you can see people waiting at the pay machines, and in every single photo, there's a sign that shows the Park mobile app available to them to use. And so, as Councilmember Lowenstein has said, he's going to be the guy who stands in line and puts his credit card in the machine. So, adoption rates happen for various reasons, and we have not at the pier been pushing an alternative form of payment in any significant way. So what you're really just seeing at the pier is sort of incidental use that's occurring by the fact that the service is there, there's some signage for it, but it hasn't been something that has been aggressively pursued as an alternate payment program there. So I think I would agree with you, Councilmember MD. I think it's a bit unfair to say, gee, over 8 years, we've only had a limited amount of usage. Well, the reality is we've really only had the usage for about a year now that we've really been even having the signage out to let people know that it's there. Part of when this RFP was being published, I pushed to make sure that the pier area was included as part of the RFP so that as this program was rolled out, we would have the opportunity to get the advantage of the marketing and letting the consumer know that that service was available to them, as opposed to kind of just taking a passive approach to it in terms of parking. So I agree. I don't think that's a fair representation. And I think it's a bit misleading to suggest that the failure at the pier is a failure of Park Mobile.
And as far as the rates of adoptions over the last year, it was COVID. So I imagine there was a lot less people coming to the pier, right? So,
Yeah, and you actually saw people using it. I mean, we did see it finally happening. So I think there's some indication that when you just do something as simple as put signage up, people will start to recognize that there are other options. Imagine what would happen if we were fully into kind of a push for the adoption type of program.
And I asked Park Mobile about when you extended if there was a fee. I'm sorry, it might be the late hour, but did Pay by Phone have a second fee if they got extended?
So, Councilmember MD, just as a point of clarification as well, we didn't. We checked with the city. It's not standard practice for us to supply all of the other RFP responses, but in your blue folder items, and there is proprietary information included in there and confidential information, but Pay by Phone, reached out prior to the meeting and gave us permission and waived that confidentiality, so that their RFP response is included in your blue folder items this evening. And in the regular agenda, the selection criteria were also listed. So just 2 points of clarification there. Pay by Phone, their charge was per transaction, and for them, transaction was defined as every time you paid or extended for parking.
Okay. All right. That was it. Thanks.
And the transactions being charged to the customer, the client, correct? The parker.
That is absolutely correct, Mayor Pro Tem. In this city, the direction that was given to staff as we began to craft the RFP was to have the cost to the parker. In other cities, where they are maybe trying to, as Director Pride said, adoption, where they're trying to direct customers more to use the mobile app, they have made alternative recommendations, or they actually absorb the cost themselves as a city. That was not the direction that staff was given by council at this time.
And I'm sorry, one last question. So marketing was brought up also too in the comments. What is Park Mobile going to do to market it and get better adoption? Is that because it says part of the marketing is part of the contract, right?
Kristen, can you take that?
I'll have Jeff as the Chief Marketing Officer.
Yeah, Councilmember MD. So marketing is a real strength for Park Mobile. We do, when we're launching a location, we have an extensive marketing plan that covers everything from local PR. Obviously, signage is a big deal. Looking at all the signage, making sure we have really high impact signage. We have very, very strong social media channels, better than any other parking apps in the category. More followers on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. We activate all those channels. We do search engine marketing, all kinds of digital ads. We tap local influencers to go out into the city and to park around Redondo Beach and tweet about it or post on Instagram about it. And so we have a really, really strong marketing engine, which is why, we actually, when you look at brand awareness for Park Mobile versus any other app, we're almost twice as much as our nearest competitors. And it's because we invest a lot more in marketing, both in a local market and then nationally also. Because we're in so many locations around the country, it makes our marketing program very efficient because we're able to buy national, but then that has local coverage as well. So if you look at the RFP document, or if it's provided to you, it'll show you plenty of examples when we launch a market and you see immediate lift because our marketing plan kicks in, immediate lift. And then that lift sustains over time. Actually, we have markets that are still growing 20, 30, 40% that are 4 or 5 years old. So it's really, marketing is our specialty. I mean, that's something we're really good at. We also, I'm sorry to go on, but this is where I geek out. We have really strong engagement tools. So because we have the biggest network of users, we promote Park Mobile in new locations to our users. So everyone who is in the 100 square miles of Redondo Beach will know that, hey, now you can use Park Mobile to park in Redondo Beach, right? In a couple of ways. We email them, and we geo-fence certain areas. So as you drive into Redondo Beach, you're going to get a push message if you have the Park Mobile app on your phone that'll tell you, hey, great news, now you can use Park Mobile to park in Redondo Beach. So there's, we really have a pretty strong arsenal of marketing tactics we bring to bear. And I'm happy to show you more. Andrea has the RFP, and she could show you. We lay out all of the things we do to launch a market. And I promise you, whatever adoption you've seen in just this small area, we will do. It's going to exponentially increase once we get the full market rolled out.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Andrea, is there any downside to going forward with two, or is the city capable of going forward with two vendors right now?
I think that the city is absolutely capable. I think that staff, you saw the broad array of people that we consulted with within the city. This, the adoption, the implementation, it touches a great variety of departments from, I'm hearing an echo and I'm not sure where it's from, but from the city finance department, the wire transfers, our banking services interfaces, the interfaces with data tickets, our citation processing. So it's an implementation process. So staff's recommendation when we discussed it in the selection committee, we did discuss the possibility of recommending multiples. Staff recommendation at this time was to implement one, get it going before summer 2021, and then see if council had further direction from us at a future point. That was the input of the selection committee that we pulled together. I don't know if Director Proud has anything else to say. He's already implemented down in the waterfront area, so now he's just going to be boosting that with the efforts that Jeff discussed in his last segment.
Yeah, I don't have much to add other than I agree with what Andrea was saying. For me, it was important that whatever we decided to do in the village, that we had continuity at the pier, and we didn't want to end up in a situation where you might have one app out at the village and another app down at the pier. So for me, continuity across the city was really one of the most important things to have happen. And when I learned that the Redondo Beach Marina was getting ready to implement a parking app in their public spaces down there, I contacted them and asked them to hold off on entering into any contract until you had this opportunity to deliberate on this tonight, because again, I wanted to make sure there was continuity across all the different parking areas within the city and didn't want to have that different kind of application program, one app in one location and a different app in an entirely different location. So I agree with Andrea. I personally feel the simplicity of having a single operator to start with so that we can start to get that adoption of the app as a pay system is important. And then once people get comfortable with that, if there's an opportunity to expand it, if that's the policy decision of the council, then that's certainly an option that we could explore down the road. But I think getting this up and running is probably most important, and trying to get that user experience going.
So
I'm convinced we got to get Todd to pay on an app.
Right. So a second question is, if somebody were to, they pay for their parking and police or parking enforcement wants to check that they have paid, if we have two vendors, is there one system under which they can check that they've paid, or are they going to have to check both systems before they can issue a ticket?
So that interface is part of the reason why at this point staff was recommending one vendor. There is potential. We don't have There's a lot of technology out there and a lot of technology to do a lot of things. We don't have all of that technology readily available to us here in the city at this time. Using these, Acting Assistant Chief Hoffman might want to speak about the enforcement implementation methods that we're putting in place and how we're actually going to push the signal to the meter to assist us in that enforcement. So we're not even but we'll have Park Mobile are providing us with all that user, that back end system that our citation, that our parking enforcement could use. But at this time, staff is recommending we're going to push that that signal to the meter. That does, as I know I've mentioned to council in the past, potentially have a drain on the battery life, but we're going to assess that, and if there's any implications, bring that back to council.
One of the things to consider is the revenue aspect from the parking citations. And right now they have the visual cue. So the meter's either green or red. And being able to continue with the current enforcement methods of parking enforcement officers being in the area, being present, driving by the meters, and being able to have that visual cue on whether the meter is paid up or not will assist with the implementation of the new system, whatever we go with, and allow for the enforcement to continue at this pace as we institute the new technology and train the parking enforcement on using additional software methods, getting the hardware for that so they can actually access everything and start to explore the other opportunities that are available to determine if spots have been paid up or not.
So thank you for that. So is Park Mobile going to provide the hardware that connects essentially the app to the parking meters, or is that not hardware that's required? It's just software.
Kristen, it's just software, right? Do you want to add anything more to that?
Software, and it's a current integration that we have at no charge to the city to use from the Park Mobile side to the chosen vendor.
And as long as there's a parking meter there, you're going to be able to integrate, is what you're saying.
Absolutely.
You have APIs that do this. This is all API driven.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And proven examples of those meters in use in other meters.
So just to move things along, I guess. Councilman
Horvath, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just thank you to Andrea and staff. I thought it was a really detailed report, and I appreciate the work of the working group. And thank you to the presenters from Park Mobile. I'm going to make a motion to approve the agreement with Park Mobile for mobile parking services at no cost to the city for a term of May 4th, 2021 to May 3rd, 2023, with an option to extend for 3 additional years. And then I would just add on to that after maybe a period of time to just reevaluate what a multi-vendor scenario would look like and how that would affect user usage and or parking enforcement issues, some of the things that were brought up. So that would be my motion.
I'll second that, subject to an amendment that in 6 months the staff look at integrating with another app also.
So I said a year. You want to do 6 months?
Oh, that's fine. But okay. I just don't want people to get so entrenched with Park Mobile that they're not considering anything else. And frankly, I'd like multiple apps from a cybersecurity diversification standpoint, that no one app has all our residents' info. So,
okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I don't want to get too deep into this, but I'm not sold on any of the solutions so far. So I would like to open this up and have a couple, earlier than 6 months. But, I would vote for something that's earlier than 6 months to be able to give consumers choice. If both vendors are open to it, let's give people as much choice as we can, as quickly as we can. I honestly don't see a need to settle on one quickly. So
I would agree with you on that, especially ease of use and other issues that we've seen come up tonight. If it's if it's just that easy to use, let the parker decide what they want to do, and go from there. We shouldn't be deciding that. I've always been, we create a level playing field, and you vendors can battle it out on that playing field and do what you need to do. So I would be in favor of doing customer loans. Do you want to do a
Yeah, amendment. I do have a quick question. You said your software is API driven. Did I hear that right? So then you can use various APIs from the different vendors and create an app that you can check all the different things, right? Is that correct? Or am I getting too technical for you guys on this? Or for the public, for that matter?
That would be technically correct, Councilman. Yeah, that would be technically correct.
Okay, so we could develop an app to look at all the different technologies that are out there and see which meters are expired. It gives you all the data through the API to be able to look through all this and operate your system. I just want to make sure that's okay. Good. Okay. So yeah, I would like to do a substitute motion to be able to offer both options. I heard from enough people tonight that this is personal preference, and I want as much adoption from as many different people as possible, because this is the Wild West right now, it sounds like. So, and there's many flavors here. So I want to be able to offer to different people. So my substitute motion would be to offer both Park Mobile and Pay by Phone to be implemented within 3 months, I would say.
I would second that motion.
Is that a realistic timetable, Stas?
We know that with the Park Mobile agreement, it's here in front of you tonight, ready to be signed. With the pay by phone vendor, we need to go back, negotiate with them, bring the contract back. So just with everything going on, I hesitate to say 3 months. I know that our selection committee met on February 24th and made this decision, and we're now at May 5th. So it's possible, but I would possibly, with budget time approaching, like a little bit more time, but that's purely council's direction at this point.
4 months.
I'm sorry, my internet broke up, but if we can extend it to 4 months to give you an extra month to do that, would that be better to be able to do that?
Yes, I think that we can try and make that work.
Okay, I'll amend it to say 4 months, 4 months to be able to offer both of them.
Okay, I seconded that motion. I like that idea.
Okay.
Can I ask for a point of clarification? And I see that Mike Webb has joined. Are you directing staff not to implement Park Mobile until such a time as both can be implemented simultaneously? Or are you giving staff direction to begin immediately with the vendor in question tonight?
The latter. So to begin immediately with the vendor that we have a deal with, and then to pursue a deal with Pay by Phone as well too.
Yeah, if I could get you just to amend it slightly, it's to approve the agreement with Park Mobile and direct staff to immediately engage to return with the contract and the pay by phone, and to return it to the council as soon as possible.
What the city attorney said.
I'll second that amendment.
Details.
Okay.
Honestly,
so we can make a lot of people happy. Sorry, we can make a lot. Sorry, Laura. We can make a lot of people happy here, and get as much choice as possible. Maybe not make the staff as happy. Sorry, but we want to give people as much choice as possible. So.
Yeah, I agree with that. We should. Yeah, I'll just say that.
That way the credit card machine is empty when you go to pay, right?
Hold on. Councilmember Horvath.
I just want to know if I can make a friendly amendment to ask staff to see if they can negotiate similar terms, financial terms, as they have with Park Mobile, where the end user is not getting those additional fees put on them.
I'd accept that amendment.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I'll accept that amendment as well. Okay. Any other, Councilman Horvath, you're done. Anyone else? Any other public comment before we? Oh, Eleanor. Any other public comment? Sorry.
writing the motion down. Nope. No, we don't have any more.
Okay. So we will go to a vote then. So, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
And I will vote aye as well. So unanimous vote for that motion. Congrats. Thank you guys very much for everyone's staff and everyone else involved. Let's get parking.
Yep.
We got our parking pass. I've got my parking pass. Sorry. All right. So that brings us to
That's it.
of the
No.
meeting.
City manager items.
City manager items. Yep.
Yeah, the only thing I have is just that we're in the final push related to the budget, last 2 weeks before the budget comes out. So, that's what we're focused on. That's what we're working on those budget response reports. Some of them won't be out with the budget. They'll come out kind of during the public hearing process. So just wanted to, mention that, and that's our priority at this point. That's it.
Okay. Referrals to staff. We did that earlier. Look at us. We get that done early, Flora. Closed session, no closed session. So we are going to do an adjournment with no in memory of. So we got a motion to close for next meeting.
Move. Second.
All right. Anyone opposed? Perfect. It is so ordered. Thank you guys very much. Have a great night.
Good night,
everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.